Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
In Nobita's room, Doraemon was curiously looking at some historical information about this world. At this moment, Nobita suddenly flew into the room on a broomstick. Doraemon looked at Nobita flying in with Shizuka and said in surprise, "Nobita, when did you learn to ride a broomstick?" "Hee, Shizuka taught me this at school today," Nobita said to Doraemon very proudly. It was amazing that he learned to ride a broomstick so quickly. "Really? Does your brain become smarter after coming to the magical world?" Doraemon blurted out after hearing Nobita's words. This was his instinctive reaction. "Doraemon," Nobita protested angrily while Shizuka covered her mouth and laughed. Seeing Nobita angry, Doraemon quickly waved his hands and explained, "Nobita, don't be angry, I was joking with you. Are you and Jinj planning to do homework here?" "HMPH," Nobita rolled her eyes at Doraemon and explained, "No, we're going to go out and play." "Going out to play?" Shizuka smiled and explained to Doraemon, "Doraemon, we are going to go for a ride on the broomstick," and Nobita came back to get the broomstick. "Going for a broomstick ride? Hey, Nobita." Just when Doraemon was curious, Jayan and Sunio stopped at the window of Nobita's room on their flying brooms. "What are you doing? Hurry up and grab the brooms, let's go." "I understand, wait for me for a moment." Nobita nodded quickly, then stopped talking to Doraemon and ran downstairs to get her broom. Watching Nobita leave, Sunio started to show off to Shizuka and Doraemon again. "Shizuka, Doraemon, what do you think of this broom my dad brought back from Germany? Isn't it cool?" Doraemon and Shizuka looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Doraemon then complained directly, "Sunio is still so fond of showing off. He hasn't changed at all, even in a different world." As he was talking, Nobita came back to the room with a flying broom and said to Shizuka excitedly, "Shizuka, let's go." Then the two of them flew out of the window on their broomsticks and were side by side with Jayan and the others. Only then did Nobita ask them, "Jayan, Sunio, where are we going for a ride?" You two haven't thought about it, have you?" Jayan and Sunio really hadn't decided where to go for a ride. The reason Sunio suggested going for a ride was to show off his new broom, so he didn't care where to go. What is that? When everyone was discussing where to go, Shizuka suddenly pointed at the dark blue thing in the sky that looked like a shooting star and asked curiously. She has no memory of this thing at all. Hearing Shizuka's curious voice, Nobita, Jayan, and the others, as well as Doraemon who was lying on the windowsill, all looked in the direction of Shizuka's gaze. Nobita scratched his head as he looked at the dark blue flame-like meteor in the distance. Although Nobita didn't know what that thing was, he had to have seen it there. And with what happened in the past 2 days, Nobita always felt it was very familiar. Coupled with Dr. Mangetsu who made him feel familiar, Nobita always felt that he had forgotten something. Hey, that strange meteor suddenly disappeared. Sunio looked at the meteor that was slowly falling from the sky just now and suddenly disappeared as if it had teleported. He quickly suggested to Nobita and others around him, "Jayan, Nobita, how about we go over there and take a look?" "Okay, I want to see what the hell that thing is," the fearless Jayan said excitedly. Nobita and Shizuka nodded. They were also curious about what that meteor was. "Then let's go to the shooting star." Nobita shouted, and then she rode on her broom and flew in the direction where the shooting star disappeared. "Nobita, you are cheating, damn it. I'll catch up with you soon, Nobita. My broom is imported from Germany." Seeing everyone leaving on their broomsticks, Doraemon anxiously shouted, "Nobita, Shizuka, wait for me, I want to go with you too." Since Doraemon didn't know any magic, he had to take out the take-copter from his pocket and chase after Nobita and the others. However, his speed was definitely not as fast as Nobita and the others. Yo! A group of people were flying happily above the forest on their flying brooms, creating waves formed by leaves. They cheered from time to time and looked very happy. Finally, they arrived at the place where the meteor disappeared. "That's weird, the meteor just disappeared here. How come it disappeared all of a sudden? You don't know." Just when they were wondering, Doraemon finally caught up with them. He shouted to Nobita and the others, "Nobita, Shizuka, wait for me, why are you running so fast? Why is Doraemon here?" Sunio and Jayan asked in surprise as they watched Doraemon flying towards them. When they saw the take-copter on Doraemon's head, they asked Doraemon thoughtfully, "Doraemon, what's on your head? Is it a new magic item?" "This is what you are talking about. This is called take-copter. It's a high-tech product from the future of the 22nd century." Doraemon was about to start introducing the origin of Take Copter when he heard Jayan and Sunny's questions. Besides eating dorayaki, Doraemon's favorite thing was to introduce his props to others. Haha, towel, it's so funny. After hearing Doraemon's introduction, except for Nobita and Shizuka who had retained their memories, Jayan and Sunnyo couldn't help but burst out laughing. Doraemon, are you living hundreds of years ago? Only at that time did people believe in science. Ha ha ha. Just as the two were amused by Doraemon's words, Miyako, who had been observing the strange meteor that suddenly appeared in the sky, was also staring blankly at the meteor that suddenly disappeared on the crystal ball. Huh, what happened? Why did it suddenly disappear? What? Jayan and Sunnyo stopped immediately after hearing what Nobita said. They looked at the demon monkey only a few meters away from them, turned back to Nobita in disbelief and shouted, Nobita, are you scared? How dangerous can this monkey be? What on earth is going on? What on earth fell down? Shizuka murmured with some fear as she looked at the black soil on the ground. She unconsciously moved closer to Nobita. While Nobita and the others were examining the scorched earth on the ground, they didn't know that someone was watching them. The only difference was that her eyes were different from theirs, emitting a strange red light. She was the witch Medusa who was sent to Earth. No, I have to go see what's going on. That's the only way. After saying that, the four of them chased after Jayan. When Nobita saw this scene, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had never seen such a scene before. After all, missiles were much more powerful, right? Of course, they could not be compared with nuclear bombs. After saying that, the two men rushed forward on their flying brooms, and Nobita was too late to stop them. Thinking of this, Miyako hurriedly used the flying magic carpet to fly to the location where the crystal ball last sensed the dark blue aura. While operating the flying magic carpet, she held the necklace left by her mother. In the necklace was the weapon left by Miyako's mother, a magic sword with the power to break magic. Nobita shook her head helplessly. Let's go over and take a look. If Jayan is in any danger, we can still help. I don't know, and you see, it's not just withered. These trees seem to have been burned by extremely high-temperature flames. They are almost carbonized. Nobita rode on his flying broom and looked at the land under his feet that was still emitting black smoke. He always felt that something was wrong, and this place gave him a very dangerous feeling, as if something very dangerous had appeared here before. I don't know if it was because of Jayan's training or what, but Sunnyo's sense of crisis is top-notch. He wanted to escape from here before he found out anything. Hey Jayan, let's get out of here quickly. I always feel like this place is weird. What happened here has nothing to do with us. Everyone was attracted by the strange cry. The fearless Jayan said directly, there seems to be someone over there. Let's go over and see what it is. If it's a strange animal, we can catch it and keep it as a pet. Boom. Hey Jayan. Sunnyo didn't want to go at first, but seeing Jayan had already rushed over, he didn't dare not go. He could only look at Nobita and the others. After all, he would not be so scared if everyone went together. Originally, the demon monkey wanted to wait for Jayan and the others to rush over and then catch Jayan and Sunnyo and eat them. However, because of Nobita's words, it seemed impossible. He planned to kill Jayan and Sunnyo first and then deal with Nobita and the others. At his speed, Nobita and the others would not be able to escape at all. What on earth is that? Medusa looked at the two monsters beside her and said, Monkey, see if there are any other people around. If not, kill these teenagers immediately. The demon monkey smiled strangely at Jayan and Sunnyo who were rushing towards him. Nobita, who had suspected that there was something wrong with the monkey, had been keeping an eye on the monkey. When he saw the monkey's smile, he knew there was something wrong, and he quickly shouted, Jayan, Sunnyo, come back quickly. There might be something wrong with that monkey. After saying that, Jayan didn't give Nobita and the others a chance to answer, and directly controlled the flying broom to run in the direction where the sound came from. Huh, it's a black monkey. Jayan, this should be abk, a very rare animal. Maybe it can be sold for a lot of money. Sunnyo said in surprise as he looked at the magic monkey not far away. Since the other party was a monkey, he would definitely not be afraid, and he had never even seen this kind of monkey. Maybe it was very valuable. The deafening noise startled Miyako, who was rushing over here. She knew that something terrible might have happened, so she immediately quickened her pace and rushed over there. What's going on? Miyako was puzzled as she watched the dark blue aura suddenly disappear from the crystal ball. Her original mission was to guard this place and prevent demon attacks, but she always felt a little uneasy in her heart. She hesitated for a moment and then went out. As soon as Sunnyo finished speaking, a beam of light came out of the demon monkey's eyes and shot towards them quickly. Because of Sunnyo's words, Jayan dodged it in advance. The two dodged the beam and looked at the demon monkey. Nobita, I'm a little scared. What's that sound? Thinking of this, the monkey's eyes began to glow red. Sunio, who had been worried that the monkey would run away, immediately noticed the monkey's abnormality. He looked at its red eyes and screamed, "Fatty." These are the eyes that only demons have in the history of magic. He is a demon. Run. After hearing what Medusa said, the magic monkey called out twice symbolically, as if to express that he understood, and then rushed towards where Nobita and the others were. Because he wanted to see if there were other people around, the magic monkey did not take action for the time being, but tried to use its calls to attract the attention of Nobita and the others. "You are here. That thing just now looked like a monkey. Sunio, how about we go up and catch it and see?" Jayan saw Nobita and the others following them and quickly pointed at the monkey that was jumping not far ahead and said. Just as Miyako was rushing over there, Nobita and the others also discovered something unusual. "What on earth happened here? Why are all the trees withered? Hee, aren't these the young men that Lord Dima mentioned, who will pose a major obstacle to our demon realm's invasion of the earth? God is really helping me. I didn't expect to meet them so soon." Medusa sneered and muttered to Nobita and the others, but her voice became a little weak after she spoke. The earth is still protected by the moon magic circle, and she has already spent a lot of energy to come to the earth. There was a deafening bang, and the beam of light hit the forest not far away. The light flashed for an instant and then quickly disappeared. Then a large pit with a diameter of 10 meters appeared on the ground. The land became charred and not even ashes were left of the trees. Jayan and Sunio were flying in the sky and looking at the huge hole behind them. They never imagined that this demon monkey could have such powerful destructive power. Jayan and Sunio were almost scared to fall off their broomsticks. "Jayan, what should we do? We can't run away, we're going to die, Mom. Help," Sunio said in a crying voice to Jayan, who was flying away beside him. Seeing such a scary scene, Sunio was very brave for not crying immediately. "What else can we do? Of course we should run. This guy is not something we two can handle. Let's go and inform the adults that monsters are invading the earth." Jayan was unusually calm at this time. He said to Sunio while urging his flying broom. He still had a good grasp of his own abilities. "What is going on? Where did this guy come from? How could such a dangerous thing exist in the magic world?" Doraemon looked at the magic monkey not far away with surprise. He never thought that there would be such a powerful monster in the magic world, and it was obvious that this guy was very strong. Nobita looked at the demon monkey seriously. At that moment, he finally remembered that this was the beginning of a great adventure. If he remembered correctly, the demon world was coming, and this adventure was very dangerous. If things went wrong, everyone would be doomed. At this moment, the demon monkey emitted several more lightning bolts, instantly surrounding Jayan and Sunio. The two of them were like being hit by high-voltage electricity, and the flying brooms they were riding immediately turned into ashes, and the two of them fell to the ground quickly. "Oh no, they've fallen," Nobita shouted at the two people who were hit and then rushed over on her flying broom ready to catch them. It's too late. At this moment, in a puff of smoke, Miyako drove the magic carpet and finally arrived just when Jayan and the others were about to fall to the ground and caught the two of them. Finally, I caught up." Miyako wiped the sweat from her forehead and muttered to herself. Nobita was relieved to see Miyako coming over to catch the two of them, but his expression became more serious. He remembered the plot, but he didn't know magic at all. Was he going to just rush over and cut off the Demon King's heart? And since he had remembered all this, why did he and Doraemon still turn into stone statues? This shouldn't have happened, right? So Nobita decided to observe first. "Thank you," Doraemon hurried over to thank Miyako. "Nothing, but why were you attacked by monsters?" Miyako dusted herself off and asked Nobita and the others curiously. After all, they sneaked to the earth at the risk of being restricted by the moon's magic, so they must have some purpose. Jayan and Sunio both shook their heads, their bodies still trembling as if they were frightened. Mr. Nobita patted the frightened Shizuka's hand and then explained to Miyako, "We were just attracted by the dark blue meteor, and we don't know why the monster attacked us." Miyako nodded after hearing what Nobita said, and after a moment's silence she explained, "Maybe they are afraid that you will expose their tracks. But why would monsters appear on Earth? I remember that we are protected by the moon's magical restrictions." Shizuka asked Miyako with some confusion. The memories she received included information about this. "If you want to know why don't you come to my house and I'll tell you why demons come to Earth?" Miyako looked at Nobita and the others and invited them. "Besides, it's too dangerous for you to leave now. Maybe those guys are still hiding somewhere, ready to attack you at any time." Nobita looked at the magical girl in front of her. Her neat and clean red short hair made her look extremely energetic. Her clear and bright eyes were extremely bright and lively. Overall, she was a very sunny big sister. Who are you? Doraemon looked at Miyako suspiciously and asked. Things were a bit tricky now, so he had to find out Miyako's identity first. Hearing Doraemon's words, Miyako smiled embarrassedly and said, I almost forgot, my name is Miyako, nice to meet you. Hello, we are happy to meet you too. My name is Nobita, this is Shizuka and that is Shizuka. Nobita introduced Miyako with a smile. He knew that Miyako was in the same group with them, so there would be no problem. 0. Shizuka looked at Miyako with some worry and whispered to Nobita, Nobita, could she be a monster too? She tricked us into coming over and then, Nobita grabbed Shizuka's hand and whispered to comfort her, Shizuka, believe me, Miyako won't hurt us. Shizuka now believed Nobita's words 100%, although she still had some doubts, she nodded. As for Jayan and Sunio, they were still on someone else's magic carpet, and I couldn't walk without my legs getting weak. Miyako looked at Nobita with something strange in mind. It was the first time she saw such a fearless boy in the face of danger. Just looking at the expressions of Jayan and the others, she could tell that they were very scared. In fact, Nobita was also scared, but he calmed down. After all, he was familiar with the plot and knew that they would defeat the Demon King in the end. However, he would not give up and would still be cautious. After all, this was the real world, and they would be really finished if they made a mistake. On the way to Miyako's house, Sunio was still a little panicked. He spread his hands and floated up into the air, muttering, my German imported broom is gone just like that. Woohoo, Sunio, you are such a fool, it's just a broom. Is it necessary to be so stubborn? Can you have some backbone? Jayan, who had recovered, gave Sunio a lecture. But, Sunio wanted to say something but was stopped by Jayan's eyes. Nobita did not interrupt but stared at the forest flying by. To be honest, he did not think he was very powerful. He was just an ordinary person. Without Doraemon's help, he might have lived a better life relying on some knowledge, but there was no other way. But he would not back down when faced with such danger. What he was most worried about now was the plot later. Since he already knew the plot, the same thing should not happen again. But why did it still happen? This puzzled him. Did the plot change because of him? If so, then we are in trouble. Dad, it's me. Seeing everyone was scared, Miyako shouted quickly. Knowing that the devil had sneaked into the earth, Dr. Manue became more cautious in doing things. Just now, after sensing someone coming, Pastor Manue used magic to hide in the painting on the wall. The membrane world here is quite different from what she imagined. There are even demons. Hey Nobita, who is this full moon priest? Why are Jayan and Sunio so excited? Doraemon looked at Sunio and Jayan in confusion and asked Nobita in a low voice. After all, Doraemon didn't pay much attention to these celebrities. Miyako, stop talking. While Nobita was worried about how things were going to develop, the group arrived at where Dr. Manzuki was. There was a magnificent cathedral here. Just as Miyako and her group were preparing to land, a stone archer outside the church suddenly moved. He took out a stone arrow from his back and aimed at them. Dr. Manue heard what the two said and shook his head helplessly. Do you think I didn't say anything? I also tried to warn our human army or other people on 5-1, but no one was willing to believe me and some villains even interfered. Sigh. Ah, you are, Dr. Manue, Sunio said with great surprise as he looked at the bald uncle who suddenly appeared from the painting. It can be seen that Manue is very famous both in the technological world and the current magical world. Before Nobita and the others could say anything, the church suddenly became brighter, allowing everyone to finally see the even more spectacular interior decoration of the church. There were paintings hanging on the surrounding walls, but what was puzzling was the contents of the paintings, which were either tables, chairs, or other strange things. Miyako led everyone into the church. It was a little dark inside and had a creepy feeling. Shizuka hid behind Nobita in fear. If there wasn't someone here, Shizuka would have wanted Nobita and the others to return to their original world. Welcome everyone, I know you must have a lot of questions, I will answer them for you. Please come sit in the room inside, I will ask Miyako to bring you tea and snacks. The voice of Dr. Manzuki was echoing in the church. After discovering that it was not a demon, Dr. Manzuki suddenly appeared from the painting on the wall and used the mastery-level object levitation technique to slowly land in front of Nobita and the others. Doraemon looked at Nobita with some doubt, but didn't ask any more questions. Everyone followed Dr. Manue to a room. After pouring tea for everyone, Dr. Manue began to talk about the demons with a serious face. You all know that the demons are preparing to invade the Earth again, and the ones you met may be the pioneers who came to scout the Earth. After hearing what Miyako said, Dr. Manue became excited instantly and clenched his hands tightly. You know, the reason why the demon star has the opportunity to approach the Earth and break through the moonlight magic circle is because of Miyako's mother. This is also the reason why Dr. Manue has been looking for ways to deal with the demon star. Thinking of this, Dr. Manue found it difficult to control his emotions and waved his arms subconsciously. Yes, that's right, they are definitely not used for defense, but for showing off. Everyone nodded when they heard Miyako's words. Nobita also had a lot of things he wanted to know. In fact, he didn't remember the detailed plot, he only remembered the general plot. And because of him, the plot seemed to have changed a little, so he didn't dare to do anything rash. Maybe he could learn something from Dr. Mansuki. Looking at the slightly plump, bald uncle in front of me, he was not wearing any monk's clothes but a normal suit. He had an emerald necklace around his neck and looked very kind. Wow, there is such a powerful defensive stone statue here. The defense is really tight. Where exactly is this place? The little 70-80 husband said in amazement. After all, Sunio is a child from a relatively upper-class family, and he knows a little about things like magic stone statues. Sunio only knows that the word is expensive. Otherwise, according to the nature of Sunio's family, they would have made one to show off long ago. P.S. Why haven't you guys been showing up lately? After hearing Miyako's words, the stone statue of the archer that was originally preparing to attack slowly retracted the bow and arrow and returned to its original posture, continuing to remain motionless. This, I don't know how to answer. Let my father explain it to you. To be honest, I still don't understand it clearly. Miyako said with some embarrassment. Isn't this a church? Why is it so dark? Sunio and Jayan looked around the church in surprise. As soon as they finished speaking, the door of the church slammed shut, giving everyone a big shock. There's nothing we can do, everyone has just seen it. The devil suddenly came to the earth. There must be a conspiracy, we must defend tightly. This is the best defense my father and I can do. Miyako smiled bitterly and explained to Nobita and the others in a slightly serious voice. After witnessing the devil's magic today, Miyako knew that things were more serious than she thought. Yes, I am Manue. When hearing Sunio call out his identity, Pastor Manue stroked his beard quite complacently and said to Sunio. Doraemon was very confused when he saw Sunio and the others seemed to know this doctor. He glanced at Nobita and it seemed that Nobita also knew him, which made him curious. They are my friends, it's okay to bring them in. Seeing that the magic archer defense stone statue that her family had just set up pointed its weapon at her, Miyako hurriedly shouted at the statue. After all, even if the magic stone statue tended to defend itself, it would be very dangerous if it attacked people. Moreover, the stone arrows were blessed with magic circles that broke magic by Dr. Manue. If they were hit, they would be doomed. Jayan and Sunio were very surprised to hear what Dr. Manue said, but Dr. Manue, don't we have a magic ban on the moon? Nobita was not very curious about this. He remembered that Dr. Manue seemed to be hiding in there. Dad, even if no one is willing to believe you, Mom is always willing to believe you. At this time, Miyako, who had been listening quietly beside him, suddenly interrupted. Although she knew that Dr. Mansuki didn't want to mention her mother, Miyako couldn't help but say it. Then, what should we do now? We can look for. Nobita looked at Doraemon and explained quietly, you will know in a moment. That's right. The magic we humans use was actually taught by ancient demons, and they are not creatures from Earth but come from a place called Demon Star. So do you still think the restrictions on the moon can really protect against demons? But weren't the demons driven out of the Earth a long time ago by Lady Nandi? And there is a magnificent magic circle on the moon that was set up by Nandi at the cost of her life to stop the demons, right? Why are there demons appearing on Earth again? Shizuka asked Miyako in surprise. Miyako seemed to be particularly clear about the appearance of the demons. Shizuka now had a lot of doubts. You are all like this. That magic restriction can protect us temporarily, but it can't protect us forever. And after I interpreted some ancient data recorded in demon language, I discovered something terrible. Dr. Manue shook his head with an unpleasant expression when he heard what Jayan and Sunio said. Something terrible? Wow, I never thought I could meet Dr. Manue in person here, it's really incredible. Jayan said excitedly. You know, Dr. Manue is a very famous magic scholar, so Jayan certainly admires him. The teacup in front of Sunio broke into two pieces as Dr. Manue pointed at it angrily. Seeing the teacup suddenly shattered, Shizuka and the others were all surprised. After all, no one expected that Dr. Manue would suddenly get angry. It seemed that there was a lot of hidden secrets involved. Nobita, are you feeling unwell? You've been acting weird since just now. Shizuka, who had been paying attention to Nobita, looked at Nobita with great concern as she kept her head down as if she was thinking about something. She rarely saw Nobita like this. Seeing the awkward situation, Dr. Manue was a little embarrassed. When he saw Miyako leave the room, he hesitated for a while before speaking. Are you also curious about why I am angry with ABB? But what is it? Doctor, since there is a way to deal with them, then we don't have to be afraid of them. Actually, this is not a secret. Miyako's mother is my wife, she. What Dr. Manue and the others didn't know was that the reason the demon monkey didn't chase them just now was because Medusa saw Miyako coming. It was just an unintentional act, but who knew that she would discover something incredible? Ha ha ha, it's really simple. The demon world journey is not something that belongs to you humans. In that case, do we not have to worry about the coming of the demons? Shizuka said happily as she looked at Dr. Manue, who was concentrating on studying the scroll. After all, this magical world was created by her, and she didn't want it to be destroyed. Miyako was stunned when she heard Nobita's words, then nodded and thanked Nobita. I know I will pay attention, thank you for your reminder, Nobita. So that's how it is. Then Miyako's mother is also great. When everyone heard what Dr. Manue said, instead of blaming Miyako's mother, they praised her. This made Miyako, who was hiding outside with a frown, feel a lot more relaxed. Unintelligible language. After that, they said goodbye to Miyako and left the church. Since Jayan and Sunio didn't have brooms, Nobita had to lend them his, and he used Shizuka's flying broom to take Shizuka home. This thing is amazing. I can actually understand the words on it. That's right, Doctor. Please tell us how to deal with the devil. Really. Dr. Manue stood up excitedly when he heard Doraemon's words. If what Doraemon said was true, then the earth would be saved. Alas, Dr. Manue couldn't help but sigh after hearing what Jayan and Sunio said. That's the problem. The language used here is all the most ancient demon language. It's extremely difficult to translate the content. Even I only translated a little bit, the speed is too slow. If this continues before we find a solution, the demons will have occupied the earth. Goodbye then. What's wrong, Shizuka? Nobita was a little confused when he heard Shizuka's words. Found it, translate konjac. Doraemon quickly took out a yellowish thing similar to gummy candy from his pocket. Jayan, Sunio, and Dr. Manue all looked at Doraemon in surprise, wondering why he suddenly took out this thing. At this moment, Nobita also figured it out. Instead of thinking about the possible changes in the plot, it is better to face it head-on. He didn't believe that his luck was so bad that he could not defeat the Demon King. After hearing what Dr. Mansuki said, Nobita and Shizuka looked at each other. Without waiting for Nobita and the others to speak, Doraemon began to search in his pockets. Nobita and the others all nodded but did not answer. I'm sorry, I was too excited just now, Dr. Manue looked at the broken pieces of the teacup on the ground and quickly used the object levitation technique to collect the fallen pieces of the teacup on the ground. He apologized to Nobita and the others very apologetically. Miyako also hurried forward to help clean up, and no one mentioned what happened just now. Of course. Although with the help of translator konjac, Dr. Manue can understand the ancient text, but it still takes time to find a way to deal with the demon world. At this time the sun has set, and Nobita and the others must go home, otherwise they will be scolded by their parents. Jayan and Sunio couldn't help laughing when they heard Doraemon's words. Doraemon, why are you still talking about technology? I told you that it's superstition. It's not that there is no method. After hearing Nobita's words, Dr. Manue quickly took out the ancient scroll he found, put it on the table and explained, this is the ancient record of the human hero Naniti's journey to the demon world. It should record how to defeat the demon king of the demon world. Because she was still weak, Medusa did not immediately go to snatch the demon realm course. She was waiting for the moment when the moon's light was covered by dark clouds. That would be the best opportunity. Of course it's real. This is a technological product from the 22nd century. You'll know when you eat it, Doctor. Doraemon nodded seriously and handed the konjac to Dr. Manue. Before leaving, Nobita hesitated for a while and reminded Miyako. Miyako, you'd better be careful at night. I suspect that the demons are targeting Dr. Manue and they may come at night. Seeing that everyone didn't understand, Doraemon proudly introduced, Doctor, don't underestimate this thing. It can help you understand the words on this scroll. On the way back, Shizuka leaned on Nobita's back and murmured, Nobita, can we help Dr. Mansuki and the others? This is really amazing. Before the two of them finished speaking, Dr. Manue lay on the Elder Scrolls and exclaimed in disbelief. Shizuka looked back in the direction of the church and said, I just think it's not a good idea to let Dr. Mansuki and Miyako deal with the demon world alone. Besides, we are also responsible for the emergence of this demon world, right? Nobita, who was thinking about the plot, waved his hands when he heard Shizuka's words. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he quickly explained, I'm just worried about the demons. Since the demons have already appeared on the Earth, there is not much time left for a large number of demons to arrive. I'm thinking about how to eliminate them. Really? Dad, that's great, Miyako said excitedly after hearing her father's words. Doraemon, Nobita, I never thought you had such magical things. Thank you so much. In the end, my wife secretly used the sacrificial magic left by the ancient demon and exchanged her life for Miyako's. The reason why I didn't intend for Miyako to mention this matter is because I suspected that the approach of the demon star began at this time. This is also the reason why I tried my best to find a way for one to deal with the demon star. Nobita couldn't help but smile when he heard Shizuka's words. As expected, this was Shizuka's kindness and innocence. He turned around and looked at Shizuka and said, "Okay, then we can find a chance to come over after dinner. If I'm not mistaken, the devil will definitely go to the church tonight. Really, will Miyako and the others be okay? Why don't we go back and help them?" Shizuka became worried when she heard Nobita's words. Nobita heard Shizuka's words and whispered to comfort her, "We can come back later. The moon will be out soon and the devil will not mess around when there is moonlight." I see, because magic is forbidden on the moon. Shizuka was confused at first when she heard Nobita's words, but then she immediately figured out the reason. "That's right, so let's go home quickly. I also need to prepare some things with Doraemon." Nobita nodded and continued to speed up towards the town. After sending Shizuka home, Nobita returned to her own home while Doraemon came back directly. After Nobita came back, Doraemon ran over excitedly and said, "Nobita, did you have a lot of fun today? It was really amazing. Of course, I saw real magic and I also learned how to ride a broomstick. It would have been great if there weren't those demons." Nobita nodded with a smile. Although he didn't come into contact with any powerful magic today, it was still very good. And Nobita also knew that he didn't have time to learn other magic. Even if he wanted to learn, he wouldn't be able to find anyone powerful enough to teach him, because what he needed was super powerful attack magic. But these are all forbidden, only the military or great magicians can do it, and it is impossible for others to teach Nobita, a child, these things. That's right, I never thought there would be such a thing as demons. Doraemon nodded after hearing Nobita's words and said, "But these are nothing, we should quickly use the telephone booth to return to the original world." But... Nobita was about to stop Doraemon after hearing his words, but before he could finish his words, Doraemon ran upstairs. No one knew how his short legs could run so fast, and Nobita had no choice but to follow him. As a result, Nobita just walked to the door of the room and heard Doraemon scream. Nobita walked into the room to check. As expected, just like the original plot, if the telephone booth was gone, they had no way to return to the original world. Doraemon quickly ran downstairs and asked Nobita Tamako, who was making dinner, "Mom, where is the telephone booth that was placed in Nobita's room? Did you see where it is?" "Oh, you mean that strange big box. I was just thinking about how to get rid of it, but just then a large furniture disposal truck passed by and I threw it to them. I was really lucky." Nobita Tamako lowered her head and thought for a while after hearing what Doraemon said, then replied, "What?" "It's bad." Doraemon knew something was wrong when he heard Nobita's mother handed the phone booth to the large furniture garbage collection truck. He quickly took out the take-copter from his pocket, put it on his head, and ran out of the house. He wanted to get the phone booth back before it was destroyed. Nobita didn't follow him out when he saw this. He knew it was useless to follow him out. The phone booth would definitely be smashed to pieces. It would be better to wait for Doraemon to come back at home. "Nobita, tell Doraemon not to bring that useless big box back home, you hear me? Our house doesn't have enough space to store these useless things, really." Nobita Tamako, who was making dinner, saw Doraemon running out and hurriedly reminded Nobita. Not long after, Doraemon came back with a disappointed look on his face. It seemed that the phone booth had been destroyed. Doraemon kept muttering, "It's over, I can't go back." "What should I do? Doraemon, are you okay? Mom has asked us to go downstairs for dinner. If we don't go downstairs now, she will be angry." Nobita looked at the depressed Doraemon and reminded him in a low voice. "Nobita, what should we do now? Without the telephone booth, we will have to stay in the magical world forever. Do you know that?" Doraemon shouted with a very serious expression when he heard Nobita's words. Just when Doraemon was getting angry because the telephone booth was destroyed, Miyako was observing the crystal ball that her father had cast the Destiny Cube on at the place where Dr. Mansuki and the others were, to prevent any unexpected situations. She kept Nobita's reminder in mind. The black aura has expanded a bit more, and the moon's light is becoming increasingly difficult to suppress the black aura, and that trace of black aura in the moonlight still hasn't been removed. Miyako said to herself with a serious face as she looked at the black aura that had expanded a bit more on the crystal ball. Judging from the current situation, the time left for the Earth is really running out. Ha ha ha, Miyako, I have a way. I have finally translated all the Elder Scrolls left by Lady Naniti. At this time, Priest Man Yue, who had been translating the Elder Scrolls, rushed over with a happy face, holding up the Elder Scrolls in his hand and said excitedly, "Really? Dad, that's great." Miyako was very happy looking at Dr. Man Yue, who was so excited. You know, Dr. Man Yue had been worried about this matter for a long time, and now he finally found a solution. Miyako was naturally happy for her father. This is all thanks to Nobita and the others. According to the records in the Elder Scrolls left by Lady Naniti, we only need to find the history of the demon world left by Naniti to find a way to deal with the Demon King. Now all we need to do is... Dr. Man Yue happily spread out the Elder Scrolls and explained to Miyako, who was looking at him, Wangda beside him. At this time, the witch Medusa, who had been lurking in the dark and watching secretly, narrowed her eyes slightly and revealed a grim smile when she heard Dr. Full Moon say that all the contents of the Elder Scrolls had been translated. Everything was ready and she had to go. Is the translation finally finished? Then you are of no use now. When the dark clouds cover the moon, go and destroy the magic defense statue. Medusa ordered the monkey beside her. She could attack now, but with the moon around her, she would still suffer backlash, which was not worth it. She had waited for so long and didn't care about this moment. After all, she still had to deal with Nobita and the others. It was better to be cautious. Dr. Man Yue was happily explaining his discovery to his daughter, unaware that the demon had seen his actions clearly and was about to snatch it away. Nobita, what the hell are you doing? Why are we going to Dr. Mangetsu's place again? Aren't you worried that we won't be able to return? Miyako, what are you talking about? What's going on? Are demons attacking? Forget it, let's just use teleportation magic to evacuate. This is... Dr. Man Yue rushed out of the church. Without even looking around, he sensed the presence of Medusa at the top of the church. Looking at the figure that seemed extremely familiar to him, the pupils of Dr. Man Yue's eyes suddenly shrank. Dr. Man Yue, who was originally planning to use teleportation magic to take Miyako away with him, was completely stunned. Somewhere in the far north, on an iceberg that has the power to restrain and kill demons, is there a record of the demon world recorded by Naniti. But Doraemon was about to say something but was stopped by Nobita because the dark clouds had slowly covered the sun. Doraemon, it's too late, we have to speed up. Oops, we're late. Not far from the church, Nobita looked at the light from the explosion in the direction of the church and said anxiously, Doraemon, let's go there quickly. Heh, I didn't expect that I could complete King Dima's mission so easily. Then let me see what is written in this Elder Scroll on how to get the demonic journey that King Dima wants. Medusa sneered complacently as she looked at the once magnificent cathedral turned into a ruin. Then she opened the Elder Scroll that she had snatched from Miyako and prepared to see how to get the demonic journey. Doraemon used Take Copter to follow Nobita, who was riding a flying broom, and complained that he had been worrying about how to return to the original world. But Nobita suddenly said that she wanted to go to Dr. Mangetsu's house and asked him to borrow a reflective cloak. He didn't know what she was going to do. The magic monkey beside Medusa looked at the moon that was slowly covered by dark clouds. Without waiting for Medusa's order, he jumped up and ran towards the direction of the magic defense statue. He dodged the attack of the magic defense statue with a slight dodge and directly destroyed the magic defense statue with a lost lightning magic. However, because it was a lightning magic, it still caused a huge noise. It's too late, Miyako, keep the Elder Scrolls that I have already translated. I will use teleportation magic to help you escape. You have to find the journey to the demon world and defeat the Demon King, do you understand? Jinka la hey. For some reason, Dr. Man Yue knew that he could not escape anymore, so he quickly stuffed the Elder Scrolls in his arms into Miyako's arms, and without waiting for Miyako to speak, he used teleportation magic to teleport Miyako out. Perhaps because she was in a hurry, Miyako was not teleported to a far place by Dr. Mansuki, but was less than 300 meters away from the church, with the translated Elder Scrolls given to her by Dr. Mansuki in her hand. Haha, it's done, you can't run away. Medusa didn't know about Dr. Man Yue's hesitation. After completing the giant attack magic circle, she activated it directly. Then a huge blood-red magic circle slowly emerged within 100 meters of the cathedral. Don't we have reflective cloaks here? You also have a shrinking light, so it will be fine. Nobita signaled Doraemon not to worry. If there is really no other way, just use the shrinking light to turn those demons into ants, which will not cause any harm to them at all. She saw the necklace on Miyako's neck but immediately changed her mind. She then cast a transformation spell on Miyako, turning her into a mouse, took away Miyako's Elder Scrolls and disappeared. Yeah, the two of them quickened their pace and headed towards the church. This Nandi guy actually left a trick up his sleeve where the demon world history is kept. Damn, it made me have to work even harder. Medusa frowned as she looked at the contents of the ancient scroll in her hand. Medusa had never thought that Nandi, the human hero who had passed away thousands of years ago, had already anticipated that the scroll she left behind would be taken away by the devil one day, so the place where the demon world history was stored was carefully selected. Huh. How could this necklace? If you're in the way, I'll just turn you into a mouse. Medusa narrowed her eyes slightly as she looked at Miyako, who was in a mess and holding the Elder Scrolls in the distance. Then she suddenly appeared behind Miyako, looking at Miyako and muttering to herself. That was when she was about to get rid of Miyako directly. Then the whole church was surrounded by red light and there was a huge explosion. In the distance, Miyako stared blankly at the direction of the church where the huge explosion occurred and shouted hysterically, "Dad!" As for Medusa, she stood at the top of the cathedral and began to set up a giant attack magic circle. Although Dr. Full Moon didn't seem to be very good at attack and defense, he was still the top magician in the human race. It was not an exaggeration to call him a magic master. It was just that the Full Moon priest preferred auxiliary magic. If she didn't prepare in advance, it would be almost impossible for Medusa to capture Dr. Full Moon alive. HMPH Naniti, do you think you can stop me by doing this? I, Medusa, will definitely complete the mission of King Dima. It happens that the second wave of troops is about to land on the Earth. Haha, maybe those human children will be good helpers. Medusa narrowed her eyes and thought of a good idea. Medusa looked at the demon monkey beside her and ordered, "Monkey, I will pretend to be the girl just now to trick those human children into helping me obtain the demon world experience. You will play the enemy in the play, okay? Remember to act realistically." Doraemon was stunned when he heard Nobita's words. "Nobita, how do you know that the devil will attack Miyako and the others tonight? We don't know magic at all, so we can't help at all if we go there." Oops. Of course we are going to help Miyako and the others. The demons will definitely attack them tonight. Nobita looked at Doraemon with a serious expression and answered because she was worried about the danger. Nobita didn't even go to look for Shizuka but set off with Doraemon. Miyako's face suddenly changed and she followed Dr. Mansuki and said in panic, "Is what Nobita said true? Is the devil really here? What's going on?" Feeling the huge commotion outside, Dr. Full Moon Abaf quickly put away the Elder Scrolls and prepared to go out to see what happened. "Oh, you escaped, then you will die. Nobita, it seems we are late, you are right." Miyako and the others, said Doraemon solemnly as he looked at the ruined church, but before he could finish his words, he felt something on his heel. "Miyako, are you okay?" Chirp, chirp. The pink little mouse, who had been watching the whole process from below, couldn't help but feel happy when seeing Nobita defeat the devil. Doraemon panicked and started running around the ruins. This was his standard reaction when he saw a mouse. But he didn't run a few steps before he bumped into something. "Ouch, it hurts. What is this? Ah, is this a dragon?" Nobita dodged the demon's attack once again and said angrily, "Damn it, if only I knew magic, Doraemon. Do you have any other tools that I can use?" The mouse that Miyako turned into beside her realized at this time that she had been turned into a mouse by the devil. She squeaked and no one knew what she was saying. She just stood in the ruins and kept gesturing to Nobita. "Let me look." "Where is it? Where is it?" Doraemon started rummaging in his pockets upon hearing Nobita's words. He was going to find the shrinking lamp to make the devil smaller, but he couldn't find it in such a hurry. "Oh, you actually went into the air. You really overestimate your own abilities." The devil looked at Nobita and the others as they actually escaped from the air with a contemptuous expression, then commanded his mount to chase after them and continued to attack Nobita and the others. "By the way, Dr. Manue. Where is he?" Before the demon could react, Nobita stabbed the demon's heart with a sword. The demon immediately started to burn as if it was ignited by something, and finally turned into ashes along with his mount. Miyako held her injured arm to hide the surprise in her eyes, walked up to Nobita and the somewhat embarrassed Doraemon and asked with concern, "Nobita, Doraemon, are you okay? Thanks to your help, I was able to destroy that demon." Miyako looked at Doraemon, who was bandaging her, and smiled reluctantly. "Thank you, Doraemon. Nobita, if it weren't for you, I really couldn't deal with that demon. As for my father, just when he had just finished translating the Elder Scrolls, we were attacked by the demon. My father only had time to send me away and he was caught himself." 3. JL. Seeing his attack blocked, the demon riding the dragon was stunned for a moment, then he looked at Miyako standing on the magic carpet and sneered, "Huh. You little girl ran out. In this case, you two should turn into ashes together. But when it saw the disheveled Miyako running towards the landed Nobita, it suddenly became anxious again. However, it had no way to speak and did not dare to run over. It could only hide in the corner and watch Nobita and the others anxiously. Because this medium-sized demon had no idea that this was Medusa disguised as Miyako, he showed no mercy and directly cast a lightning magic at her. The demon monkey smiled strangely when he heard Medusa's words, then nodded and ran into the forest, as if to make preparations. Unfortunately, the demon was prepared and let his mount swing its tail, hitting Miyako's magic carpet. Miyako was unable to dodge and was knocked away, and the sword in her hand also flew away. Nobita saw this and hurriedly shouted to Doraemon, "Doraemon, you are wrong." After saying that, she used instant teleportation to run towards the sword. Before Doraemon could react, Nobita had already caught the sword and appeared in front of the demon. "Doraemon, go." Nobita saw the demon attacking and hurriedly urged the flying broom to carry Doraemon to escape far away, while the pink mouse on the ground could only jump anxiously but was helpless. Nobita and Doraemon looked at the injured Miyako and asked with great concern. Doraemon also took out medical supplies to bandage Miyako and also helped himself. After all, Nobita left suddenly just now, and he didn't know how to operate the flying broom, so he fell down directly. "HMPH, what are you two doing? You're not with that damn little girl, are you? In that case, you can just die." Before Doraemon could understand what was going on, the demon suddenly spoke and then made his mount spit out flames, apparently preparing to burn Nobita and the others to death. Haha, that should be enough. The devil's transformation technique has long been lost in the human world. No one will be able to see through my disguise. Ha ha ha. Medusa murmured proudly as she watched the demon monkey leave. Then she waved her arm lightly and turned into Miyako. At first glance, she seemed no different from the real Miyako. "Miyako, Nobita is Miyako, we are saved." Doraemon, who was looking for props, said excitedly when he saw the magic light appearing behind him. After all, Miyako is the daughter of Dr. Manzuki. She must know more magic than them and can definitely defeat this devil. The demon riding the dragon saw the flames flying towards him and quickly stabbed them with the weapon in his hand. Then the flames disappeared. He looked at Nobita and the others and said coldly, "I didn't expect that you guys have magic props, but if this is all you can do, then go to hell. Doraemon, be careful." Nobita saw this and quickly rushed over with the reflective cloak. When the flame was about to burn Doraemon, she reflected the flame away. Medusa, who had been observing all this in the dark, smiled strangely, then urged the magic carpet to fly towards Nobita and the others, and then used magic to block the demon's next attack before Nobita could dodge it. This is. The demon riding on the dragon also noticed the two guys who bumped into his mount. This demon wore a magic hat with 2 stars on it. It should be a medium-level demon in the demon clan. This demon looked weird and had a layer of black hair all over its body. Except that its words and deeds were similar to those of humans, it looked a bit like an incompletely evolved monkey of Shisong. Upon seeing this, Miyako quickly used magic to block the devil's attack, then suddenly used her necklace to conjure up a sword and rushed directly towards the devil, apparently preparing to kill him directly. He quickly looked down and saw a pink and cute mouse at his feet. "Ah, mouse. There's a mouse, help, you were turned into a little mouse and the devil pretended to be you. Could it be that?" Nobita looked at Miyako in her hand and began to guess. Seeing this, the little mouse also began to gesture continuously, but Nobita could not understand what she was saying at all. When Nobita was still hesitating whether to agree to Miyako, Doraemon immediately said, "But since the demons have come in large numbers, can we notify the police?" "Miyako, you know that Nobita is just a child. What if something happens?" "Oh, really? I forgot about it, but we still have to go back quickly. Mom will scold us if she knows we are running around so late at night." Doraemon scratched his head embarrassedly and said with a smile when he heard Nobita's words. Before Nobita could say anything, Doraemon, who was flying in the sky with Take Copter, shouted in horror, "Nobita, what are you doing? You know I hate mice the most, why don't you throw it away, really?" "That's right," Miyako nodded in confirmation after hearing Nobita's words, and then looked at Nobita and Doraemon pitifully as if she wanted to move them with her pity. Ah, so scary. Faced with the cute little mouse, Doraemon was not only not touched by it but was frightened and ran away. He also ignored Nobita and shouted, "Nobita, I don't care about you anymore, I'm going back first." Just as the two were about to leave, the pink little mouse that had scared Doraemon before ran over in a very cute way. Why do I say cute? Nobita rolled her eyes at Doraemon speechlessly and said, "Doraemon, have you forgotten that this is a magical world and there is no homework to do?" No wonder Doraemon is so excited. Miyako said with a gloomy face, Yes, although it is very presumptuous, I still want to ask Nobita for help. Help me find the demon world history and then go to the demon world planet to rescue my father. Nobita looked at Miyako, who suddenly left and expressed her doubts. Doraemon, I don't know if it's my illusion, but I always feel that Miyako has become a little strange. Chirp. The little mouse nodded cutely. Really? Nobita still felt something was wrong. He vaguely seemed to remember that the plot seemed to be related to a pink mouse. Okay, Nobita, it's so late now, let's go home quickly, otherwise Mom will scold us again. And Nobita, don't you have classes tomorrow? Have you finished your homework? Doraemon didn't want to discuss this anymore and urged Nobita to go home. Yeah. Nobita decided to discuss with everyone tomorrow and then set out together to look for the demon world. He would go back tonight and let him go over the plot to see if he could remember anything useful. Are you going to find the demon world? Nobita frowned when he heard Miyako's words. He remembered that whether it was finding the demon world or defeating the demon king, he was with Shizuka and the others. It was pink all over, with an ill-fitting necklace hanging around its neck, and it walked very awkwardly, but this made it look particularly cute. It lay at Doraemon's feet, squeaking, as if it was saying something to Nobita and the others, but Nobita didn't notice its presence at all. Instead, Doraemon felt an itch on his heels, so he looked back in confusion. When the little mouse heard what Nobita said, he kept nodding excitedly. He even held up the necklace on his neck to show Nobita as if to say, Nobita, you are so smart. Yes, I am Miyako. Look, I have the necklace as proof. The man and the mouse had no choice but to give up after failing to communicate. Nobita looked at the weather that suddenly began to change drastically and said to Miyako, there is no other way. I will take you to my house first. I, Doraemon, will translate Konjac, otherwise I will not understand what you are saying at all. Doraemon hesitated for a moment and finally refused on behalf of Nobita. After all, his mission was to take good care of Nobita, and he would definitely not let Nobita fall into danger. Moreover, since the Elder Scrolls were with Miyako, Doraemon didn't have to worry about humans not being able to solve the problem of the Demon King. The little mouse, who thought he was about to fly away, saw that he was caught by Nobita and patted his chest in a very human way. Then, when he heard Nobita talking about the necklace on his neck, he quickly stood up and nodded while holding the necklace. Wait. You are not Miyako, are you? Nobita said in surprise as he looked at Miyako wearing an obviously inappropriate necklace. He finally remembered what was strange. The necklace of Miyako in 3-4 was red, but the necklace of Miyako he saw today should be green. Then Doraemon shuddered all over and his face turned very ugly. Before Nobita could understand what happened, Doraemon started jumping around big. Nobita, help, rat. Nobita didn't interrupt Doraemon when he heard his words but lowered his head to think. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't remember what it was. Really, it should be because Dr. Mangetsu was captured, so her mood changed a little bit. Doraemon guessed as she watched Miyako disappear into the night sky. Doraemon looked at the mouse lying at his feet and jumped up in fear. In panic, he threw the pink mouse at his feet away, Chichai. After saying that, Miyako didn't say anything more to Nobita and the others and directly operated the flying carpet and left. This made the pink little mouse hiding not far away breathe a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Nobita and the others would just agree to it, which would cause trouble. What? Dr. Manue was captured. Doraemon's face suddenly changed when he heard Miyako's words. They had no way to return to the real world now. They could only find a way to get rid of the devil first and then find a way to go back. But now that Dr. Manue was captured, didn't that mean that the only hope of defeating the devil was gone? Suddenly, he felt a pink object flying in front of him. Nobita quickly reached out to catch it. When he looked at the pink mouse in his arms, he was very confused and asked, What? Why do I feel like I've seen the necklace on this mouse's neck before? Forget it. It's really too dangerous to leave this matter to Nobita and Doraemon. I didn't think it through. It's getting late. Nobita, you and Doraemon should go back quickly. Thank you very much for coming to help me. Miyako didn't seem to force it, nor did she expect Nobita and the others to agree immediately. But just because Nobita and the others ran back regardless of the danger, she believed that these children would agree soon. But, Doraemon, don't you think it's cute? Nobita was a little puzzled when she heard Doraemon's words and dragged the little mouse up with her palm. The little mouse cooperated and waved to Doraemon. Doraemon, Nobita wanted to call Doraemon, but the mouse had already flown far away. Nobita stared at the mouse in her hand. Hey, Doraemon, what on earth is he afraid of when he is such a cute little mouse? Why is the wind suddenly getting stronger? Nobita had just flown to the doorstep of his home on his broomstick and muttered to himself as he felt the wind becoming increasingly stronger. The little mouse lying on his shoulder looked at the dim sky with a worried expression. Because she was afraid of being scolded by her mother, Nobita took the little mouse back to the room in secret. When Doraemon saw Nobita coming back, he carried Nobita on his back, and it seemed that he was not going to pay any attention to Nobita. Doraemon, don't be angry. Nobita put Miyako on the tatami and lay on Doraemon to please him. In fact, Doraemon was not really angry, he was just a little scared and was hiding it. Doraemon crossed his arms and looked back at Nobita with a proud face and said, Nobita, let me tell you, you know very well that I am most afraid of getting old. Ah, mice have asterisk. Chew. Miyako looked at Doraemon, who started jumping up and down in the room with a strange expression. She was very confused as to why Doraemon, a cat, was so afraid of mice. Nobita looked at Doraemon, who was running around frantically, and quickly pulled him back to explain. Doraemon, don't be afraid, this little mouse is not a mouse, it's Miyako, she was just turned into a mouse by the devil. Doraemon was held by Nobita and hid behind her with trembling body. Nobita, is he really? Miyako, well, so just take out the translation konjac and you'll know. Nobita nodded and patted Doraemon on the shoulder to signal him not to be afraid. Take it? Doraemon fearfully took out the translation konjac from his pocket and stuffed it into Nobita's pocket. Then he quickly ran to the window and sat down with his back against Nobita. It seemed that he was really afraid of mice. Nobita saw Doraemon like this and could only shake her head helplessly, then gave the translation konjac to Miyako and asked her to eat it. Finally she spoke, and the chirping sound was no longer heard by Nobita. Nobita, that person just now was not me, she was a demon. Miyako, don't be anxious, tell me slowly what's going on. Nobita looked at Miyako and signaled her not to be anxious and to tell him slowly. They still had some time. Today, not long after my father finished translating the Elder Scrolls, the demons attacked us, captured my father and turned me into a rat. Ah. Rat. Before Miyako could finish her words, Doraemon jumped up again. He was so frightened that he became terrified at the mere mention of a rat. Nobita smiled apologetically at Miyako and said, Miyako, you'd better not mention those two words. Miyako nodded. And continued. Originally, the demon was going to go directly to the demon world, but the thing was hidden in a place that the demons could never get close to, so she planned to use you to help her, which is why she came out to save you just now. Nobita nodded after hearing what Miyako said. No wonder, I always felt that place was weird. It turns out that Miyako is a demon. Big, Nobita, are you finished? Doraemon's voice was still trembling. He said to Nobita without turning his head, Nobita, can you take Miyako out? I'm really scared, although I know she is not a mouse. But it's... Nobita could only shake his head helplessly, smiled apologetically at Miyako, picked it up and said to Doraemon, Doraemon, lend me the Dakodemo door for a moment. I'll go talk to Shizuka about it. Take it. Doraemon quickly took out the Dakodemo door from his pocket and hid behind the Dakodemo door. Nobita had no choice but to open the Dakodemo door and go to Shizuka's room. After Nobita left, Doraemon was still a little scared. He hid behind the Dakodemo door and looked carefully for a long time. After making sure there was no mouse, he collapsed on the ground and exhaled. That kid named Nobita is missing. Above Nobita's room, Medusa used magic to investigate the situation inside. She was a little surprised to find that only Doraemon was in the room. But if I play the role for a while, they should be fooled into helping me obtain the demon world journey, right? Currency sine a circumflex currency sine a circumflex. Nobita, who left home, had no idea about this, otherwise he would have patted his chest and shouted lucky. You know, if Medusa found Miyako who had turned into a little mouse, things would be troublesome. But then again, Nobita has never had bad luck since she came to Doraemon's world. In Shizuka's room, Shizuka blinked and looked at the pink little mouse standing on the floor of her room. Maruko beside her also came over curiously to look at Miyako, as if she was curious about what Miyako was. Nobita, what should we do now? After listening to the explanations of Wana, Yako, and Nobita, Shizuka was a little undecided. She was the person who trusted Nobita the most now, and she trusted him from the bottom of her heart. Nobita glanced at Miyako, who was trying to avoid Maruko's harassment on the ground, and said, What else can I do? Of course, I have to help Miyako get the Demon 43 World Course and defeat the Demon King. But is it really okay for just a few of us? Shizuka hesitated after hearing Nobita's words. It wasn't that she was afraid, but she was worried about whether they had the ability to defeat the powerful demon. It will be no problem. Let's call Jayan and Sunio. As long as we unite as one, we can definitely defeat the Demon King. Besides, don't we have Doraemon's help? Nobita, Shizuka looked at Nobita with eyes full of hearts. Nobita was so handsome when he said this. Shizuka, Nobita nodded firmly, then looked at Miyako, who was still in the state of a little mouse, and said, But before that, we have to find a way to change Miyako's image. Otherwise, Doraemon will be scared when he sees it, Shizuka nodded. She had also seen Doraemon's reaction when he saw a mouse. She thought for a moment and said, I remember that even if he was cast with transformation magic, it seems that he can be transformed into another animal. Really? Then let's try it quickly. Nobita's face lit up when she heard Shizuka's words. Not to mention removing the magic cast by the devil on Miyako, they just needed to change her current appearance. Otherwise, Doraemon would not dare to act with them, and their chances of winning would be much less. After all, Doraemon is still quite reliable. This is my first time using it, so I don't know if it will work. Shizuka said a little embarrassedly after hearing Nobita's words. After all, this was just something in her memory, but she had never used it. Shizuka, it's okay, just feel free to try it. Miyako, on the other hand, didn't care about any of this anymore. Okay. Shizuka nodded and recited a spell to Miyako according to her memory, Kinkalahe. Sunio heard Doraemon's voice and quickly looked behind the Dakodemo door. He looked at Doraemon in surprise and asked, Doraemon, why are you behind this? Jayan, do you think we can defeat the devil? I think it's better for us to stay at home honestly. Can't we ask the police and the army for help? Sunio looked at Jayan and suggested quickly. Sunio didn't really want to go looking for that demon world journey, so he also wanted to stop Jayan from having this idea. Nobita basically ignored Jayan's threats, but he still had to explain. He quickly told the two about their departure. Jayan and Sunio had different reactions. Sunio's face changed drastically after hearing Nobita's words. What? The devil attacked Dr. Manu? Miyako went to find the demon world alone. Little Sunio, I'm here. Doraemon heard Sunio's voice and quickly responded. Shizuka glanced at the increasingly strange weather outside the window and nodded, and the two of them used the Dakodemo door to go to Jayan's home first, and then took Jayan to Sunio's home. Mouse. Sunio was very surprised to hear Doraemon. He looked back at the pink cat in confusion and said, Where is the mouse? There is only a pink cat. Miyako on the side smiled happily. She looked at the sky. She couldn't see the moon at all because of the dark clouds, but she knew that the moon was there and they would definitely win. When Jayan heard Sunio's words, he suddenly remembered that when they encountered the demon monkey before, they had no power to resist at all. He couldn't help but collapse while holding Sunio's hand. Jayan also looked at Nobita angrily, waved his fist and said, That's right, Nobita, if you don't explain the reason today, I will beat you up. Soon, Nobita brought Jayan and the others back to their room. When Doraemon saw the Dakodemo door, he quickly hid behind it, which made Sunio Li Haozhao, who came out of the Dakodemo door, very puzzled. Strange, why is Doraemon not here? Okay. Shizuka looked at Miyako's current state, her face turned red, and she quickly chanted the spell again. Nobita looked at Miyako, who had turned into a pink cat, and nodded. It's definitely okay. Miyako is very cute like this. I think Doraemon will definitely fall in love with her when she sees her, hahaha. Cat. Doraemon was stunned when he heard Sunio's words, then he carefully poked his head out, and then Doraemon's eyes turned into little hearts. He felt like he was in love. Medusa glanced at the demon world that was so close at hand and then murmured to herself. By now those humans should have received the Elder Scrolls, right? I'm still waiting for you, but hurry up. Sunio, what did you say? Why are you so cowardly? Jayan said angrily after hearing what Sunio said, and then he pulled Sunio's collar and prepared to beat him. Just when Nobita persuaded Jayan and the others to help, Medusa had already gone to the far north where the demonic history was hidden. There was indeed a magic circle set up by Naniti there. Perhaps the demonic history was indeed stored there, but she didn't dare to get close at all because she was a demon, and this place had an extraordinary destructive power on them, the demons. If she rushed in, she would immediately turn into ashes. Come on, Jayan and Sunio were still a little hesitant. Nobita didn't say anything more. She walked over, opened the window of Sunio's room, pointed at the strong wind outside and said, Don't you find that the weather is getting weirder and weirder? And the clouds are so thick that you can't see the moon at all. I'm afraid the day when the devil will come is not far away. Nobita, is this okay? Shizuka asked Nobita, wiping the sweat from her forehead. At first, the looks she transformed into were a little unsightly. It took her a long time to finally transform Miyako into the appearance of a cat. Rat? Did Nobita bring back a rat? Doraemon did not answer Sunio at all, but continued to ask while hiding behind the Dakodemo door. Sunio saw Jayan was about to take action and quickly explained, Jayan, have you forgotten about the demon monkeys? Do you think we can deal with them with just a few of us? As Shizuka's spell sounded, Miyako was suddenly surrounded by a pink mist and then immediately disappeared. Looking at her transformation, Nobita hurriedly shouted, Shizuka, change again, this is a bit. Nobita, what are you talking about? Shizuka rolled her eyes at Nobita after hearing what she said. After all, Doraemon is a robot. How can it be possible for it to fall in love with a human? And Miyako can't possibly like Doraemon, right? Damn, these demons are too arrogant, aren't they? Jayan said angrily, waving his fist. Jay and Sunio, we really have to help Miyako. Let's not talk about whether the police will believe us. If the demon world really attacks us, will we be fine? Nobita heard what the two said and quickly persuaded them. Jayan didn't say anything and looked at Nobita to see what he would say. A voice in his heart told him that it was right to listen to Nobita at the critical moment. For now, of course, we should help Miyako obtain the Demon World journey and then fight against the Demon World star together. I can't wait any longer, hahaha. Jinkalahe, she could only pin her hopes on Nobita and the others. She had to trick these humans into giving her the Demon World history. She was trying to snatch it back. After saying that, Nobita stretched out his hands and Shizuka put them on without thinking. Jayan and Sunio looked at each other and followed suit, then shouted, "Who cares about the devil? We will definitely win." Nobita, Shizuka, what on earth do you want to talk to us about so late? Really? Sunio complained to Nobita and Shizuka while he was still playing games. Nobita knew that she had said the wrong thing and quickly waved her hands to explain. I was just joking, don't take it seriously, we should hurry up and find Jayan and Sunio, the weather outside is getting weirder and weirder. Then, what should we do? Sunio became anxious when he heard Nobita's words. Doraemon was looking at the pretty pink cat girl with a cute necklace standing next to Nobita, and he was so crazy about her. He was a little embarrassed and moved closer to Nobita and the others. This made Jayan a little confused, wondering, what happened to Doraemon? Why did he become like this again? Was he also attacked by the devil? Shizuka, who was standing by, saw Doraemon's expression as if he had seen his beloved, and then looked at Miyako, who had turned into a cat, and remembered Nobita's previous joke and thought, could Nobita be right? Doraemon has fallen in love with Miyako. Hey Doraemon, Nobita waved his hand in front of Doraemon's eyes, but the latter ignored him and still looked at Miyako, turning into a cat with a shy look. Miyako nodded and said to Nobita and the others, okay, Inkshung, you guys should be careful too. Is there anything behind? Doraemon looked behind him in surprise, then shouted in panic, demons, why are there so many demons? What is going on? Nobita picked up the envelope, looked at the contents, and explained to everyone. It seems that the devil was afraid that we would not be fooled, so he sent the Elder Scrolls to me and wrote this letter. Doraemon was still infatuated and hadn't figured out what was going on when he was dragged into the Dakodemo door by Jayan and Sunio. He then found himself almost falling off the flying carpet, and there was the universe below him. However, it was often blown off course by strong winds, and Nobita even doubted whether the owl could fly back. That's what we'll do, we'll set off right away. Nobita made the decision when he saw that everyone had no objection. But just as he finished speaking, there was a knocking sound at the window. Damn it, why haven't those little devils come yet? I've been hanging around here for quite some time. If I continue like this, my identity might really be exposed. Medusa said angrily as she looked at the demon army chasing her from behind. Oh, okay, where is it? Where is it? Who sent it from? Shizuka and the other two looked curiously at the cloth bag in Nobita's hand. They were very curious about who would send something at this time. Of course, there was someone who was not curious, and that was Doraemon, who was still infatuated with him. Jayan heard what Nobita said and said directly, what are we still discussing? Of course, we should use Dakodemo door to go to the fake Miyako and teach him a lesson. I think this is a good idea, what do you think? Shizuka nodded in agreement after hearing Nobita's words. This was the only way now. After all, they were no match for the demons in a head-on confrontation. Medusa smiled strangely when she saw the door and then performed even harder. At this moment, Nobita opened the Dakodemo door. Miyako, we are going to fall. Just when Medusa didn't know what to do, the space behind the empty flying magic carpet she was controlling suddenly fluctuated slightly. In the magic world, this was a sign of using space magic. Then a pink classical wooden door appeared on Medusa's magic carpet. This was Doraemon's residence. Nobita was struggling to pull Doraemon's arm. Jayan, Sunio, and Shizuka hurried to help pull Doraemon onto the magic carpet. Doraemon wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked in confusion, Nobita, what are you planning to do here? Isn't that an owl? Did someone send a letter to you, Nobita? Sunio looked back in surprise and looked at the owl standing outside the window with difficulty. After all, who would send a letter to Nobita at this time? Jayan, aren't you messing around by doing this? Do you think we can beat it? Sunio denied it after hearing what Jayan said. Okay, let's go. Nobita looked at everyone whose eyes had become serious, then set the position of the Dakodemo door and opened it. Nobita shook her head, then sat down and opened the bag in front of everyone. Who sent me this? This is... Jayan patted Doraemon's head and said loudly, Doraemon, now is not the time to talk about this. Let's get rid of these guys first. Meow. Miyako blinked, not understanding the situation. Nobita smiled and said, Jayan's words are not completely wrong. We can go to that fake Miyako and pretend to be unaware of the situation and help her find the demon world course. Then we can find an opportunity to switch it, or we can just snatch the demon world course and use the Dakodemo door to escape. Hey, isn't this Miyako? Why are you? Just when Nobita and the others were about to open the Dakodemo door, Medusa, disguised as Miyako, had already been prepared for a long time. In order to better confuse Nobita and the others, she did not tell them about the second wave of demons rushing here, but started fighting the demon army as Miyako. However, Nobita and the others were too slow, so she had killed several low-level demons and successfully annoyed the demons. Looking at the open cloth bag and the things inside, Jayan shouted in surprise. After all, he had seen it this afternoon and would definitely not make a mistake. Seeing Miyako controlling the flying carpet in front of him, Doraemon was about to say hello, but before he could finish his words, Miyako interrupted him. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's deal with those guys behind us first. Forget it, let's ignore this guy for now. Let's discuss how to deal with the demon pretending to be Miyako. Nobita called Doraemon to no avail, so she could only discuss how to deal with the demon with everyone first, and as for Doraemon, let's ignore him. What a cunning fellow. Nobita put the letter back, then picked up the Elder Scrolls and looked at everyone and said, What are we waiting for? Other actors can't wait any longer and we actors can't fall behind. Let's hurry over. Miyako, you just wait here for us to come back. If you go over there, the devil will definitely find you, Nobita said, looking at Miyako who was standing aside. Although Miyako had changed into a cat, she would definitely not escape the devil's eyes, so Nobita decided not to let Miyako go with him. Nobita was a little surprised to hear that this world also used owls to send letters. He quickly got up, opened the window, and took a cloth bag from the owl's feet. After Nobita took the package, the owl flew away. Jayan and Sunio looked at each other and nodded. We also think this is a good idea. Isn't this an Elder Scrolls? There's another letter there, Shizuka said, looking at a white envelope under the scroll. If Nobita and the others didn't come, Medusa was afraid that she would have to kill all the demons in the second wave. Although killing these demons was no problem, if she killed them all, there would be no one to cooperate with Nobita and the others when they arrived. For Medusa, who had been here once, she already knew exactly where to stop to ensure that she would not be harmed by magic. Now she just had to wait for these few little ghosts to take out the history of the demon world. But Sunio wanted to say something but was stopped by Jayan's fierce eyes. Moreover, as Nobita and the others entered the passage, the place where he was gradually became dark. Sunio had no choice but to jog after them. Okay, Jayan, now is not the time to complain. Let's hurry up and look for the demonic journey. Isn't there a passage over there? Let's go over and take a look. Maybe the demonic journey is in there. Nobita pointed to a passage not far ahead with the help of a flashlight and said that the most important thing now is to find the demonic journey. At that time, a hexagram magic circle will be activated. Nobita, you just need to find the right opportunity and jump into the hexagram magic circle. After jumping in, you can directly enter the place where Lady Nenity placed the demon world process. I will help you contain these demons, so you must hurry up. When the demons saw that the human they were chasing did not run away and transformed into the appearance of Medusa, the demons did not take it seriously at first, thinking it was a trick played by the human to deceive them. Shizuka, Jayan, Sunio, where are you? Nobita shouted when she realized that there was no one around her. If there was a trap here, wouldn't everyone be doomed? What? The person we were chasing was Lady Medusa. Now that the plan has been completed, let us retreat. Okay. Retreat quickly, why are you still standing here? Everyone retreat, get out of here quickly. After the devil received Medusa's orders from the monkey, he hurriedly called on his men to leave. He knew that Medusa was carrying out an important mission for the Demon King. If she failed because of him, he would be finished. Found it, the reflective cloak, as long as I have this. At this moment, Doraemon took out the reflective cloak from his pocket. Just as he was about to introduce it, everyone shouted at him, "Don't introduce it at this time." Nobita couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when she saw her fireball. Fortunately, Jayan and the others were concentrating on fighting the demons and didn't see the magic Nobita used. Nobita, I'm here. As soon as Nobita's voice fell, Shizuka responded loudly, and at this moment a bright light suddenly appeared. It turned out that Doraemon took out a flashlight from his pocket. Okay. Doraemon's face froze for a moment, then he turned and aimed at the demons, ready to use his reflective cloak to send back the demons' attacks at any time. Okay, everyone nodded. At this time, after entering the hexagram magic circle, Nobita and the others were teleported to an unknown place. It was pitch black everywhere and they couldn't see the surroundings at all. After saying that, Nobita took Shizuka's hand and walked towards the passage. Doraemon also followed quickly. Although he didn't understand the situation, he followed Nobita. Sunio looked at the passage ahead and said worriedly, "Hey Nobita, should we first figure out where this is? What if there is a trap ahead?" Jayan, who was walking at the end, heard what Sunio said and walked back angrily and punched Sunio, saying, "How come you are more timid than Nobita? You know Nobita is the most timid among us. Didn't you see that he was walking in front? What are you still afraid of, Sunio?" As soon as Miyako finished speaking, perhaps because the demon disguised as Miyako was getting closer, as Nobita and the others got closer, a green hexagram magic circle suddenly appeared where there was nothing in front of them. Nobita and the others looked at each other, nodded, gritted their teeth, and jumped off the magic carpet. "I'm not ready yet, Jayan, why are you pulling me?" When everyone jumped down, Sunio's screams were heard. Jayan looked at the people scattered around and said speechlessly, "What? I thought this place was very big, but it turns out to be only a little bigger than an open space." Miyako, who had been operating the flying magic carpet, smiled when she saw everyone working so hard. She then increased the speed of the magic carpet to the maximum and flew quickly towards the place where the demon world history was placed. Upon hearing this, Jayan ran over and tried to open the box, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open it. Looking at Nobita and others who were still standing there, he shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Come and help us." In the center of the stone room, there was a box made of stone. Shizuka looked at the box and said in surprise, "The contents of that box should be the demon world journey, right? Nobita, get ready. We will soon arrive at the place where Lady Naniti has placed the demon world history. At that time, even the demons will not be able to get close." Seeing that they were about to reach the far north, Miyako hurriedly shouted to everyone. Watching the demons leave, Medusa sneered, "I have put so much effort into this, please don't let me down, hehe." As Nobita finished reciting the magic formula, a finger-sized fireball instantly formed and flew towards the demon, but it disappeared not long after flying. Doraemon anxiously searched in his pocket. Jayan, Shizuka, and Sunio used their few attack magics, and Nobita also began to try to learn attack magic. Jinkara Hei Fireball. Miyako looked at Nobita and the others who suddenly disappeared after touching the green magic circle, and her face suddenly became strange. Then she stopped hiding from the chasing demons and directly restored her original form. The demon monkey who had been hiding in the dark saw this and quickly flew towards the group of chasing demons. In fact, it is not a very long passage, only about 10 meters long. After a short period of darkness, the group came to a strange stone room with glowing walls. "Otherwise, I will die of laughter." Just as they were about to rush over and surround it, the demon monkey suddenly ran over and conveyed Medusa's order to them with his mind. The group of demons immediately understood that it was not a human pretending to be Medusa, but Medusa herself, and they quickly stopped. After saying that, Shizuka reached out and pressed 600. "Nobita, what do you mean?" Doraemon was stunned when he heard Nobita's words. He didn't quite understand what Nobita meant. Mechanism? Jayan stopped when he heard Nobita's words. Having read a lot of adventure comics, he immediately realized that if there is a treasure hidden, doesn't it require a special mechanism to open it? After saying that, Doraemon took out the Demo door and prepared to open it. Nobita saw this and quickly stopped Doraemon. "Doraemon, wait a moment, the Miyako outside is fake." "Good." As Shizuka pressed the circle, the entire box suddenly shook violently, and then the lid slowly opened. 5 people immediately gathered around it, looking at the shabby wooden box inside and asked, "Is this the demonic world? Why doesn't it look like it?" Then the 5 of them gathered around the box to check it out. Shizuka looked at the strange circle on the lid of the box with some surprise and asked curiously, "Could this be the mechanism to open the box?" Nobita looked at Jayan, who was about to use brute force to open the box, and quickly persuaded him, "Jayan, don't be anxious. The box must have some kind of mechanism. Let's find out." "Jayan, Sunio, you overlooked one thing. If the devil waits for us outside for a long time and doesn't see us come out, won't he be suspicious? You know, she hasn't seen us use the Demo door before. Everything is ready, now it's time to perform. Nobita is right, let's look for him quickly." Sunio agreed with Nobita's words. He was extremely disdainful of people like Jayan who only knew how to use brute force. Doraemon's eyes narrowed when he heard the compliment. 5-1 he smiled and said to Jayan and the others, "This is not magic, this is high technology." You quickly use this replica doll to transform into your own appearance. I will immediately use the replica mirror to copy a copy of the demon world history. But Nobita, what if that demon wants to kill us again after getting the experience of the demon world? Shizuka thought for a while after hearing what Nobita said. After all, these demons are not so easy to talk to. Nobita couldn't help but frown when he heard Jayan's words. He wasn't that bad, was he? But this wasn't the time to worry about it. He thought for a moment and said, how about we do this first? Let Doraemon use the copy mirror to copy a copy of the demon world, and then use it to deal with that demon. Okay, now that we have the demon world history, let's go out and give it to Miyako and then go home, Doraemon said to everyone while looking at the wooden box anxiously. He also wanted to go back to see his sweetheart. Nobita looked at Doraemon speechlessly and explained, didn't I tell you before, Miyako was turned into a mouse by the devil, so how could she run here? That's right, then we don't have to fight that demon. Jayan nodded in agreement after hearing Sunio's words. After all, they wouldn't have to fight that demon. After all, they were far inferior to that demon. After saying that, Doraemon took out a white toy doll from his pocket, which surprised Jayan. He asked in confusion, Doraemon, the method you mentioned is to use these dolls. Wow, that's amazing, what kind of magic is this? After explaining, Doraemon pressed the puppet in his hand, and the puppet turned into another Doraemon in front of Jayan and Sunio's surprised eyes. Are you guys okay? How could we give her the history of the demon world? Can you act like a man? Nobita didn't even cry, but you started crying first. Jayan shouted angrily when he heard Sunio's crying voice and was about to rush up to beat Sunio. Sunio heard Nobita's words and said directly, why should we care about the devil outside? Don't we have Doraemon's Dakodemo door? Can't we just use it to go back to Nobita's house? Okay, Doraemon, now is not the time to talk about this. Let's first find a way to get rid of the fake Miyako outside. Nobita waved her hand to signal Doraemon not to worry about those trivial matters. Stop joking, we are not great magicians and we can't control the magic of puppets, okay? Sunio looked at the puppet Doraemon took out and complained speechlessly. He began to regret going on the adventure with Nobita and the others. Jayan and Sunio's faces suddenly turned ugly when they heard Nobita's words, especially Sunio, who said with a tearful tone, what should we do? What's the point of getting this demon world journey? I told you not to come. Nobita frowned when he heard what Jayan said. Sunio's suggestion was not impossible, but there was no guarantee that the devil would come to his house to find them. After all, the devil did not look so easy to deceive. Rat. Doraemon suddenly changed into a different person when he heard the word rat. He looked around cautiously and was relieved when he was sure there was no rat. Nobita, you know I'm afraid of rats, so why don't you mention it in front of me? Haha. Doraemon suddenly laughed when he heard Sunio's words. He picked up a puppet and said to Sunio, Sunio, my puppet is not magic. You just need to press the puppet's nose, and it will become exactly like you and do what you said. Nobita looked at Doraemon happily. Sure enough, Doraemon was reliable at the critical moment. Soon, everyone used the copy doll to copy themselves, and then Doraemon used the copy mirror to copy the demon world history. However, when copying, they found that there were 2 copies in the box. After discussing it and carefully checking the Elder Scrolls, they confirmed that it did not mention how many copies of the demon world history there were, so they only copied one of them. Nobita frowned when he heard Shizuka's words. This was indeed a problem. If the devil really suddenly attacked them, he would have a way to escape, but what about Shizuka and the others? Let Nobita do the thing of abandoning them, Yinxin couldn't do it. At this moment, Doraemon suddenly said, leave this matter to me. I have a way to keep us safe and deceive the devil. Damn it, what are these little ghosts doing? Why haven't they come out in such a long time? Medusa, who was riding on the magic carpet, was getting a little impatient. If it weren't for the magic circle that prevented her from getting close, she would have wanted to rush in and take a look herself. Really? Let me see it quickly. Medusa looked at the wooden box in Sunio's hand. A gleam of brilliance flashed in her eyes, but she was not a fool. After all, humans were still very cunning. She decided to confirm the authenticity first and get rid of Nobita and the others. Although she didn't know what she had done wrong, Medusa immediately apologized. I dare not, please punish me, your majesty. He is not Miyako, we have been fooled. Nobita looked at Miyako, who had turned back into Medusa, and her face changed drastically as she shouted to everyone. After that, she quickly looked at Medusa vigilantly. Where did those demons go? Shizuka did not answer Miyako's question but looked around the empty one curiously and said with some confusion. Medusa's eyes flashed with disdain when she heard Jayan's words. She looked at Nobita and the others anxiously and asked, how is it? Did you get the demon world history? The demon world star is getting closer and closer to the earth. We don't have much time left. Of course I'm not Miyako, hahaha, children are easy to deceive, but it's really thanks to you that I can get the demon world history so smoothly. As for that Miyako you're talking about, I have already dealt with her, you don't need to look for her. Hahaha. Medusa smiled proudly as she looked at Nobita and the others whose faces changed drastically. Miyako, how is it? We are great. Huh, Miyako, what's wrong with you? Why is your expression so weird? Sunio was very proud to see Miyako taking over the journey of the demon world, but halfway through he noticed that Miyako's expression became weird and he was stunned. As soon as Medusa finished speaking, she used magic to attack Nobita and the others who had no time to prepare. Everyone who had no time to prepare was hit directly, and then fell off the magic carpet and fell directly into the far north. Looking at Nobita and others who were turned into ice, Medusa laughed and left. She still had to give the history of the demon world to the demon king. He is a devil, Sunio said with a trembling voice pointing at Medusa. Everyone looked at Doraemon with a smile and shook their heads helplessly. At the same time, in Doraemon's room, everyone couldn't help laughing as they watched Medusa leave triumphantly. This guy thought his plan had worked, what a fool, haha. Medusa flew off the magic carpet easily. She looked at Nobita and the others with a grim smile and said, "This place is a good place for your grave. It's a pity that you can't see our magic carpet." Medusa quickly explained after hearing what Shizuka said, "Those demons didn't seem to dare to get close to here, so they left. But I guess they might be waiting for us not far away, so we still have to be careful. So that's how it is." Jayan's expression changed immediately and he looked at Medusa angrily and asked, "Who are you? Where did you take the real Miyako? I still want to have a big fight with those demons." Jayan said boldly, waving his fist in the air. "This is all thanks to Nobita. If he hadn't brought back the mouse that turned into Miyako, we would have been fooled by her." Shizuka looked at Nobita happily and praised, "But what is more important now is the journey to the demon world." Medusa did not think much about it. She immediately and warmly greeted Nobita and the others and said, "You finally came out, I thought something happened to you." "Hee ha 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 ha, I finally got it, the journey to the demon world. Now I have completed King Dima's mission, and there is no need to keep pretending with you little devils. You all go to hell." Medusa, who was dressed as Miyako, said with a ferocious face when she heard Sunio's words. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned back into the appearance of a demon. At the same time, Medusa had returned to the demon realm star and came to the palace where the demon king was. King Dima looked at Medusa kneeling below and said in a cold voice, "Medusa, you seem to have forgotten what I asked you to do, the one who rules the earth." As for Doraemon, he completely ignored the fact that the pink kitten was Miyako's transformation, and looked at Miyako with an infatuated look on his face from beginning to end. Being extremely shy, he didn't even react to Shizuka's words, touching the mouse just now. Just when Medusa was getting a little impatient, she suddenly heard a loud noise coming from the barrier. She quickly changed herself back to Miyako and said happily, "It seems that these little devils succeeded. Damn it, go to hell." Jayan heard Medusa's words and was about to rush towards her angrily. Sure enough, within a few minutes, she saw Shizuka and others using take copter to fly out of the barrier. Although she was a little confused as to why Nobita and others used that strange thing to fly. "Lord King Dima, didn't you ask me to go to Earth to snatch the demon world's history? Didn't I snatch it back? And those human little ghosts have also been dealt with," Medusa said with some confusion when she saw that King Dima did not look happy at all. "Of course there will be no problem if we take action," Sunio said proudly after hearing Medusa's words. He shook the wooden box in his hand and looked very proud. 857 Hee no, I'm not that great either. That Doraemon was already shy and became even shyer after hearing Miyako's praise. He hid behind Nobita and the others and buried his face on the tatami. "Miyako, you want to see it? Then I'll take it out and show it to you. Look, this is the scroll in the box," Sunio said with a smile after hearing Medusa's words. After that, he opened the wooden box and handed the history of the demon world inside to Miyako. "HMPH, it seems that you've become bolder after being away for so long that you even dare to talk back to me," King Dima said angrily after hearing Medusa's explanation. He looked at Medusa below with disdain in his blood-red eyes. He supported his cheek with his right hand and tapped slowly on the seat with one hand. Although the tapping sound was slight, it made Medusa shiver constantly. Miyako took the history of the demon world handed to her by Sunio and looked through it carefully. As she read, the expression on her face became extremely strange, and a weird smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Miyako looked at the spy satellite combination in front of her and couldn't help but praise. "Thank you so much. But I didn't expect that Doraemon is also a powerful magician and has so many amazing magic props. On the other hand, after studying the demon world history, Nobita and his friends found that only by using the silver arrow from the demon world history to pierce King Dima's heart can they truly destroy him. They immediately decided to go to the demon world star and rescue the captured Dr. Manue. The three-star demon looked at King Dima in surprise and said in a low voice, "I really don't know, King Dima will tell you clearly. So, are you all ready? We are about to set off for the demon world now." Miyako, who had turned into a cat, stood on the magic carpet and reminded Nobita and others who were standing behind her. P.S. In the future, if there are special circumstances every day, it should be 4 updates a day. If there are rewards or something, I will update more depending on the situation. Also, please provide the plot. I plan to write a summer special and travel stories next week. If you have a plot, please leave a message. Sunio also looked at Miyako in disbelief. After all, they didn't prepare any food. Could it be that Miyako had some rare magic that could conjure up food? Nobita heard Shizuka's words and rubbed her head with her hand to comfort her. "It's okay, Shizuka. As long as we defeat the Demon King, the Earth will be fine. Don't think too much." "It seems that no matter what, I still can't hide it from your discerning eyes, Lord Dima. But I am very curious why Lord Dima doesn't just kill that Medusa guy directly." The high-level demon with a 3-star magic hat flattered King Dima and asked with a little doubt. Unlike Medusa, the demon who interrupted in the middle, this high-level demon seemed to have a good relationship with King Dima. "Yes, Lord King Dima." Medusa responded quickly after hearing that and then forced herself to leave the palace. Just when Nobita was wondering why, Shizuka suddenly took his hand and leaned against him, saying with some fear, "Nobita, look, there are so many dark clouds covering the earth. It feels so scary. If the demon world planet approaches, everyone will have no power to resist, right?" After Medusa left, King Dima, who was sitting on the throne, glanced at a shadow not far away and said coldly, "How long are you going to see? Come out now." "Ah, can I still eat?" Jayan said in disbelief when he heard Miyako's words. He had actually been hungry for a long time, but he was afraid of wasting time, so he kept holding it in. Although Jayan had all kinds of bad habits, he was still decisive when it came to big things. "Of course, I've already prepared the food. This magic carpet has been modified by my father, Dr. Manu, and it even has a place to sleep. So let's take a rest before we reach the demon world." Miyako looked at everyone and explained with a smile. Then she moved her fingers slightly, and the hexagram in the center of the magic carpet slowly opened like an automatic door, revealing a spiral staircase leading down. As for Nobita, he was trying hard to think about the plot of the demon world. He remembered that there was no problem with the records of the demon world, but he vaguely remembered that the demon king's heart was not in him. So cute. Doraemon looked at Miyako's actions just now, and the hearts in his eyes almost jumped out. Shizuka saw Nobita suddenly rubbing her head and her face turned red. She quickly looked at Jayan and the others in front of her and found that they were looking around and didn't notice her and Nobita at all. Nobita and Shizuka didn't show any expression. After all, they knew that Doraemon had a magic carpet that could produce all kinds of delicious food, and they thought that the magic world also had something similar. She breathed a sigh of relief. She did not resist Nobita rubbing her head, but she would be embarrassed to be seen by everyone. Girls are shy. Miyako tapped her cute cat's head with her paw, stuck out her tongue and said, "It's all my fault. I forgot you were busy all night. In this case, let's go eat something and take a rest." Kang, this is also what puzzles Nobita the most. He remembers many things clearly, including the plots of animations such as Pokémon. He can recite every word and sentence. However, when it comes to the plot of Doraemon, he can only remember a vague outline. Doraemon still looked shy and timid. Although he knew that this cute cat was Miyako's, he couldn't stop his heart from beating. He stood behind Miyako, blushing. As soon as King Dima finished speaking, a ripple suddenly appeared in the shadow he had seen before. And then a shadow slowly expanded and finally turned into a person. And a demon wearing a 3-star magic hat slowly walked out. "Originally, Medusa, you did a bad job and should have died to atone for your sins. However, considering your hard work, I will give you a light punishment and a severe warning. This should be enough for you to be proud of yourself. You should know that you are the first demon who dares to talk back to me and still survive." King Dima sat on the throne filled with blue flames, looking at Medusa, who was kneeling with her head down and not daring to look at him, and said coldly. Then, without waiting for Medusa to react, he moved his finger slightly at Medusa, and a dark blue lightning suddenly rushed towards Medusa. Everyone looked at Jayan curiously. Seeing everyone looking at him, Jayan touched his stomach a little embarrassedly and explained, "Don't look at me like that. I've been busy all night. Isn't it normal for me to be hungry? The moment the lightning touched Medusa, she finally understood what this little punishment meant. If she hadn't been afraid of King Dima's anger, she would have screamed. She didn't want to experience this feeling a second time. I deserve to die. Medusa's whole body trembled when she heard King Dima's words, and then she quickly admitted her mistake. The moon, King Dima looked towards the direction of the earth with his blood-red eyes and uttered two words coldly. Even the three-star devil beside him shuddered when he heard these two words. It can be imagined how much King Dima hated the moon. Haha, you be asterisk 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 D. King Dima couldn't help laughing when he heard the three-star devil's words. You've been following me for so long, don't you know why I didn't kill Medusa? Fortunately, the punishment ended quickly. Medusa felt that she was almost exhausted. King Dima continued to say coldly, okay. You can leave now. I will temporarily spare you today, but you must not fall behind in the matter of the Demon World Journey. Get the second volume of the Demon World Journey from those human children as soon as possible. Gugu. Just then, a strange sound came from the magic carpet. You idiot, you were deceived by those humans, you know that. The content of this Demon World history is real, but it is a counterfeit, and you took the volume that is the least useful to me. Ah. Doraemon touched his head a little embarrassedly after hearing what the two said. I didn't think so much. If this happens, then the Four Seasons badge will be useless, but I still have other props to use. In fact, we already know everything about the history of the demon world, mainly about the abnormal coldness of the demon world. That is not a temperature that humans can withstand. Doraemon said in order to show off in front of his sweetheart. It's really not easy to be Jayan's friend. Just as everyone was enjoying the beautiful scenery outside the observation deck, Jayan suddenly stood in the center of the observation deck, made a microphone gesture with one hand and said, "This place really looks like a stage." Well, in that case, how about I sing a song for everyone? To cheer everyone up, we can definitely defeat the devil. Okay, everyone, let's discuss what to do after we arrive at the Demon World planet. After everyone had a pleasant midnight snack, Miyako spread out the 2 volumes of the Demon World history on the table and said to Nobita and the others. After all, they were going to the Demon World planet, which was full of demons, so it would be better to make a detailed plan in advance. Nobita looked around and nodded. This should be the other dimensional space, but this should be made using space magic, so the number is very small and there is no way to make a large number of them. Shizuka nodded in agreement after hearing Nobita's words and said, Nobita is right. Think about it, if we were walking together and it was snowing or icy everywhere, but it was like summer around us, wouldn't we be exposed right away? After asking everyone what they wanted to eat, Miyako went to the kitchen to cook, and Shizuka followed to help. Nobita and Doraemon waited for food in the living room with an observation deck. With Miyako's departure, Doraemon finally returned to normal. Jayan and Sunio were both looking at the passage that suddenly appeared with curiosity. Nobita and Shizuka did not have any special reaction. After all, Doraemon also had similar props and they had seen them before, so they were not as surprised as Jayan and the others. Nobita and the others, who were originally smiling, suddenly changed their expressions when they heard Jayan's words. If they let Jayan sing, then they wouldn't have to defeat any demon king because they had already been defeated by their own people. I really can't stand you, Doraemon. Doraemon, who was infatuated with the little girl, shook his head helplessly. Hearing Jayan's words, Nobita and Doraemon couldn't help but pat their chests and secretly gave Sunio a thumbs up. If Jayan were to sing, it would be all over. Seeing that Jayan stopped singing, Sunio wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and finally breathed a sigh of relief. When Doraemon heard Miyako's praise, his face turned red, he lowered his head and replied shyly, Number, I'm not as good as you say. Heh. Miyako heard Jayan waved her pink cat paw and said with a smile, It's not that exaggerated. Everyone has been busy for so long today. Let's go inside to eat something and then have a good rest. I estimate that it will take about a day to reach the Demon World Star. Shizuka nodded. After entering, Nobita couldn't help but sigh. This place was very delicately made and even had a device similar to an observation deck. It seemed that Dr. Man's attainments in space magic were not low. When it comes to Jayan, Sunio's reaction speed is always the best. He laughed and walked up to Jayan, holding Jayan's arm and said, Haha, Jayan, I think it's better for you not to sing now. You know how. How beautiful your singing is. You know Shizuka and Miyako are cooking. What if they are attracted by your singing and come over? Then there will be no one to cook, right? Doraemon and Nobita quickly agreed. Jayan, Sunio is right. We still have to deal with the Demon King. Let's have a good rest after dinner. As for singing, it won't be too late to wait until we defeat the Demon King. Nobita and the others nodded in agreement. Doraemon then proudly pulled out a badge with snowflakes and maple leaves printed on it from his pocket and said, "Hey, don't worry, I have a way. Only with this badge we won't feel the cold. It can adjust the environment around the wearer. If we wear it, it will be adjusted to summer or spring." After that, Miyako took the lead and walked into the magic carpet. Shizuka and Nobita walked in the back. Shizuka looked at the inside of the magic carpet curiously and said in surprise, "Nobita, this should also be considered an alternate dimension, right?" Miyako's eyes lit up when she heard Doraemon's introduction. She put her pink paws together and praised Doraemon. "Doraemon, you are amazing. You actually have so many powerful magic items." Up arrow. Doraemon seemed to have not heard what Jayan and Sunio said, still looking at Miyako with red hearts in his eyes. Nobita could do nothing about it. As long as Miyako returned to her original state, Doraemon would return to normal. However, he was worried about another problem. "Doraemon, can your Four Seasons badge withstand the friction when we enter the demon realm? And if we change the surrounding environment, we should be easily discovered, right?" Jayan also nodded and agreed. "That's right, you know Miyako is a human." Doraemon started to search in his pocket again. Perhaps because his lover was beside him, Doraemon was very fast in taking the props this time. After about 10 seconds, he took out a box of something that looked like a face cream from his pocket and said, "I found it, this is it. The opposite face cream." Miyako heard Doraemon nod and said solemnly, "This is what I am most worried about. If we don't make full preparations, we might be frozen to death before we even meet the Demon King." "Wow, this is amazing. Miyako, your magic carpet can actually go in. It looks like such a thin layer, but I didn't expect there is such a space hidden inside." Jayan stood at the entrance, looked down curiously and praised in surprise. "Well, it seems to be true after hearing what you said. After all, I, Jayan, am going to be a world-class superstar. It would be bad if my beautiful singing voice makes Miyako unable to concentrate on cooking." Jayan touched his chin and pondered for a moment, with an expression that said you are at a big loss, and said with great regret, "If that's the case, then I will wait until I defeat the Demon King and sing a song." Opposite cream. "What is that?" Jayan and Sunio looked at each other after hearing what Doraemon said, and looked at the cream in Doraemon's hand with curiosity. Miyako also blinked her eyes and looked at the prop in Doraemon's hand curiously. Nobita and the others didn't know that their every move was under the surveillance of King Dima. He was now staring at the 2 silver arrows in front of him in a daze. Although his memory was vague, he vaguely remembered that their shooting of the silver arrows at the demons had no effect at all. I was just saying it casually, don't take it seriously." Seeing Sunio's reaction, Doraemon nodded in satisfaction and put the fan back into his pocket. Then he glanced at Sunio and asked, "How is it? Is my Tau Tilde useful? Haha, is Nobita scared, haha." Doraemon didn't waste any words. He took out the electric fan from his pocket and turned it to the highest setting and blew it towards Sunio's face. Sunio, who was originally concerned about his cheeks, suddenly covered his face and shouted, "Ah, what's going on? My face is so hot. You two have such a good relationship, haha." Miyako looked at the noisy crowd and smiled while covering her mouth. "Now that the problem of the cold has been solved, let's talk about the Demon King. Jayan, don't be careless. I don't think the Demon King will stand there and let us shoot him in the heart, right?" Nobita reminded Jayan quickly after hearing his words. "After all, being careless can easily lead to problems, so it is better to be cautious." "Is this true? Is it really that magical?" Sunio looked at Doraemon with some disbelief and questioned. After all, as a rich young man, he had never heard of any anti-aging cream. "Damn it, Doraemon, even if you want to prove that your gadget is effective, you can't use my face for experiments. What if I get disfigured?" Sunio couldn't feel the warmth on his face anymore. "Hee, this face cream is very powerful. As long as we use it, we will not be afraid of the cold in the snow. Even on a very cold day, we will feel warm." Doraemon proudly explained to Sunio and the others. Of course, the main explanation was to Miyako. As for Sunio Jayan, it was a supplement. Nobita and Shizuka did not need any explanation at all, as they had used this prop before. What? As soon as Nobita finished speaking, King Dima, who was far away in the demon realm, became uneasy. He looked at Nobita in the crystal ball in surprise and asked, "How did this kid find out? Did someone leak the secret?" Nobita, what are you daydreaming about?" Jayan patted his chest confidently and said, "Hey, there are 12 silver arrows here. We each have 2. Even if we throw them randomly, we can still hit the devil's heart, right?" Nobita is right. If the Demon King was so easy to deal with, you wouldn't have set up the ball barrier but would have killed him directly. Miyako reminded Nobita again after hearing her words. When everyone was discussing, they suddenly found Nobita with his head down in a daze. Jayan and Sunio immediately started to mock Nobita and started to laugh at him, asking if he was scared. Shizuka tried hard to hold back her laughter when she heard what Sunio said. The same was true for Jayan and Nobita. They couldn't understand why Sunio was so confident that he was handsome. Is it that powerful? After hearing this, everyone stopped playing around and their faces turned serious. After all, the Demon King was the ultimate boss of the Demon Star and he couldn't afford to be careless. Sunio wanted to say something, but Jayan got angry. He slammed the table and yelled at Sunio. Sunio, can you be more like a man? Why are you being so fussy? The reason why King Dima hated Nenity so much was because she blocked his steps to rule the earth, and she also cast a spell on the Demon World Chronicles, making it impossible for him to see the contents of the crystal ball through it. That's why he asked Medusa to snatch the Demon World Chronicles. He needed the first volume of the Demon World Chronicles. As for Doraemon's magic props, he didn't even take them seriously. In fact, the method to destroy the Demon King is very simple. We just need to insert the silver arrow from the Demon World history into King Dima's heart, and all problems will be solved. Miyako looked at Nobita and the others and explained slowly. Then Miyako gently waved her claws at the Demon World history, and the silver arrow that was originally printed on it floated up and became a real object. Fortunately, Nobita and the others read the contents before copying them, otherwise they would have given the first volume to Medusa without knowing it, and that would have been a big deal. 0 request flowers 00I. Sunio was frightened by Jayan and didn't dare to speak. Otherwise, if he angered Jayan, he would be the one in trouble. As he laughed, King Dima's face turned gloomy again, and the dark blue flame on his chair seemed to become even more intense. He said with a hint of anger, Nanity, you damned fellow, do you think you can protect the earth like this? You underestimate me too much, you probably can't even think of it yourself. I don't even need to snatch the demon realm journey, it will come to my door by itself and then haha. You little brats are really too. At the same time, in the palace of the Demon King of the Demon World Star, King Dima cast the magic of fate and looked at the scene in the crystal ball of fate with great interest. The scene shown in the crystal ball was exactly the discussion of Nobita and the others on the flying magic carpet. The Demon King was like a god high above, watching some interesting performance with great interest. Okay, Sunio, don't be angry. Doraemon is just trying to make us believe in the effectiveness of his props. Nobita comforted Sunio when she saw he was angry. Doraemon's face suddenly changed when he heard Sunio's question. Sunio could question him, but he must not embarrass himself in front of his sweetheart. Thinking of this, he took out a little bit of the opposite side and slapped it on Sunio's face. The sudden action scared Sunio. Doraemon, what are you doing? Really, don't put weird things on my face. What if you ruin my beautiful face? He looked at Doraemon angrily and yelled, rubbing his face with both hands well. Nobita hesitated for a moment and looked up at everyone and said, do you think it is possible that the Demon King has moved his heart to another place? After all, his weakness has been discovered by Lady Nenity for so many years. Thinking of this, King Dima's face became even gloomier. All the demons in the demon world felt a palpitation and couldn't help shivering. They didn't know what had happened. Ha ha ha, very good, very good. Just do it according to the records of the demon world. I will definitely not hide when the time comes, so you can rest assured. King Dima sat on the throne burning with dark blue flames and looked at Nobita and the others in the crystal ball and laughed, as if he was not afraid at all. Ha ha ha, Nobita, what nonsense are you talking about? How could the heart be transferred to other places? Wouldn't that mean that the person is dead? Sunio couldn't help but burst into laughter when he heard Nobita's words, and his tears were almost coming out. Nobita, are you crazy? Jayan held his stomach and laughed. Haha, Nobita must have been scared silly by the Demon King. Shizuka didn't laugh at Nobita. She knew that Nobita wouldn't joke around, but she also felt that Nobita's suspicion was a little far-fetched. After all, even in the magic world, no one could take out their own heart and put it somewhere else, right? Miyako didn't laugh at Nobita but comforted her. Nobita, your guess is not unreasonable, but I think it is true that the Demon King is prepared for this weakness. The idea of transferring the heart of 197 is a bit. Nobita saw that no one believed him and he didn't know how to answer. After all, he had no evidence to prove that the devil's heart had indeed been moved. He could only take it one step at a time. There were still so many adventures waiting for him. He didn't believe that he couldn't defeat a small devil. Ha ha ha, what a stupid human being, you haven't made any progress after so many years. You are too self-righteous and underestimate the ability of my King Dima. Humph. Seeing that no one believed Nobita's words, King Dima couldn't help but sneer. At this time, everyone had almost finished their discussion. Miyako clapped her hands and said, Okay, everyone has almost finished their discussion. Let's take the time to rest. At our current speed, we will be able to reach the Demon Realm Star tomorrow morning. We may face a fierce battle, so everyone should rest well. Everyone nodded and went to rest at the place arranged by Miyako. Because in the universe, there is no feeling of day and night. Perhaps it was because of the doubts in their hearts. Nobita couldn't sleep at all, so she went to the observation deck, ready to see the beauty of the universe and try to recall the vague plot. It's so beautiful. Nobita sat on the observation deck, looking at the various stars flashing by and exclaimed in admiration. It was the first time he saw the real universe. Huh, Nobita, you can't sleep either. At this moment, Shizuka's surprised voice was heard in the living room. Nobita turned around quickly and saw Shizuka standing behind her mouth slightly open as if she was very surprised. Yeah, I can't sleep, Shizuka, are you the same? Shizuka nodded, walked to Nobita and sat down, hugged her knees with her hands, put her head on them and whispered, Well, I can't sleep, I always feel weird, Nobita, you three. After saying that, Shizuka turned to look at Nobita and asked curiously. I can't sleep because of this too, Nobita murmured softly while looking at the scenery on the observation deck. He turned to look at Shizuka and said with a smile, Since this is the case, let's look at the scenery of the universe together. Yeah, Shizuka responded softly. They both lay on their knees and looked at the scenery outside the window. After an unknown amount of time, Shizuka asked softly, Nobita, what do you think our future will be like? Our future will surely be filled with adventures and surprises and of course more happiness and joy. Before they knew it, their heads slowly leaned against each other, looking at the beautiful scenery outside. The atmosphere instantly became ambiguous, and the entire observation deck seemed to have turned pink because of them. Time flies, and everyone soon arrives near the Demon Star. Looking at the Demon Star from the observation deck, everyone can't help but sigh, Is this the legendary Demon Star? It's so amazing, it's just like hell. Yes, who would have thought that there are planets with surfaces surrounded by flames, and the temperature inside is so low? Nobita couldn't help but sigh, many things in this world are really hard to explain. For example, the universe of this world does have air, and because of the air, a layer of pitch-black flames outside the Demon World Star occasionally emit waves, which is because the air is burning. Everyone, please be careful. According to the records in the Demon World history, the temperature of the flames outside the Demon World Star is extremely high, so we will enter from a crack in the Antarctic flame right above the Demon World Star. Because the temperature is too high, we must pass through the layer of flames outside the Demon World Star within 10 seconds. Miyako glanced at the introduction on the Demon World history and said to everyone with a serious face. After that, she put away the Demon World history and prepared to drive magic to rush towards the crack of the Antarctic flame. Everyone quickly grabbed the railings on the observation deck. Nobita held Shizuka tightly in his arms. He didn't want to see Shizuka get hurt, and if there was any accident, he would immediately use teleportation to take everyone away. Fortunately, because of his relationship in the magic world, Nobita's superpowers were strengthened, and he could teleport 5 people away at a time, but the distance was shortened a lot. Oh no, it looks like the magic carpet can't hold up at all. Nobita, who had been sensing the situation of the magic carpet, shouted to everyone, and at this time the temperature inside them had begun to soar. After saying that, Nobita didn't give everyone time to react. He used teleportation to gather everyone one by one, then opened the entrance to the magic carpet and flew out using teleportation, and moved quickly towards the ground, because there was still some distance from the ground and Nobita was still a little tired with 5 people. By the time they reached the ground, Nobita was already sweating profusely from exhaustion. He knelt down on the snow feeling a little exhausted. Is everyone okay? Are you okay? King Dima, who had been using fate magic to keep an eye on Nobita through the crystal ball, looked at Nobita using teleportation magic with a slight smile on his face, as if he had discovered something very interesting. I never thought that this kid could actually use the extremely rare space magic. I will then turn him into a demon and use him for my own purposes, haha. Lord King Dima, these little devils have arrived safely in our demon world. Do you need me to send someone to get rid of them? At this time, the 3-star high-level demon who had been lurking near King Dima slowly revealed his figure, bent his body and asked Dima for instructions. King Dima looked at Nobita, who was still lying on the snow and gasping for breath with great interest. He said without even looking at the 3-star devil, "Don't worry about it, just let it go. Do you think these guys can really kill me? Maybe this boy who knows space magic has some ability, but the others. Yes, I understand." Hearing Jayan's voice, Doraemon quickly shouted to the back, "Jayan, please speak softly." This blind spot star can only make others unable to see us, but they can still hear the sound. Doraemon handed a blind spot star to Miyako like he was presenting a treasure, and then gave the others to Nobita and the others. The difference in treatment was so obvious that Nobita and Shizuka couldn't help but roll their eyes. "It hurts," Sunio responded with a heavy punch from Jayan, and Jayan whispered, "Sunio, you should take this guy with you, we are about to leave." Phew, that was a close call just now. Even the brave Jayan couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and praised Nobita. "Nobita, it's really thanks to you since you know space magic, otherwise we would be dead." Seeing the crowds of demons running to check on the charred magic carpet, Sunio said with some worry, "What should we do now? There are so many demons, we have no way to defeat them, right?" Soon, everyone came to a staircase with few people. Doraemon breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It was a close call. Fortunately, we just landed, otherwise we would have fallen. The take copter just ran out of power." At this moment, a fist-sized satellite was slowly approaching the hall. King Dima glanced at the location of the spy satellite with disdain, and without any movement, he was waiting for Nobita and the others to come to 417. Shizuka looked a little worried when she heard Doraemon's words and said, "But Doraemon, if we use the take copter, wouldn't it be easier for the demons to find us in the air?" Soon, everyone used the take copter to cross the extremely cold area. Jayan's voice of praise suddenly rang out in the empty sky. "Doraemon, this face cream is really useful. When I passed over there just now, I didn't feel cold at all." As soon as King Dima finished speaking, someone suddenly responded from the dark corner, "Yes, I'll go right away. Remember to shoot him in the heart. I can use super space magic to sneak in, but I don't know where the Demon King's castle is, and if the distance is too far, I won't be able to take you guys with me," Nobita said after looking at the dark masses of demons in the distance. Using his superpowers, he could carefully avoid the demon's sight, but it would be a bit difficult for him to take too many people with him. Jayan quickly covered his mouth when he heard that. Nobita looked at the vague black building in front of him and whispered to everyone, "Look ahead, we should be close to the Demon King's palace. It's better to be careful." Hearing what the two said, Doraemon's expression became even more proud. He smiled and took out a 5-pointed star from his pocket and said proudly, "Blind Spot Star, this is a special edition for a very long time. As long as we wear this, we will enter the blind spot of others, and others will not be able to see us at all. In this way, we can use Take Copter with confidence." Everyone looked in the direction Shizuka pointed at. Miyako's face changed drastically when she saw it. "No, it's a patrolling demon, we have to hide quickly, it will be bad if we are discovered." After hearing what Nobita said, Doraemon patted his chest and said confidently, "Leave this problem to me. We will use the spy satellite we used before to follow the group of demons back. We will definitely be able to find their headquarters, then we can just use the take copter to follow behind them." New. Miyako nodded after hearing Doraemon's words and then whispered to everyone, "Everyone, prepare the silver arrows I gave you, we may have to fight the Demon King soon." Doraemon then took out a spy satellite and asked it to follow the demons back to the Demon King's palace, and then they took the blind spot star and followed behind. Moreover, the terrain of the demon world is all strange and bizarre, and he couldn't guarantee that there would be no problems every time he teleported there. There might be a collapse or something like that, which would cause trouble if it caused a noise and alerted the demons. "It seems that our guests are coming soon. You go and bring over the humans we captured before. I will let them have a good reunion before they die." Still in the dark hall, King Dima looked at the figures of Nobita and others that appeared in the crystal ball and said to the empty hall with a sneer. Every move of Nobita and others did not escape his eyes. At this time, Nobita and his companions had already arrived at the gate of the palace. This place seemed to be a landing place for demons on patrol riding dragons. There were many demons coming and going around. They would greet familiar demons from time to time. When passing this place, Nobita and his companions did not dare to breathe for fear of being discovered. Jayan heard Miyako's words and said calmly, "This is too easy, don't we have this blind spot star? Just sneak in front of the Demon King and use the silver arrow to pierce his heart." "We're fine, Nobita, are you okay?" Miyako quickly got up to check on Nobita and asked. She also knew that her prediction was wrong. If it weren't for Nobita, they would probably have been burned to ashes in the flames. Then the hall fell into silence again. King Dima looked at Nobita and the others who were rushing to the palace with Blind Spot Star and murmured, "It's almost time for me to rule the earth. I have waited for this moment for too long." "Okay, everyone, stop talking. Follow the radar's instructions and go up this staircase. That's where the Demon King is, we'd better be careful." Doraemon glanced at the radar in his hand and said to everyone, then he took the lead and stepped onto the stairs. Sunio patted his chest in relief. He thought he was dead. He was about to say something but was interrupted by the sensitive Shizuka. Something seems to be flying over there. Shizuka is right, won't we be discovered if we do this? Sunio nodded in agreement. He didn't want to do anything risky. Got it? Sunio rubbed his aching head and put on the blind spot star. Seeing this, Doraemon picked up a small radar that could see spy satellites and began to lead everyone towards the Demon King's palace. Yeah, everyone immediately ran towards the snow-capped mountains nearby. I'm saying, does this item really work? Sunio was standing on the snow, looking at the blind spot star in his hand, still a little skeptical. But when he saw that there was only one person left, he was startled and shouted quickly, Jayan, Nobita, Miyako, are you still there? When the group finally climbed to the gate, they looked at the tall yet eerie gate in front of them, which was engraved with various demonic patterns. Upon hearing this, Dr. Manue's face changed drastically and he could not help but said angrily, what on earth are you planning, you abominable guy? You will be punished, definitely. Dr. Manue, who didn't understand the situation at first, suddenly changed his expression when he heard the Demon King's words. He wanted to speak to the Demon King, but because his mouth was sealed by magic, he couldn't utter a word. Nobita, I'm a little scared too. Shizuka felt a little creepy and quickly hid behind Nobita. Because the two of them were holding hands, Shizuka was able to determine Nobita's location. Nobita, what are you doing? At this time, Nobita and the others had already arrived at the door leading to the hall. They didn't know that their every move had been seen by King Dima, and they thought they had not been discovered, including Nobita. Everyone passed through the passage carefully and quickly, and finally arrived at the hall where the Demon King was. Looking at the Demon King sitting there motionless, Jayan and Sunio couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Miyako also saw Dr. Manue, who was being held down by the three-star demon. Nobita felt something was wrong and he suddenly reacted and shouted, oh no, this is a trap, everyone run. After saying that, he waved at Dr. Manue. Dr. Manue, who was still roaring, suddenly became silent as if his mouth was blocked by someone and he couldn't speak. When Dr. Manue heard what King Dima said, he shouted even more angrily, King Dima, what on earth are you trying to do? Don't you know that the Earth is protected by the moon? You suddenly controlled the demon world star to approach the Earth. Aren't you afraid that we will all perish together? Nobita almost fainted after hearing what they said. Why should he care about these things at this time? He quickly protected Shizuka behind him and said, Doraemon, this is not the problem of your props. After saying that, King Dima used the crystal ball in his hand that cast the magic of fate to shine in the direction of Nobita and the others. Originally, there was only Doraemon in the flames, but suddenly Nobita and the others appeared. It seemed that Doraemon's props had no effect on the crystal ball in King Dima's hand or King Dima's magic of fate. Humph, of course I know. This is all Naniti's fault. But you don't have to worry about me, I will find a solution soon. By then the Earth will be mine, ha 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 ha. Devil, you damn guy, what do you want to do? If you have anything to say, come to me, don't hurt these children. Doraemon was also panicking. He took off the blind spot star on his chest and checked it. Impossible, there is nothing wrong with my props, what's going on, huh? At the same time, above Nobita and the others' heads, King Dima was watching with interest as Nobita and the others walked up the stairs and towards his palace. He could not wait any longer, as he really liked to see humans frightened and terrified. Miyako said directly, let's go in, everyone prepare the silver arrows, remember to attack the devil's heart. King Dima ignored Dr. Manue's roar and looked at the door of the hall with bloodshot eyes and said with a smile, a guest will be here soon, so just shut up. I'm afraid we were being watched from the beginning. Nobita looked at the darkness ahead, which gave him a bad feeling. There was always a voice in his heart telling him not to go in, not to go in, but now that they had come this far, there was no way they could go back. Manue, don't get excited. I invited you here to show you a very interesting performance. You will definitely be interested. King Dima supported his chin with one hand and kept hitting the edge of the chair with the other hand. Dr. Manue understood what was going on the moment he saw Doraemon. He became even more anxious, but when he wanted to speak, he couldn't even make a sound. The Demon King glanced at Dr. Manue and waved his hand gently, and Dr. Manue's voice immediately resounded throughout the hall. Jayan shouted anxiously, Doraemon, is there something wrong with your props? Why were we discovered? Suddenly, an angry voice rang out in the hall, breaking the tranquility of the quiet hall. Dr. Manue, who was being held down by the three-star demon, shouted at King Dima, who was sitting high on the throne, King Dima, what on earth do you want to do? This, what's going on? Sunio said with a trembling voice when he saw himself surrounded by dark blue flames. Although he was surrounded by flames, he felt abnormally cold and his clothes seemed to be soaked with sweat. This demon king really knows how to enjoy himself. He even made the gate of the palace so exaggerated. Jayan looked at the gate in front of him and clicked his tongue, then he pushed the gate open. Ha ha ha. The demon king laughed out loud upon hearing Nobita's words. You are indeed very smart and you are worthy of being someone I lead to admire. How about joining our demon star? You are no match for me at all. If you become a demon, I can consider letting you go. Sunio said with a trembling voice. As expected of the demon king's residence, it's so spooky, scarier than a haunted house. Jayan and Sunio were about to complain when they heard Nobita's voice, and Nobita was about to pull Shizuka to use teleportation to escape. But before they could act, they were surrounded by the sudden dark blue flames, and the demon king sitting on the throne finally moved. He stood up from the throne and said with a smile, Welcome, I have been waiting for you for a long time, creaky. Because the door was so huge, the sound of it opening was quite loud. The originally empty hall kept echoing with the sound, causing Miyako and the others to change their expressions. They quickly hid in the corner to observe the situation. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. After a long while, after making sure there was no danger, several people continued to move forward and walked carefully into the hall. It turned out that there was a passage behind the door with dark blue flames on both sides. From time to time, a cold wind blew, making several people shiver. This is also what puzzles Dr. Man Yue the most. After all, with the existence of the moon, demons may be able to sneak into the earth in small groups, but manipulating the demon world star to get close to the moon, isn't that seeking death? It will definitely cause a rebound of the magic restrictions on the moon, resulting in unpredictable consequences. HMPH, if you go against me, you must be prepared to be punished. King Dima looked at Dr. Manu coldly, then stared at Nobita and the others who were surrounded by dark blue flames with bloodshot eyes and said, What do you think? As long as you agree, I will let them go. Nobita looked at King Dima with flickering eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. King Dima seemed to be getting a little impatient and laughed and said to Nobita and the others, Ha ha ha, it seems you haven't figured out the situation yet. In this case, I will let you see what real power is. Ha ha ha. Miyako, be careful. Dr. Man Yue looked at King Dima, who suddenly split into two while laughing, and hurriedly shouted to his daughter, This guy is so scary. Sunio looked at King Dima, who was constantly twisting due to the split, and showed a frightened expression. After all, this was the Demon King, and they had no chance of winning if they faced him directly. Jayan looked nervously at King Dima in front of him and said to Nobita and Miyako, Nobita, Miyako, what should we do now? Ha ha ha. Are you still making a desperate struggle? King Dima laughed when he heard what they said, and then the dark blue flames surrounding Nobita and the others suddenly rose. And then there were more than a dozen King Dimas surrounding Nobita and the others, and flames kept burning under his feet. Why are there suddenly so many Dima kings? What should we do now? Miyako took a step back and shouted to everyone, Everyone, they are all illusions and only one is real. Shoot him with the silver arrows in your hands. After that, Miyako threw a silver arrow at King Dima, but the silver arrow went straight through and fell to the ground. Damn it, this isn't true. Watch me. Afterwards, Jayan, Sunio, Shizuka, and Doraemon all chose an illusion of King Dima and threw silver arrows at it, but the silver arrows went straight through and fell to the ground. Hateful. What should I do now? Nobita smiled at King Dima and said to Doraemon, Doraemon, do you remember the thing that can turn us into werewolves? Take it out quickly. Werewolf. Nobita, are you scared? You're still thinking about playing at this time. When King Dima heard Nobita's words, more than a dozen King Dima couldn't help but look at Nobita. To be honest, among the 6 of them, King Dima was most worried about Nobita, because this human had given him too many surprises, so he had to be careful. It's useless, I'm invincible, you can't beat me at all, you'd better surrender quickly. Doraemon initially thought that Nobita was frightened and talking nonsense, but he quickly reacted and began to search in his pockets. Where? Nobita looked at Doraemon, who was looking for props, and showed a look of relief. He was afraid that Doraemon would not understand what he meant, and it would be troublesome. Now, as long as King Dima did not find anything unusual, they still had a chance of winning. Seeing his daughter in danger, Dr. Man Yue anxiously shouted to King Dima, King Dima, if you have the guts, come at me. Bullying a few kids is nothing, you rubbish. HMPH, so noisy. King Dima turned his head and looked at Dr. Man Yue coldly, then he waved his hand and Dr. Man Yue turned into stone, the expression on his face still showing the cursing look. Dad, Miyako exclaimed as she looked at Dr. Mansuki, who had been turned into stone. Found it, the moonlight lamp. At this moment, Doraemon finally found the prop that Nobita reminded him of. He did not explain, and before King Dima could react, he directly turned on the moonlight lamp and swept it towards all his distractions. Ah, what is this ghost thing? The clone of King Dima, illuminated by the moonlight, began to distort and then broke like a mirror, and King Dima also cried out in surprise. This is. After more than 10 seconds, the flames surrounding Nobita and the others went out, and the real King Dima appeared in front of everyone. He was using his black cloak to cover his face to avoid being illuminated by the moonlight. Seeing this, Miyako shouted, "Everyone, shoot his heart with a silver arrow now." As Miyako finished speaking, everyone took out the only remaining silver arrow in their hands and shot it at King Dima's heart. Looking at the silver arrow flying towards King Dima, everyone's expressions became serious and they shouted in their hearts, "You must hit it." It worked, we won. Seeing King Dima screaming in pain, Jayan and Sunio held hands and danced happily. Miyako also smiled happily. Shizuka still stood behind Nobita, but she also smiled happily, only Nobita's eyes were still serious. Things were definitely not that simple. Sure enough, just as everyone was cheering, the devil, who was still screaming in pain, suddenly shook his cloak, and the silver arrows on his body fell directly to the ground. He was not hurt at all. What's going on? How come he's okay? Haha, stupid humans, do you really think you can kill me like this? I am invincible, hahaha. King Dima showed his blood-red eyes and looked at Nobita and the others with contempt and laughed, seeming to be very happy. This. What on earth is going on? Yes, didn't we shoot him with a silver arrow? How come he is not hurt at all? Could it be that there is something wrong with the records of the demon world's history? Miyako shook her head solemnly. She said with a hint of sadness in her voice, "It is very likely that Nobita's guess is correct. He has transferred his heart to another place." What? King Dima looked at Nobita and the others and said viciously, "Since you don't surrender, we will have no choice but to send you to see Manue. You are a group of people who don't know your own limitations." Nobita's face immediately changed when he heard this, and he shouted to everyone, "Everyone get out of the way." Then Nobita used teleportation to move everyone to another part of the palace. Before everyone could react, they saw a beam of light hitting the place where they were before. The floor was scorched and black smoke was rising. "What should we do?" Sunio screamed. He was really scared now. Even the silver arrows from the demon world couldn't do anything to King Dima. He really didn't know what to do. Miyako looked nervous and took out her necklace, which turned into a sword, and shouted to Nobita and the others, "I will hold him back. You guys run away quickly, find a way to find the devil's heart, and then destroy him." After saying that, Miyako picked up the sword and rushed towards the Demon King, who was very huge for her now. "Miyako, be careful." Looking at Miyako, who was rushing towards King Dima, Doraemon shouted hurriedly. King Dima looked at the cat Miyako, who was rushing towards him with almost disdain and didn't even try to dodge. Miyako's sword directly hit King Dima's head, but it had no effect at all. King Dima used his hand to send the sword flying. Seeing this, Doraemon rushed over to catch it, and Nobita also quickly used teleportation to catch the flying sword. Then he held the sword and chopped at the stone spike on the hall. The originally dim hall was suddenly covered with dust. Nobita saw this and quickly used teleportation to gather the 5 people. Then he held the sword and chopped at the wall that he had seen through the perspective. Let's go. After saying that, Nobita used teleportation to lead everyone out of the Demon King's castle and came to the right valley outside, which was made up of various strange shapes. What a cunning human! Catch them immediately. King Dima waved his hand to disperse the smoke and dust in the palace, then said gloomily while looking at the wall broken by Nobita. The 3-star demon knelt down tremblingly in response and then quickly disappeared in the palace. Huff, huff. In a secluded corner of the stone valley, Nobita sat on the ground gasping for breath. His hair was wet with sweat. He had used his superpowers too many times today and was seriously overdrawn. Then let's split up. Then the 6 of them took Blind Spot Star and quickly ran towards the forest. Shizuka followed Nobita. She was worried about Nobita, and Nobita was also worried about Shizuka. Shizuka, who had been keeping an eye on Nobita, quickly reached out to support Nobita and then said to everyone, "No matter what, we should escape first. If we are caught, it will be the end of us." Wow. Miyako, in order to let me leave safely, she led the devil away herself. 7. Sunio said with some fear at this time, "But what's the point of finding the devil's heart? We have used up all our silver arrows. There is no way to deal with him. As expected of Nobita, I was right about you." Jayan patted Nobita's shoulder happily and praised her, but Nobita, who was a little weak, almost vomited after being patted by Jayan. His head is still dizzy because of using his superpowers to transition. Nobita shook her head and said to Shizuka and the others, I'm fine. Let's figure out how to find King Dima's heart, otherwise we won't be able to defeat him. But where would he hide his heart? Jayan said angrily. What should we do? We don't even know where they ran to. Shizuka, who was following Nobita, exclaimed when he heard this. If this was true, they really couldn't escape. Before Doraemon could speak, Miyako added, the reason why the Demon King can see us is because he used the magic of fate. Others don't have this ability, so don't worry. Shizuka, let's continue to go to the forest and find Doraemon first. They are talking. But isn't the blind spot star ineffective? Aren't we just waiting to be caught if we run out like this? Sunio asked worriedly after hearing Doraemon's words. 0-0. Not far ahead of Nobita and the others, Miyako and Doraemon frowned as they watched the demons flying overhead. They were surrounded as soon as they ran here, and it seemed as if those guys knew where they were. Hearing this, Nobita immediately used his clairvoyance to look in the direction of Jayan's voice. He saw that the dragons ridden by the demons were actually smelling their breath, and his face suddenly changed. He quickly said to Shizuka, Shizuka, the dragons ridden by those guys can smell our scent. We can't go this way. We have to find Doraemon and the others quickly and find another way to escape. Nobita, Miyako, woo-woo. Doraemon sat on the ground and cried when she heard Nobita's voice. Because they didn't take off the blind spot star, they couldn't see each other. But Doraemon wanted to say something when he heard it but was pushed back by Miyako. Then Doraemon saw Miyako appear in front of the demons and rushed towards them with a sword in her hand. Nobita. Shizuka's voice had just fallen when Sunio's cry of pain came from the right. It seemed that he was also caught. How did they see me? Not long after everyone ran away, Jayan's cry of pain was suddenly heard from the left front. It seemed that he had been caught by the pursuing demon. Doraemon walked back about 100 meters and finally heard Nobita and the others respond. Doraemon, we are here, are you okay? Have you seen Miyako? Hearing this, Miyako and the others showed disappointed expressions. After all, without the silver arrows, it would be useless for them to find the Demon King's heart. Nobita looked at everyone and forced a smile and said, Don't worry, my silver arrows are still there. I'm just worried that the Demon King will play tricks, so none of my silver arrows are useful. Nobita couldn't help but clench his fists when he saw the two being caught. He didn't know what to do now. If there was no other way, he could only find Doraemon first and then use the Demo door to return to Earth. At least there weren't so many demons there and they had time to discuss countermeasures. Miyako. Doraemon shed tears as he watched Miyako fighting with the demons. Compared with the demon riding the dragon, the cat-like Miyako was really too small. But Doraemon couldn't help Miyako. He could only wipe his tears and run in the direction he came from. Shizuka quickly took out a towel to wipe the sweat off Nobita's forehead and said worriedly, Nobita, are you okay? Really? Miyako asked Nobita excitedly. After Miyako transformed the necklace into a sword, she whispered to Doraemon, Doraemon, I'll lead them away later. You find Nobita and Shizuka, then find the Demon King's heart and X. What should we do, Miyako? Doraemon looked at the dozens of demons around him and suddenly didn't know what to do. But if we go together, we will be too conspicuous. Let's use the blind spot stars to escape separately and we will meet up in the forest ahead. Doraemon looked at the weak Nobita and said after thinking for a while. There was no way to rely on Nobita's superpowers now. Because the demons were attracted by Miyako, there were almost no demons in the direction of the castle. Doraemon could only walk and whisper, Nobita, Shizuka, where are you? Nobita heard Doraemon crying and asked quickly, Doraemon, don't cry first, what happened to Miyako? That's right, let's escape first and then find a way to find the devil's heart. Miyako nodded. She looked in the direction of the devil's castle. A large number of demons came out in droves and were flying towards this side. What? Nobita frowned when he heard Doraemon's words, but he believed that Miyako and the others would be fine. What they had to do now was to find the devil's heart as soon as possible and then destroy him. Seeing the narrow exit, Nobita quickly used teleportation to take Doraemon and Shizuka out. Then he immediately took Shizuka out of the room and teleported back to reunite with Doraemon. After doing all this, Medusa came out of the time tunnel. Seeing this, Doraemon and Nobita quickly ran downstairs. Doraemon, take out the Demo door first and wheel. Nobita stopped talking before he could finish his words, because he saw the demon who had pretended to be Miyako flying towards them, and it was obvious that he had discovered them. Nobita saw this and quickly shouted to Doraemon, Doraemon, quickly take out the items that can help you escape, the devil has discovered us. Nobita, there seems to be something following us. At this moment, Shizuka turned around and saw Medusa chasing after them, and quickly said to Nobita and the others. Jayan looked at the demon angrily and said, Didn't we tell you that the demon world is with Doraemon, not with us at all? Why don't you believe it? Hearing this, Medusa quickly followed in. At this time, Nobita, Shizuka, and Doraemon were already operating the time machine, preparing to go back to the time before they used the telephone booth to tell their past selves the bad news so that they could prepare in advance. Nobita went back to the past, but he didn't run far before he was caught up by Medusa. He used Fireball on Medusa in the open space, but Medusa dodged it easily. After all, Nobita's attack magic was not very proficient, and Medusa was an experienced demon. Nobita was no match for her. While dodging Nobita's attack, she had thrown a magic spell at him before. Otherwise, I'll have to cook her into a dish and eat her. Doraemon, quickly take out the take copter. Nobita shouted to Doraemon as she looked at Medusa chasing after her. Doraemon nodded and quickly took out the take copter from his pocket and handed it to Nobita. I want Dakodemodor, how can I give it to 020? Oh, by the way. Don't think of Shizuka as an ordinary girl, she is very powerful. Dr. Manue sighed and said, we can only pray for them now. Unfortunately, we can't use any magic now, so it's impossible for them to escape. On the other side, in the prison of the Demon King's castle, Jayan and the others were imprisoned here. I don't know what happened to Nobita and the others. Did they escape? You better hand over the demon world history as soon as possible, or I will kill her. In the Demon King's castle, Miyako was tied to a stone slab by the devil, and Jayan and the others were tied up in the corner. Nobita and the others will be fine, Miyako muttered to herself as she looked up at the prison. The Demon King had removed the magic and restored her to her human form. I see. Thinking of this, Nobita quickly said to Shizuka, Shizuka, Doraemon and I will lead that guy away later, and you use the time machine to go to the 22nd century to ask Dorami for help. Yeah, Shizuka nodded seriously. The smart girl remembered the stone statue she saw in the open space with Nobita before. She understood what was going on, so she didn't say anything more and just nodded seriously. Nobita was ready to flee upon seeing this, but his teleportation had just taken Doraemon and the others out, so he could no longer be used. He was too late to dodge and was turned into a stone statue by Medusa. The two of them put on their copters and prepared to flee, but they forgot that the take copter had run out of power. Doraemon's copter still had some power left and flew up, but Nobita's copter was no longer able to do so. Nobita had no choice but to run outside the house. He shouted to Doraemon, Doraemon, let's split up and buy time for Shizuka. Doraemon couldn't dodge in time and shouted, why am I so? Medusa looked at her masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction, then prepared to return to the demon world. Nobita finally understood what was going on. The one who suddenly appeared in the open space and Doraemon who appeared at home were both transformed by Medusa who was chasing him. But why didn't he see the statue of Shizuka? Little devil, you can't escape, just surrender, haha. Medusa laughed and shouted at Nobita who was about to catch up with her, but unfortunately no one paid any attention to her. At this moment, the three-star demon suddenly appeared in front of Jayan and the others and said coldly, the two guys you mentioned have been turned into stone by Medusa. You should quickly explain the contents of the first volume of the Demonic World Journey. I believe you must have read it. Take out Nobita's desk. Doraemon was stunned when he looked at the briefcase in his hand, then seemed to think of something, took out Nobita's desk from the briefcase, and then called Nobita and the others to go in. Before she could finish her words, Doraemon was turned into stone and fell down. Medusa turned around and chased Nobita. Shizuka, who was hiding at the door wearing an invisible cloak, saw Medusa walking away and ran back to Nobita's room. She took a look at Doraemon who had been turned into a stone statue, and a trace of determination flashed in her eyes, and she jumped into the time machine. Little devil, you can't escape. Medusa looked at the desk that suddenly appeared here with some confusion. She did not sense the presence of Nobita and the others. Just as she was wondering, King Dima's vicious voice rang in her ears. Idiot, they got into that drawer. What? The exit is in front. Shizuka, take this invisibility cloak. When you go out, find a place to hide. I'll leave everything to you. Doraemon quickly took out the invisibility cloak from his pocket and handed it to Shizuka. Doraemon stood up immediately after hearing this and started searching in his pockets looking for his purse. I'm going out. Okay, Doraemon nodded and turned to fly above the house. He was about to run to the other side. Medusa looked at the two people who separated and chased Doraemon without hesitation. Doraemon just ran to the roof above Nobita's room and the take copter ran out of power. He was about to fall down. Seeing this, Medusa threw a magic spell at him. After saying that, everyone couldn't help but look up. They were locked in a prison that was more than 10 meters deep. They couldn't use magic and could only watch. Good, what? The three-star devil's face changed drastically when he heard that. He quickly dropped the knife in his hand and left the prison. If he didn't solve this matter quickly, King Dima would definitely not let him off easily. When King Dima figured out that Nobita and the others had discovered and were heading for his heart, he knew that things were going to be bad. He didn't have enough time to deal with that useless Medusa. As long as he resolved the 10 crisis in his heart, it wouldn't be too late to deal with Medusa. Quick, attack me. After Medusa left, Dorami and Shizuka came from the 22nd century, and on the night of the heavy rain, they used the bag to take him and Doraemon out of Doraemon's pocket, and then restored them to their original state with the time towel. At the same time, a few hundred kilometers away from the moon, King Dima hid on the back of an asteroid and looked towards the moon with a disgusted expression. He looked at Medusa beside him and said coldly, "Medusa, go to the moon and look for it and see if you can find the magic forbidden on the moon." "Damn it, Medusa, didn't you say you turned them all into stone statues?" King Dima angrily crushed the crystal ball in his hand and roared at Medusa. Before Medusa could explain, King Dima disappeared. He had to stop Nobita and the others, otherwise everything would be over. When Doraemon saw Miyako tied up and restored to her original state, he was stunned. His sweetheart was gone. "Doraemon, weren't you turned into a stone statue by Medusa? Did you deceive her with the replica doll again?" Jayan patted his hands, which were numb from being tied up with ropes, and asked Doraemon curiously. "They have already gone to the devil's heart. Let's escape quickly, otherwise we will be doomed if we are caught." Doraemon said and called on everyone to pass through the penetrating circle and leave the prison. Outside, the demons were in chaos because of the attack of the giant raccoon cat. Because there is no content from the previous volume of the Demon World history, King Dima has already made plans to confront the moon head-on, but in that case his losses will be very great, and it will take hundreds of years to recover. He plans to let Medusa go to the center of the moon's restriction to see if there are any flaws. If Medusa can be sacrificed alone to destroy the moon, it would be perfect. At this moment, the Demon King's roar rang out from behind Nobita and the others. "Damn human, what do you want to do? I must kill you and burn you to ashes." Doraemon looked at Jayan with a disappointed look on his face and replied in a somewhat disappointed voice, "Of course not. Nobita and I used the time machine to go back to the past, and then the two of us lured Medusa away and asked Shizuka to go to the 22nd century to ask my sister Dorami for help. You must not tell him. If they find out, the Earth will really be doomed." Miyako shouted to Jayan and others when she heard the words of the 3-star devil. Compared with the safety of the Earth, her situation was nothing. "Nobita, is that red planet really the Demon King's heart?" On the other side, the outer layer of the demon world, Shizuka and Xing were riding on the flying belt Dorami and flying towards the Demon King's heart. "You talk too much nonsense." As soon as the two finished talking, a circle appeared on the wall next to them and Doraemon's blue head popped out from it, shouting, "Miyako, are you okay? I'm here to save you." 1. Dorami, Shizuka, after I throw the silver arrow, you two should use the magnifying lamp to magnify it. Otherwise, I'm afraid the silver arrow won't be effective enough, and it will be troublesome if we can't kill the Demon King. Looking at the red planet getting closer and closer, Nobita said to Shizuka, who was riding a flying broom next to her, "Damn human beings. Shizuka, let's speed up." Yingxing said to Shizuka beside him with a smile as he looked at King Dima, who was trying hard to catch up. This is fate. He can only use the magic item that allows him to fly to try to catch up with Nobita and the others, but it seems like it's too late. Well, I guess the Demon King is very proud of himself. No one would have thought that he would hide his heart outside the Demon World planet, Nobita nodded and said with a smile. At this time they were not far from the red planet. Nobita looked at King Dima, who was still some distance behind them, turned around with a wicked smile, made a face and said, "Lu, let's talk about it when you catch up with us, but before that you are finished, ha 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 ha." Hearing Nobita's words, Dorami held Shizuka's waist with one hand and took out 2 magnifying lights from his pocket with the other hand. He was ready and just waiting to reach the red planet. Jayan and Sunio looked at the 3-star devil who left and said happily, "It must be Nobita and the others. They came back to save us. I knew that guy was reliable." Just as the 3-star demon was about to operate on Miyako, a loud bang suddenly came from outside, interrupting his action. Before he could ask any questions, a low-level demon ran in and reported, "Sir, a huge blue raccoon cat is attacking us." King Dima looked at Nobita and others who were getting closer and closer to his heart and roared unwillingly. At this moment, his expression had become distorted, and he no longer had the majestic look of the Demon King before. No. King Dima was furious when he saw Nobita turning back and making faces at him. Although he was very powerful, he just didn't know space magic. After all, this magic was too rare. That's why he wanted to recruit Nobita. The reason why he was able to get here so quickly was because he used a teleportation scroll that he had spent a lot of effort to make. But there was only one, and it was stuck not far from Nobita and the others. Before King Dima could finish his words, he felt a very bad feeling surge through his body. He quickly took out his crystal ball and started to calculate. As a result, he saw Nobita and others riding brooms towards his heart. Then where did Nobita and Shizuka go? Sunio asked with some confusion. The three-star devil roared in frustration as he looked at the castle destroyed by the blue civet cat. Fortunately, King Dima took Medusa to the moon to check the situation, otherwise he would have to wait for death. However, he had to get rid of these guys before King Dima came back. During the time when he turned into a stone statue, Nobita still had some thoughts. After trying hard to recall, he guessed that the Demon King's heart was most likely the red planet outside the demon world. Then they split into two groups. Doraemon went to rescue Miyako and the others, while Nobita followed Shizuka and Dorami to destroy the Demon King's heart. Wait. No, I surrender. Can you stop? I swear I will never invade the earth again, I promise. King Dima shouted at Nobita and the others in front of him. His voice had become much weaker. You surrender. Nobita looked back at King Dima with a hint of teasing in his eyes. King Dima nodded immediately after hearing Nobita's words and said sincerely, Yes, I surrender. As long as you stop, I will surrender immediately and take the Demon Realm star away from the earth and never come back. Really? Nobita pretended to think, but he had no intention of stopping. The magic broom he was riding was still approaching the red planet. King Dima thought that his words had moved Nobita. Really, I swear, everything I said is true. Lou, I was just kidding. If I believed what the devil said, I would be a fool. Just as King Dima continued to explain, Nobita made a face at him again, and then threw the two silver arrows in her hand directly at the red planet that was already very far away from them. Seeing the silver arrow thrown by Nobita, Shizuka and Dorami, who were already prepared, quickly used the magnifying light to shine it. The silver arrow grew bigger and bigger in the devil's frustrated eyes, and finally pierced directly into the red planet amid his unwilling roar. The red planet attacked by the silver arrow quickly turned gray and began to gradually collapse and shatter, turning into countless small meteorites flying towards the Demon Realm star. In the process, King Dima also slowly burned up until he turned into ashes. Meanwhile, on the demon world, Doraemon and his friends had already escaped from the castle and were about to join Nobita and her friends. Suddenly, Dr. Manue looked at the countless fireballs that began to appear in the sky above and shouted, "Oh no, those are meteorites. If we get hit, we're doomed. Everyone find a place to hide quickly." Doraemon immediately started searching in his pockets, and in front of Miyako and Jayan's surprised eyes, he took out the magic carpet that had turned into a pile of scorched earth. Then he took out the Dakodemo door and said to everyone, "Everyone, get on the magic carpet. We will use the Dakodemo door to leave here." This was obviously not the time to talk nonsense. Miyako directly controlled the magic carpet to float off the ground. Jayan and others immediately sat on it, and then Doraemon opened the Dakodemo door. After Doraemon boarded the magic carpet, Miyako quickly controlled the magic carpet to pass through the Dakodemo door and came to the outside of the demon world where she met Nobita and others. As soon as Doraemon and the others left, countless meteorites fell from the sky. Even the powerful demons could not resist and were directly hit by the meteorites and turned into ashes. Wow, it's so beautiful. Jayan and Sunio sat on the magic carpet, looking at the halo emitted by the demon star due to the continuous explosion caused by the meteorite impact, and exclaimed in admiration, "This is a true god's perspective, and it is extremely clear, Dr. Manue also said with a smile, "The scene of a group of meteorites attacking a planet is not common. It is really beautiful. It is even more beautiful when it hits the demon world planet, hahaha." Nobita and Shizuka smiled at each other and then enjoyed the romantic fireworks show together. Jayan touched his stomach and muttered, "This is indeed more exciting than a blockbuster movie. It would be even better if we could have some snacks." "Jayan, you only know how to eat. What did you say? Believe it or not, I will beat you up." Miyako. Just when everyone was extremely happy, a weak voice suddenly sounded behind them. Everyone turned their heads and saw that Medusa's figure began to flicker continuously. Sometimes she was the devil Medusa, and sometimes she was a gentle woman in a white magic robe. "Mom." Miyako looked at Medusa behind her and rushed over shouting, but unfortunately Miyako's mother became a little invisible like a feather and fell into Miyako's arms when she flew over. T12. Miyako's mother weakly reached out her hand and touched Miyako's cheek and said with a faint smile, "Miyako, you have grown up. It's great to see you grow up. Mom is sorry for you. I hope you can forgive Mom." "Mom, I know it's not your fault, I know. I haven't blamed you, really." Miyako choked with tears in her eyes as she looked at C, who was lying in her arms and might disappear at any time. After that, Miyako's mother looked at Dr. Manue and murmured, "Manue, I'm really sorry for causing you trouble. I hope you don't blame me." "Minako, please don't say that. I know you were forced to do so and the Demon King has been destroyed and if it weren't for you, Miyako might have." Dr. Manue's eyes suddenly became moist when he heard this. He knelt beside Miyako and looked at Miyako's mother and comforted her. "Manue, I hope you don't blame me. And Miyako, you've grown up so big without me noticing. Mom is really happy. I'm really happy to see the day when Miyako grows up. Miyako, you must promise Mom that you will be happy every day, only then can Mom feel happy." Miyako's mother used all her strength to reach out and touch Miyako's head, her eyes full of tenderness. Her biggest wish is to see her daughter once more, to see what she looks like when she grows up. This is also her last wish. After saying the last sentence, Miyako's mother's hand slowly fell down, and the last bit of starlight dissipated in the universe. "No, Mom." 11 Nobita, who had been watching this scene, couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. This is the greatness of maternal love. Looking at the disappearance of Miyako's mother, he seemed unable to do anything. Even Doraemon couldn't do it, right? Resurrect the dissipated soul. Perhaps the only way is to use a time machine to let Miyako go back to see her mother again. This is the last way Nobita and the others can help her. Miyako picked up the necklace her mother was wearing and wiped away her tears. Her mother didn't want to see her like this. This was her mother's last wish. At this time, the explosion on the demon star was almost over. Miyako held the two necklaces around her neck with one hand and looked at the broken demon star and said to everyone, "Everyone, let's go back." As soon as the words fell, the necklace on Miyako's neck suddenly emitted a beam of light that shot directly towards the demon star. The originally dim and broken demon star was instantly lit up and turned into gold. A 5-pointed star magic circle suddenly appeared. "What is this?" Dr. Manue couldn't help but exclaimed as he looked at the pentagram magic circle that suddenly appeared. "Dejaos, why did the demon world star turn golden?" Nobita asked in confusion. He remembered that there seemed to be no such part in the plot. "What's going on? Why did the demon star turn golden?" Jayan looked at the demon star that suddenly turned golden and asked curiously. "It's Mom, I feel my mom's breath." At this moment, Miyako suddenly spoke. As soon as she finished speaking, the demon star turned into gold and flew quickly towards the earth, merging with the moon. "What's going on?" Shizuka asked curiously as she looked at the moon, which shone even brighter after merging together. Dr. Manue looked at the bright moon and guessed. Maybe Miyako's mother wanted to keep watching Miyako on the moon, or maybe Naniti had arranged this long ago. Miyako tightly grasped the two necklaces around her neck and murmured, "Mom, don't worry, I will live happily, just watch me carefully. Everyone, let's go back. Looks like I'll have to be busy for a while. This is a big project." The group rode Miyako's magic carpet back to Earth, and Dr. Manzuki sighed as he looked at his house that had become a ruin. "Dad, let's work hard together. This is our home full of memories." Miyako smiled as she looked at the ruins in front of her. The image of the house before appeared in her mind. "That's right," Jayan said with great vigor. "Then we will come and help as well. We will be able to restore this place to its original state soon." "Haha, Doraemon's tools are really powerful. He is a very good magician." Miyako praised Nobita generously after hearing her words. "After all, Doraemon is really powerful, but it's a pity that these are not props made of magic." Doraemon was a little confused after hearing Nobita's words. He took out the time wrap from his pocket and said, "Nobita, are you talking about the time wrap? But it's too small, there's no way to cover the whole house. Am I really cute when I turn into a cat?" Miyako couldn't help but ask curiously after hearing Nobita's words. She never understood why Doraemon was still attracted to her when she turned into a cat even though he knew she was a human. Was she really that charming? Jayan and Sunio also reacted after hearing Nobita's words. They were so busy playing with the restoration ray that they completely forgot about this matter. Now that Nobita said this, wouldn't they be very stubborn? "Yeah." Shizuka nodded, picked up the phone and started talking. Miyako was silent for a while and Shizuka stopped fiddling with the flowers. Miyako touched her hair and smiled at Shizuka and said, "I cut my hair off to stop myself from thinking about my mother, but now I have decided to keep my hair long just like my mother." Hearing Shizuka's words, Miyako Abaj stopped looking at the sky, but gently brushed the hair beside her ears and murmured to herself, "Shizuka, you saw it too, right? My mother has beautiful wine-red long hair. In fact, I have always liked my mother's long hair when I was a child. In fact, I also had long hair when I was a child. But hearing Jayan's words, Nobita's eyes lit up and he looked at Doraemon and asked, Doraemon, don't you have a tool that can restore things to their original state? Take it out and lend it to Miyako and the others. Of course, Miyako, you are already very beautiful, so the cat you turn into will definitely be a beautiful cat. Miyako happily touched the wreath on her head and seemed to like it very much. The two girls laughed happily. At this time, a breeze blew by, taking away their laughter as if it was taken to a very far place. Oh yes, I forgot there is such a thing as 677 recovery ray. I'm so sorry. Doraemon heard what his sister said and patted his big blue head, suddenly realizing that he had really forgotten there was such a thing as recovery ray. That's great. In that case, I'll give this to you. I look forward to seeing the day when you have long hair, Miyako. Shizuka smiled when she heard Miyako's words and put the wreath she had made on her hand on Miyako's head. Shizuka looked at Nobita in confusion and asked curiously, Nobita, what's wrong with you? Don't you want to go back? P.S. I could have written a few more chapters, but after thinking about it, I decided not to. There's no point in wasting words, so let's just get straight into the daily life. Of course, now Miyako's house is exactly the same as before. You don't know that when Dr. Manue saw it just now, he was so surprised that he couldn't speak. Dorami, who was standing by, rolled his eyes when he heard what his brother said. Brother, have you forgotten about the recovery ray? There must be no problem with that. Oh no. Nobita sat up quickly after hearing Jayan as if she had thought of something bad. In Nobita's room, Jayan and Sunio have already gone back, and Shizuka is staying here. Shizuka doesn't know what to do as she hasn't been home for a few days. Fortunately, Dorami has a good idea, which is to use the telephone booth to return to its original world, and everything should be fine. Doraemon nodded and waved her hands. Shizuka, don't worry, there will be no problem. Amidst laughter, everyone began to use Doraemon and Dorami's props to help Dr. Mangetsu repair the ruined house. Shizuka brought Miyako to a meadow not far from the church. Various beautiful flowers were blooming on the meadow. Two beautiful girls sat on the meadow, adding a bit of elegance to the place. Oh no, Sunio couldn't help but smile at this and said, it seems that the sister is better than the brother. Doraemon is just too confused sometimes. Nobita shook his head immediately after hearing this. This was a life-threatening question. He quickly explained to Shizuka, Shizuka, have you forgotten that we have been out for 3 days? Mom must be very angry. We are in trouble. Shizuka's smiling face froze when she heard that. She quickly stood up and pulled Nobita to run. Nobita, let's go back quickly. I haven't been home for so long, my mother must be mad at me. This is terrible. Just when the three of them were chatting happily, Jayan and Sunio ran over and shouted, Nobita, Shizuka, it's getting late, we have to go back, otherwise we will be scolded. Remember, Shizuka picked a few flowers and seemed to be preparing to make something. When she saw Miyako staring blankly at the faintly visible golden moon in the sky, she tried to change the subject so that Miyako would not think about the sad things. Miyako, why don't you grow your hair long? You would be more beautiful with long hair, right? After that, the four of them hurriedly ran to find Doraemon, ready to use the Dako Demo door to go home and prepare for their mother's storm, hoping that it wouldn't be too bad. Shizuka smiled even brighter when she saw Nobita coming over and said, Nobita, are you done? Shizuka, Miyako, you are here. Just then, Nobita came over and looked at the two beautiful girls sitting on the grass. It was so pleasing to the eye that people were reluctant to interrupt such a scene, but he had to interrupt. If you were still a cat, Doraemon would jump for joy when hearing this. No, I just didn't remember it for a moment, Doraemon said in defense with a red face after hearing Sunio's words, but it was useless and instead made everyone present laugh. Is everything really okay, Doraemon? Shizuka opened the door of the phone booth with trepidation and looked back at Doraemon with some concern and asked. Shizuka was a girl, so her parents were stricter, and she hadn't been home for such a long time, and who knows how badly she would be scolded. It's over. Well, Miyako, we're leaving first. We'll come back to play with you when we have time. As the ringing of the bell spread farther and farther, the whole world changed. The world slowly returned to its original state, and the adventure in the magic world ended here. Jayan, you little brat, tell me what you've been doing for so many days. Jayan's mother was chasing Jayan with a rolling pin and was ready to beat him up. But as the bell rang, she suddenly stopped and froze for a moment before continuing. Jayan, I asked you to watch the store, but you ran out to play again. I'm going to teach you a lesson today, eh? Mom, I know I was wrong, please let me go. Then let's go buy some things for the hot pot and buy some pineapple bread for Dorami. Be careful on the road. Nobita glanced at Doraemon and Dorami, smiled and said, in that case, let's go buy some vegetables first. We'll pass by a snack shop and you can buy your favorite dorayaki and pineapple bread. Shizuka nodded. She roughly understood what Doraemon meant. She looked at the sky outside the window and said, "It's getting late, I have to go back first." "Nobita, Doraemon, Nobita, where are we going first?" Dorami asked Nobita when they arrived at the intersection of the shopping street. After all, Nobita often came here to run errands, so he must be more familiar with it than she was. "No problem, I put a lot of effort into learning. With the help of Doraemon Canning Studio, I am now very confident in my cooking skills," Nobita said confidently. He had thought of a reason before. Learning cooking in the canning studio was a good reason. After all, the passage of time inside is different from that outside. Even if a person's cooking skills are poor, they will get better after practicing for more than 10 years, right? Tilda Dorami, goodbye. You two are really something, always messing around. If Shizuka hadn't come to the 22nd century to find me, you two would still be stone statues. Can you be more careful in the future? Dorami couldn't help nagging after hearing Nobita's words. After all, this matter was really too dangerous. If it weren't for Shizuka, Nobita and the others might have really been finished, and the Earth would have been destroyed by the devil. This is really exciting, don't you think, Doraemon? After Shizuka left, Nobita sat at the desk and started writing in his diary. He planned to write down what happened in the past few days as a souvenir. 0. That's impossible. Pineapple buns are not as popular as dorayaki. Doraemon attacked Dorami as soon as he finished speaking, which made Dorami, who was originally very happy, suddenly angry. Before Doraemon could say anything, Dorami waved his hand and looked at Shizuka and said, "Nobita, don't worry. Shizuka should be at Nobita's house to play now, right?" "That's right, it's getting late, let's have hot pot tonight. Dorami, let's have dinner before we leave." Nobita nodded, looked at the setting sun and stretched. After such a thrilling adventure, eating hot pot would be the best. Thinking of this, Nobita felt that his saliva was about to flow out. Understood. Doraemon and Dorami's eyes narrowed with joy when they heard Nobita's words. "Nobita, can you cook?" Dorami couldn't help asking after hearing what Nobita said. She knew Nobita very well. "Nobita shouldn't be able to cook, right? Okay, I also want a year's worth of free pineapple bread," Dorami said with some envy after hearing her brother's explanation. Nobita's parents went on vacation. "Hey Dorami, don't be angry. I will pay attention next time." Doraemon scratched his head awkwardly and apologized after hearing what his sister said. He had no dissatisfaction with Dorami's teaching him a lesson. There was no problem with Doraemon being a brother. 0 request flowers. Thank you for your patronage. This is what happens if the telephone booth is corrected and you still exist in the magical world. It is equivalent to another dimensional world, and we have now returned to our world. But during the time we stayed in the magical world, our lives continued. "I think you can understand this, right?" Doraemon explained to the two. After buying vegetables, the three of them went to the snack shop. Doraemon took out a card and got a bag of dorayaki, but Dorami had to pay for the pineapple bread separately. This surprised Dorami, but she couldn't ask in the store. As soon as she walked out of the door, she asked Nobita, "Nobita, why can my brother take 10 bags of dorayaki with just one card?" Shizuka nodded after hearing this. She put her hands on her cheeks and thought for a while. "Well, I think I came here to play with Nobita. But didn't we just come back from the magic world? But why is this happening?" Nobita smiled and jumped off the chair and stretched her body. "Of course it's me. Dorami hasn't seen my cooking skills yet, right? Humph, pineapple bread is not as delicious as dorayaki. Dorami, please don't talk nonsense." Again. At the same time, at Nobita's house, Nobita looked out the window and indeed could no longer see the people driving the flying carpet and broom, but he was still worried. Is Doraemon really okay? Nobita also quickly chimed in. "That's right, Dorami, don't be angry. I'll treat you to pineapple bread as a thank you for coming all the way from the 22nd century to save us. How about that?" "So that's how it is." Nobita, thank you. Afterwards, the three of them took their baskets and prepared to go to the shopping street to buy vegetables. As for the problem of no one watching the house, Doraemon simply took a prohibition sign and put it at the door so that no one could enter. They were not afraid of thieves breaking into the house at all. "Okay, but aren't Nobita's parents out traveling? Who's going to make dinner?" Dorami agreed with Nobita's suggestion, but she had heard her brother say before. Doraemon smiled proudly when he heard Dorami's words. "Dorami, this is what Nobita won in the lottery, a year's worth of free dorayaki. As long as I have this card, I can get dorayaki here for free once a week. Pineapple bun." Dorami's face changed immediately when she heard these 4 words. She liked pineapple bun almost like Doraemon liked dorayaki, but girls still have to be more reserved. She looked at Doraemon angrily and said, "Brother, what are you talking about? Pineapple bread is more popular than your dorayaki, okay? And it tastes 10,000 times better than dorayaki. Huh, isn't that Shizuka? Is she here to help run errands? Just as Doraemon and Dorami were arguing about which one was better, dorayaki or pineapple bun, Nobita saw Shizuka, who had just come out of the supermarket on the street, and hurried over. Shizuka, Nobita. Shizuka, did you get scolded when you got home? Nobita ran to Shizuka and asked with concern. Although he had never seen Shizuka's mother get angry, it should be similar to Nobita Mako's, right? Yeah, Shizuka shook her head and explained happily. Not at all, Mom just asked me if I had fun playing with you, if there were any problems between you and Doraemon, and if she needed to come over to check on me or something. Really? That's great. 250, by the way, Shizuka, do you want to go back with me? Since Nobita met Shizuka here, he decided to go back with Shizuka, even if it meant taking a detour. Of course you can, but I have to wait a moment because the supermarket gave me a lottery ticket. I heard that the grand prize is a 7-day luxury tour for two. My parents' wedding anniversary is coming soon and they will be very happy if I can win the prize. Shizuka said with a longing look on her face. She almost forgot that her parents' wedding anniversary was coming soon. Lottery. Nobita smiled happily when he heard Shizuka's words. If it was a lottery, then there would be no problem. He could be called the little prince of lottery now. This was something he had experimented with several times, so there shouldn't be any problem. Shizuka, how about letting me draw the lottery? I've been very lucky lately. Tianxing patted his chest confidently and said to Shizuka. Shizuka showed a hesitant expression when she heard Nobita's words. Although this lottery ticket might not win if she drew it, the chance would be 50%, then if Nobita drew it, it would probably only be 1%, right? After all, everyone knew that Nobita had bad luck. It wasn't that Shizuka hated Nobita, but she really wanted to win the special prize. Shizuka, don't worry, I will definitely help you win the grand prize. Seeing that Shizuka was still hesitant, Nobita took the lottery ticket from Shizuka's hand and walked towards the lottery place. Nobita, wait a moment. Shizuka hurriedly prepared to chase after Nobita as she excitedly took her lottery ticket. Doraemon, who had stopped arguing with Dorami, smiled and explained to Shizuka. Shizuka, don't worry, Nobita's luck in the lottery has been amazing lately. That's right, Shizuka, if Nobita didn't win, I would have used my props to help you. Dorami said to Shizuka with a smile, holding the bag of pineapple bread. Asterisk. Before Shizuka could say anything, the sound of a bell rang from the raffle table and the staff shouted, Congratulations to this little brother for winning the special prize, which is a 7-day luxury trip for two to Hawaii. Congratulations. Nobita, did you really win? Shizuka looked towards the lottery table and saw Nobita holding a golden steel ball and waving at her. Shizuka ran over quickly. Nobita, is this really the special prize? Shizuka obviously still couldn't accept this reality. She just hoped to win this, but she didn't expect to win it for sure. Who knew that Nobita would win it just by randomly drawing? Is this still the Nobita who is always unlucky? Nobita looked at Shizuka with a silly smile and stuffed a lottery ticket into Shizuka's hand and said with a smile, Shizuka, I think I won the prize. Ah, Shizuka was still a little slow to react. After all, this surprise came too suddenly. This way she could give her parents a very good wedding anniversary gift. Thinking of this, she looked at Nobita very happily and thanked her. Thank you, Nobita. It's okay, I'm just lucky. Then let's go back, After saying that, Nobita took Shizuka's hand, and the two of them walked towards Shizuka's house in the afterglow of the setting sun. Dorami, who was following behind, showed a happy expression. Brother, it seems that the relationship between the two of them has become better. Well, that's great, wow. Let's go back first and don't disturb them. Doraemon burst into tears when she saw this scene. Nobita didn't know that Doraemon was almost moved to tears. Perhaps it was because they were both very happy about the concern. They didn't feel they had walked far before they reached Shizuka's house. Shizuka looked at the door of her house and said to Nobita, Nobita, I'm home, thank you so much for today. It's okay, see you tomorrow, Shizuka. Nobita waved his hand and said nonchalantly. He was very happy to fulfill Shizuka's wish. Anything else, Jing? Just when Nobita was about to leave, Shizuka suddenly called Nobita, and before Nobita could react, he felt a hint of warmth on his cheek as if Shizuka kissed him. Before he could say anything, Shizuka ran into the house. The little girl leaned against the door with a red face and her heart was beating fast, which surprised Shizuka's mother, who came out after hearing the noise. She looked at Shizuka with a red face and asked with concern, Shizuka, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Hearing her mother's voice, Shizuka waved her hands and said, Mom, I'm fine, I'm just happy, look at this. Here's a voucher for a 7-day luxury trip for two to Hawaii. Nobita helped me win it. Just think of it as a wedding anniversary gift from Nobita and I to you. Shizuka's mother took the lottery ticket handed over by Shizuka with doubt. She was a little skeptical at first, but after confirming that it might be true, she couldn't help but be surprised. Both of them didn't notice the ambiguity in what Shizuka just said, as if Nobita was already his son-in-law. Regardless of Shizuka's mother's surprise, Nobita is now extremely happy. He never expected that Shizuka would kiss him. This is the first time he has been kissed by a girl. How can I describe this feeling? It's just great. Nobita, what's wrong? Why do I feel so weird? Looking at Nobita, who was making dinner, Doraemon asked her sister Dorami in surprise. Nobita had been grinning since she came back, even while cooking, which made Doraemon a little confused. Brother, what's the point of asking me? I don't know either. Dorami gave her brother a speechless look. Her brother, who had been living with Nobita, didn't know what happened, so how could she know? That's true, hee. Doraemon touched his head and smiled foolishly after hearing what his sister said, but no matter what, as long as Nobita is happy, that's all. Shizuka, who was originally very happy, blushed as she spoke. She remembered what her mother said last night, which might be a joke, and she didn't listen carefully to what Nobita said next. I remember that Tamako and the others should be back in the next 2 days. I'll ask her to let Nobita accompany you to look after the house. This way, Mom can rest assured that you and the 10 of you can look after the house. Is that so? That's great. I wish Uncle and Auntie a happy time in advance. When Nobita arrived at Shizuka's door, Shizuka was standing there waiting for Nobita. She was wearing a pretty pink skirt with a small vest, looking cute and playful. Maruko was also standing on Shizuka's shoulders with her head held high, looking very proud. It's okay, I just came out for a while, let's go to school quickly. Shizuka shook her head to show her understanding, then clumsily took Nobita's hand and walked towards the school. Here we come. Shizuka smiled even more happily when she heard this. She nodded and said, of course, my mother didn't believe it at first. They are now making plans. My father is also asking for leave from the company. If there are no problems, they should be leaving in 2 days. It's still a bit cold in March. Nobita didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Shizuka's reason. But girls always have little secrets, so Nobita didn't ask any more questions and followed Shizuka to school quickly. Doraemon, why are you standing there after dinner? It smells so good, it makes me drool just by looking at it. Nobita saw Shizuka lowering her head and not saying anything, her face turning red, and called out to him a few times in confusion. He didn't do anything intimate, so why did Shizuka blush? After dinner, Dorami and Doraemon might have felt a little guilty, so they didn't let Nobita clean up the kitchen and did it themselves. Nobita went back to her room and continued to write her diary, recording what had happened in the past few days. Of course, the most important thing was what happened today, because this was her first time and it was taken away by Shizuka. Nobita showed a hint of surprise when he saw Shizuka being so proactive today. However, this feeling was also quite good, which meant that his relationship with Shizuka had become better. It seemed that this wife would not be able to escape. As if something happy happened, the teacher started the class directly without calling the roll. The students who were sitting there didn't care, but Jaein and Sunio were scared to death because when they ran to the classroom door, the teacher had already started the class, which meant that they were late for a long time. What happened to Nobita? Brother, don't you know you should give in to your sister? Well, you must be responsible. Nobita saw this and quickly ran over to Shizuka to say hello. After all, he did go out a little late today, and it took him some time to make breakfast and clean up, which was also the result of him misjudging the time. Jaein winked at Sunio, asking him to write a report. Although Sunio was reluctant, he still walked to the classroom door and whispered, "Report." Under the pressure of Jaein's clenched fist, Jaein was cheered up after hearing this, and he quickly picked up his school bag and rushed to the school. Sunio did the same. The two brothers met again at the school gate, but when they arrived, the bell for class had already rung. Shizuka. Although the two were in their respective homes, they said the same words. It might be the aftereffect of the telephone booth. The two guys dreamed about their time in the magical world at night. Although they didn't remember it very clearly, they did remember clearly that they could fly on broomsticks. The night passed quietly and the next day came quickly. After a few days of crazy fun in the magic world, he almost forgot that he had to go to school. Today he got up earlier than usual because no one made breakfast, so he had to make it himself. Nobita smiled happily when he saw that the dinner he cooked was so popular. It seemed that his luck was very good today. He hoped that his luck would continue to be so good. By the way, Shizuka, uncle and aunt will be very happy to see the redemption coupon, right? On the way, Nobita looked at Shizuka curiously and asked. After all, it was a luxurious 7-day tour, which should be great, especially on their wedding anniversary. She fried an egg for herself and Doraemon, got 2 pieces of bread and heated up some milk. That was how she got through the morning. After packing, Nobita hurried out. She had wasted a lot of time packing today. Shizuka shook her head immediately after hearing that. She would never tell Nobita that her mother would let him stay at her house for a few days. That would be too embarrassing. She shook her head and said perfunctorily, "Nothing. It may be because it's a little hot. Let's go to school quickly, otherwise we'll be late." Shizuka, good morning, sorry to have kept you waiting. Shizuka, are you feeling unwell? Nobita looked at Shizuka and asked with concern. Then you guys try to eat as much as possible, I've made a lot. Jayan, are you sleepy? You're still riding a broom. If you don't want to be late, run to school quickly. Jayan's mother yelled when she heard what her son said. Good. Just as Nobita and Shizuka were rushing to school, Jayan and Sunio were just woken up from bed. It's over, it's over. Why didn't the alarm go off, Mom? Why didn't you wake me up? I'm definitely going to be late. If only I had the magic broom in my dream last night. This is terrible. I'm sure I'll be punished again. Dorami, I saw that first. Don't snatch it from me, really. The teacher entered the classroom as usual. He looked at everyone and said cheerfully, okay, let's start the class now. Please turn to the first page. The teacher who was teaching stopped immediately when he heard the noise at the classroom door. Then he saw Jayan and Sunio standing at the door and yelled, Jayan, Sunio, why are you too late again? Stand in the corridor as punishment. Yes, yes. Jayan and Sunio hurriedly left the classroom door upon hearing that, fearing that the teacher would say something else. If the teacher asked them to stand with buckets as punishment, they would be really finished. After seeing the two standing in the corridor as punishment, the teacher's expression improved a lot and he continued to teach. It seemed that the teacher had really encountered something good and he was in a very good mood. Nobita was still in a daze as before. In fact, he still liked the magic world very much. In class, he learned all kinds of magic and he didn't have any homework. After school, he just played. This is the life that students should have. The school hours passed quickly and it was soon noon. After instructing everyone not to waste food, the teacher left in a hurry. Jayan and Sunio also dragged their tired bodies into the classroom. In the classroom, everyone and their playmates gathered together to eat the nutritious lunch prepared by the school. Shizuka looked at Jayan and Sunio, who were not in high spirits, and said, Jayan, Sunio, can't you two wake up earlier? You know the teacher's temper. Sunio used a spoon to stir the food on the plate without answering. Although Jayan was not in a good mood, his appetite was very good. He wolfed down the food on his plate as if his mood did not affect his appetite at all. I finally feel like I'm alive again. Jayan touched his round belly and exclaimed in admiration, then slumped down in the chair looking very comfortable. Shizuka and Nobita looked at Jayan helplessly when they saw this scene. Jayan is just careless and doesn't care at all. He forgets everything after a while and doesn't know whether it is good or bad. After resting for a while, Jayan looked at Nobita and the others lazily and said, Hey, spring break is going to start tomorrow. What are your plans? Spring break. Nobita almost didn't react when he heard Jayan's words, and then he remembered that it was indeed spring break, and the spring break was not short, it was 2 weeks. Jayan, aren't your questions in vain? Nobita should be staying at home, sleeping, playing cat's tuck, or something like that during her spring break, right? Sunio seemed to have thought of something and felt much better when he heard what Jayan said. He started to mock Nobita again, which was one of his pleasures. That's right, after all, Nobita's family doesn't travel very often, haha. You two are really going too far, how can you say that? Shizuka said angrily when she heard the two people mocking Nobita, but unfortunately it seemed to have no effect at all. Sunio even spoke directly. Shizuka, we didn't go too far, we were just telling the truth. Yes. Facing the ridicule from Jayan and Sunio, Nobita simply ignored them. It was true that his family did not travel much before, and he would just stay at home and take a nap during holidays. These were indeed true, but so what? His family was not without money now, and what was the point of traveling without Shizuka? I'm full, I'm leaving first. Nobita finished the food on his plate, wiped his mouth and said to the two of them, then he picked up the plate and walked out of the classroom. Seeing this, Shizuka hurriedly followed him. Sunio was annoyed when he saw Nobita didn't care. He said angrily, Humph, Nobita is pretending to be nonchalant again. He must have run to the corner and secretly shed tears again. Never mind, Sunio, help me return the plate. I need to have a good rest. Jayan didn't care about these things. He was going to have a good rest. After standing for a whole morning, he might as well have a good rest. Why don't you just take it yourself? Sunio was a little unhappy when he heard Jayan's words, but before he could finish his words, he was frightened by a gloomy look from Jayan beside him. He quickly picked up Jayan's plate and ran out of the classroom, but he was in a bad mood. When he saw Nobita and Shizuka talking and laughing towards the stairs, he felt even worse. Why should he help Jayan clean up the plates while Nobita was chatting with Shizuka so intimately? Well, I'll reveal the bombshell in advance so that Nobita will be envious to death. As for Nobita, he didn't know Sunio's plan. He was not affected by Sunio and Jayan at all and spent a happy time at school. Time passed in Sunio's anxious waiting, and the school bell finally rang. When the teacher heard the school bell, his expression became serious and he told Nobita and the others, "Well, that's all for today's class. I believe you all know that tomorrow is spring break and the teacher will definitely assign homework. Everyone must complete it carefully. Also, during the spring break, everyone must pay attention to safety and don't go to dangerous places, understand?" "Yes." Everyone in the classroom answered happily. The teacher nodded with satisfaction at everyone's answers, then packed up and left the classroom. He also planned to go out for 2 days during the spring break to relax, which was why he was in such a good mood today. "Shizuka, how about coming to my house later?" Nobita invited Shizuka while packing her school bag. His parents would not be back until tomorrow, so he was still alone at home today, and because it was spring break, they didn't have to rush to do their homework. Shizuka blushed when she heard Nobita's words. She remembered her mother's words. Just when Shizuka was about to agree, Sunio suddenly ran over and invited her. "Shizuka, Nobita, how about going to my house later? I'll treat you to some super high-end snacks from Kyan Lee, and then we'll play the latest game my dad bought for me." Nobita hesitated after hearing what Sunio said. He didn't really want to go to Sunio's house, mainly because Sunio would show off his things every time he went there, which made Nobita quite helpless. He had no choice but to look at Shizuka and let Shizuka make the decision. Shizuka hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Okay, Nobita and I will go there later." "It's settled then, remember to call Doraemon." Sunio nodded in satisfaction after hearing Shizuka's answer, then happily returned to his seat to pack up his things. Shizuka looked at Sunio, who was leaving, and apologized to Nobita a little embarrassedly. "Nobita, I promise Sunio for you won't be angry, right?" Nobita couldn't help but laugh when she heard that. How could that be? "As long as you go, Shizuka, it doesn't matter where I go. DS." Shizuka's already red face turned even redder when she heard Nobita's ambiguous words. She picked up her school bag and ran out of the classroom without waiting for Nobita. She said at the door of the classroom, "Nobita, I'm going home first. See you at Sunio's house." Seeing Shizuka's shy look, Nobita didn't know what to say. He could only shake his head helplessly, packed his bag and went back by himself. After all, Shizuka was shy now, and catching up with her would only make her more embarrassed. Nobita is such a jerk. She always says things that make me shy." Shizuka jogged all the way to the school gate and stopped. She patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief, then slowly walked towards her home. She had to try to adjust herself. Nobita saw that Shizuka had already gone home, and he couldn't go home with the lovely Shizuka, so he decided to go directly to Sunio's house. As for calling Doraemon, he could just make a phone call and it would be done. Soon, the group gathered in Sunio's living room. Sunio enthusiastically brought out a plate of snacks and invited them to eat. Jayan and Doraemon took one and ate it without hesitation. "Sunio, please get the game out quickly. I can't wait for 293. Jayan, don't be anxious. Before that, I want to introduce you to something good," Sunio said to everyone standing in the middle of the living room with his hands behind his back like a salesman. Nobita and Shizuka also looked at Sunio curiously, wondering what Sunio was going to introduce. Could it be the latest game he mentioned before? Doraemon was also a little curious about what good things Sunio had suddenly called everyone here so generously, so he urged, "Sunio, don't keep us in suspense, just tell us." "Since Doraemon said so, I'll take it out." Sunio took out a magazine from behind with a proud look on his face. The cover showed a train running under the starry sky which looked very beautiful. "That's it." Jayan swallowed a piece of dessert with great effort and said without much interest, "What is this? It's just a magazine. What's the point of this? Zio Wei, you should take out the game as soon as possible." No, Jayan, don't think like that. "This is the promotional magazine of the Emerald," Sunio explained, raising a finger and shaking it after hearing what Jayan said. "Emerald? What is that?" Nobita and Doraemon looked at each other in surprise when they heard the name and said at the same time. Shizuka, who was sitting next to Nobita, seemed to remember something and showed a surprised expression. "Let me explain here. There are 2 sofas in the living room of Sunio's house, and a coffee table is placed in the middle of the sofas. Doraemon and Jayan sit together, and Shizuka and Nobita sit together. Sunio, is this Emerald you are talking about the luxury train trip recommended in the last travel special?" Shizuka said with her hands clasped together and a longing look on her face. When Shizuka was reading this magazine just now, she was thinking it would be great if she could take a ride on it once. After all, the photos in the promotional posters were so beautiful. Sunio nodded proudly and tempted Nobita and the others. Do you want to see the street lights flying through the windows like arrows, or the comfort of crossing the vast plains at night? That feeling is great to think about, right? It seems really good. Also, the dining cars there are super luxurious, and the meals are French cuisine sets prepared by the chef of a five-star restaurant. After the meal, you can take a comfortable hot bath. It's wonderful just to think about it. Sunio explained vividly, and at the end he had already started to close his eyes as if he was imagining such a scene. A set meal made by a five-star chef should be delicious, right? Jayan felt his mouth watering. It would be nice to take a bath in the train, right? Sunio showed a triumphant smile. The highlight he prepared was about to come. I think everyone wants to go. Haven't you experienced the super luxurious train trip? According to Sunio, this kind of train trip seems to be quite interesting. Even Nobita is a little tempted. It just so happens that it is spring break, so he can go with Shizuka. His second payment for his writing is coming soon. Judging from the current reputation, this payment should be several times more than the last time. There will be no problem buying a ticket for a luxury train. But it's a pity that the tickets for this train are super platinum tickets that are difficult to book even with travel agencies. Seeing that everyone seemed to want to go to Sunio, he attacked them mercilessly. Why is this happening? Sunio, if it's hard to buy, why are you saying all this? But, after receiving everyone's disappointed expressions, Sunio raised his head and said proudly, but because of my father, our family plans to take this train during this spring break and... Sunio didn't continue talking here but rolled his eyes to look at everyone, and after whetting everyone's appetite, he continued. And I also asked my father to get a few more tickets, so... Take me there, Sunio. We are best friends, you will definitely take me there, right? As soon as Sunio finished speaking, Jayan pounced on Sunio, strangled his neck with both hands and said. Doraemon also showed a happy expression, but Nobita looked at Sunio with a gleam in his eyes and said nothing. According to past experience, Sunio would not be so generous. Sunio struggled uncomfortably to get out of Jayan's bear hug and nodded. Of course it's no problem, but... I only have 2 more tickets, so I can only bring 2 more people. How could this happen? Doraemon's expression instantly became lost when he heard Sunio's words. It seemed that Doraemon still didn't remember the previous lesson. Nobita smiled indifferently. He knew that Zyojing was not so kind. Nobita began to think, should it be okay to ask the president of the publishing house to help buy a few tickets? Seeing that Nobita was keeping her head down and not talking, Sunio thought that Nobita was disappointed because she couldn't go, so he pretended to be embarrassed and smiled. I'm so sorry, Nobita, I can't take you with me. That look was obviously intentional. Doraemon immediately got angry when he saw it. Shizuka also frowned when she heard it and was obviously a little unhappy with Sunio's behavior. Of course that's impossible. How can I buy it? Doraemon replied with a look of certainty that there was no way out. Doraemon said angrily, Sunio is really too much and he looks down on people like that. Nobita, Shizuka, let's go take that luxury train too. Really? Doraemon was not disappointed but very happy when he heard Nobita's words. In the surprised eyes of Shizuka and Nobita, Doraemon smiled and waved his hands and said, Don't worry, there will be no problem. Everything is up to me. Of course I have a way, and I guarantee that this train will be even more comfortable and luxurious than Sunio said. Doraemon explained with a mysterious smile to Shizuka and Nobita. Well, probably in the next 2 days. I won't know until my dad confirms it. Jayan, just go home and wait for the notification. Sunio forced a smile at Jayan, struggled to break free from Jayan's restraints and spoke. So how do we get on that train? After that, Jayan took his school bag and trotted out of Sunio's house. Looking at Jayan leaving, Sunio patted his chest and exhaled, Humph, I won't take a gorilla like you with me. Just wait. When the time comes, I will tell you that Dad suddenly said that he was leaving soon and there was no time to inform you, so there was no choice but for our family to go alone. Thinking of this, Yamashita Kingi shouted towards Nobita's room, Teacher Nobita, Teacher Nobita. When are we leaving? Sunio, just tell me. Seeing that Sunio didn't answer him, Jayan grabbed Sunio's collar and tried to shake him. This made Sunio feel even more depressed. He could already imagine what his luxurious trip would be like. Okay. Nobita said with a silly smile at Shizuka and then called Doraemon to follow Shizuka to leave Sunio's house. No problem, leave it to me. It's settled then. We'll set the time of departure for the night after tomorrow, Doraemon assured, patting his chest, and decided on the time of their departure. The night after tomorrow, Shizuka murmured. If it was the day after tomorrow, her parents might have already left for a trip, and there would be no one to look after the house. There's no way she can go out. Shizuka blinked and looked at Doraemon curiously. Doraemon, is this really possible? I want to experience what it's like to take a bath on a train. On the other side, Shizuka pulled Nobita away from Sunio's house. Shizuka still looked very angry, but Nobita was very happy. After all, Shizuka was defending him, and he didn't feel ashamed because this was his wife after all. Nobita and Shizuka stopped walking and looked at Doraemon in surprise, asking, "Doraemon, can you buy a ticket for that train too? How could you do this?" Shizuka said to Jayan and Sunio with an angry look on her face. "If we want to go, we can go together. If it's not possible, why did you ask everyone to come together? Really, Nobita, let's go back." Jayan nodded and said excitedly, "In that case, I will go back to prepare my things and tell my mother that I am going to take a luxury train. It is really a national heart." Jayan didn't know what Sunio was thinking and he didn't care. He stamped his feet happily and looked at Sunio eagerly and said, "Sunio, when are we leaving? Should I go home now to prepare some things?" Nobita saw that Shizuka, who was originally very interested, began to hesitate after hearing Doraemon's time. Being smart, he immediately figured out what was going on and said to Doraemon, "Doraemon, it may not be possible the day after tomorrow because Shizuka's parents are going out for a trip. If Shizuka goes with us, there will be no one to look after the house." The group decided on the arrangements for the first part of the spring break. Shizuka said goodbye to Nobita and went home because she wanted to help her mother prepare things. Nobita and Doraemon had to go home as well. After all, there was no one to look after the house. "What's going on?" Yamashita Kingi was a little confused, but she couldn't just leave like that. You know, a new issue of the comic will be released tomorrow, and she would be doomed if she didn't get the manuscript today. But after shouting for a while, no one responded to her. Shanxia Kingi was a little depressed. Just when she was about to ask the neighbors next door, Doraemon and Nobita just came back from the other side of the alley. Ah, well. Sunio looked at Jayan, who looked like a gorilla, and suddenly felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a piece of shit. He actually had to spend a luxurious train journey with such a guy. The thought of it made him lose interest. "Nobita, it's okay, I'll bring you some souvenirs, don't worry." Jayan patted Nobita's shoulder sympathetically and comforted her, but it seemed like he was doing it on purpose to show off. "Huh, Sister Kingi, why are you here?" Nobita said in surprise as he looked at Yamashita Kingi, who was standing at the door of his house. Because he had to go to school, this was the first time Nobita saw Yamashita Kingi after signing the contract. Hearing Doraemon's assurance, Shizuka smiled happily, and Nobita also said happily, "Shizuka, now you can rest assured and go out with us." At the same time, at the door of Nobita's house, Yamashita Kingi stared blankly at the door of Nobita's house. She came to give Nobita the manuscript fee and to pick up the remaining manuscripts. But when she was about to step in and ring the doorbell, she couldn't get in, as if she was blocked by something. When Yamashita Kingi heard Nobita's voice, he quickly turned around and said in surprise, "Teacher Nobita, you are finally back. I am here to give you a check and get the manuscript. There should be no problem, right? Why is this happening?" Sunio felt a little disappointed when he saw Shizuka leaving. In fact, they all liked a cute girl like Shizuka, and it was more fun and pleasing to the eye to hang out with such a cute girl. Sunio was also stunned by Shizuka's behavior. He wanted Shizuka to go with him. Jayan the gorilla was just an accessory. After all, if he said he only had one ticket, Jayan would definitely force him to go. Sunio knew Jayan well. Looking at Shizuka, who was about to leave home, Sunio hurriedly shouted, "Shizuka, are you really not going with us? The destination is Kagoshima in Kyushu. You can also swim at the designated coast and then take a ride back." Shizuka didn't even pause when she heard what Sunio said. She said without even turning her head, and then she pulled Nobita away from Sunio's house. "No need." "Of course, no problem. Please come in and have a cup of tea first while I sort out the manuscripts." Nobita's face froze when he heard that. He had been playing these past few days and hadn't drawn any manuscripts at all. He did have quite a few manuscripts, but the latest one was definitely not enough. After saying that, Nobita winked at Doraemon, who immediately understood. Doraemon also knew that Nobita had not done much drafting in the past few days. If there was no Can studio, the two might be in trouble. However, with this thing, as long as Doraemon delays Yamashita Kingi for a dozen minutes, Nobita can finish the draft. Doraemon quickly took out the pliers to remove the prohibited sign and called Yamashita AI into the room. Nobita quickly ran back to her room, found the spare pocket in the closet where Doraemon slept, took out the canned food studio, and immediately went into 020 and began to continue working hard. "Well, Miss Kingi, please have a cup of tea and some snacks first." Nobita has a lot of drawings, so it may take some time to sort them out. Doraemon brought Yamashita Kingi to the living room, took out snacks to entertain the guests and placed them on the table and said to Yamashita Kingi, "Well, okay." Yamashita Kingi nodded, then picked up the teacup and drank it like a lady. The atmosphere in the living room suddenly became awkward because Doraemon didn't know what to talk to Yamashita Kingi about. At this time, Doraemon couldn't help but think that it would be great if her mother was here, not to mention delaying for more than 10 minutes, even a few hours would be no problem. Do you want to watch TV? Doraemon really couldn't find any topic to talk about, so she could only take out the remote control and smile awkwardly at Shanxia Qingyi. The latter nodded. After all, she didn't know what to talk to Doraemon about, but she couldn't watch TV either. Songdang was to ease Jian Gong's particular embarrassment. Time passed by minute, and it had been 10 minutes since Nobita returned to her room. Yamashita Qingyi looked at her watch and became a little anxious. After all, she had to go back and hand in her manuscript. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but stand up and said, "Is teacher Nobita not ready yet? How about we go up and take a look?" Doraemon's face suddenly became anxious when he heard that. He quickly persuaded, "It should be soon because Nobita doesn't like to clean up, so the drawings are scattered all over the place. It may take some time to sort them out. Miss Qingyi, please wait a moment, it should be ready soon." Okay. Upon hearing that, Shanxia Qingyi could only sit down again, holding a teacup and staring at the picture on TV in a daze, occasionally turning his head to look in the direction of the entrance. Time continued to pass by second, and the sweat on Doraemon's forehead began to increase. He couldn't delay for much longer. He couldn't help but anxiously said in his heart, "Nobita, are you still not well? Hurry up." Today, Doraemon experienced the feeling of a cartoonist being urged to submit manuscripts by the editor, but Yamashita AI was relatively gentle. You know, in Japan, editors will use any means to urge submission of manuscripts. 10 minutes later, Yamashita Qingyi could no longer sit still. She began to tap the table in the living room irregularly, but every time she tapped, Doraemon's heart would skip a beat. At the same time, she began to complain that Nobita only cared about playing and didn't know how to draw the manuscript. "No, I have to go and check. Could it be that teacher Nobita hasn't finished the manuscript yet?" Yamashita Qingyi couldn't sit still anymore, so she stood up and prepared to go to Nobita's room to check. Doraemon was shocked when he heard this, and he quickly ran over to stop the blue-clothed man from the mountain and stammered, How is it possible? Nobita's original manuscript is finished. I've seen it. It's very interesting. Please wait a moment." Yamashita Qingyi looked at Doraemon helplessly, "But this will make me very distressed. I have to send the manuscript back quickly, otherwise it will be too late. It's already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, $3. This. Doraemon didn't know how to respond. He glanced anxiously in the direction of the stairs and was very anxious. "Nobita, please hurry up, I can't fight anymore." A.M. Just when Doraemon was getting anxious, a car horn suddenly sounded at the door. Doraemon was overjoyed when he heard it. He said to Yamashita Qingyi, "Miss Qingyi, please wait a few minutes. I'll go see who it is and then I'll take you to Nobita's room." After saying that, Doraemon pushed Yamashita Qingyi back to the living room to sit down, and he ran to the entrance and opened the door to see who was honking the horn outside. "Dad, Mom, why are you back so soon?" As soon as Doraemon opened the door, he saw Nobita Tamako and Nobita Daisuke taking their luggage from a taxi. "Yes, Doraemon, of course we have to come back after our trip, and Mom is worried about you too." Nobita Daisuke explained to Doraemon while taking the luggage from the trunk. "Now is not the time to talk about this. Mom, you should go and stop the editor of the magazine. Nobita's manuscript is not finished yet." Doraemon anxiously pushed Nobita Tamako into the room and explained in a low voice, "After all, now is not the time to chat. The editor must be dealt with first." "What?" Nobita Tamako's face changed when she heard Doraemon's words, and then she ran into the house in a panic. She adjusted herself at the entrance, then walked into the living room with a smile and said warmly to Qingyi at the bottom of the mountain, "Qingyi, you're here. I'm so sorry, we just went out for something. Please forgive us for the poor hospitality. BB." Doraemon stood at the door of the living room and looked at Nobita Tamako as she started to chat enthusiastically with Yamashita AI with an admiring expression. It turned out that being a housewife was not for nothing, and she managed to edit it easily. Doraemon couldn't help but give Nobita Tamako a thumbs up 5-3, and the latter blinked at Doraemon to indicate that there was no problem. Because there were people in the living room, Nobita could only put his luggage in the entrance hall, and he followed Doraemon to the kitchen. After all, they couldn't interrupt the conversation when women were chatting. It would just be awkward to stay there. 5 minutes later, Doraemon and Nobita, who were sitting in the kitchen, heard some noise at the stairs and hurried out. They saw Nobita holding a large stack of manuscripts and looking at them in surprise. "Dad, you're back already. Nobita, now is not the time to talk about this. Hurry up and deliver the manuscript." "It's your mother who is holding Miss Qingyi back now." Doraemon didn't give Nobita a chance to continue talking and quickly pushed Nobita towards the living room. Seeing Nobita being so obedient, Nobita Tamako nodded with satisfaction and then began to pack her luggage. After all, they were away for quite a while this time, and they also got a lot of specialties, which were to be given to others such as Shizuka's family. Dad, the rest is up to you. I'll go out and buy some groceries and deliver the local specialties to Shizuka's house. After all, we asked Shizuka's mom to help look after Nobita and the others before we left. Nobai Tamako said to Nobai Daisuke while holding a basket of vegetables and a big bag of packaged local specialties. After saying that, Nobita handed the manuscript to Yamashita Kingi, who quickly took it and looked through it carefully. After confirming that there were no problems, she quickly took out an envelope from her bag and handed it to Nobai Yuzi, saying, Mrs. Nobai, this is last month's manuscript fee. Nobita handed a large stack of manuscripts to Yamashita Kingi and said, Sister Kingi, I'm sorry that it took me a little longer because I'm almost done with the next manuscript. Here are the manuscripts. Mom, I'm afraid our son. Dad, you really are being ridiculous. Nobita is still your son no matter what. Besides, isn't it our hope that Nobita can have a bright future? Nobai Tamako reminded him softly when she saw that her husband seemed a little disappointed, otherwise it would be troublesome if her husband got stuck on this. Q sharp SG. Nobai Daisuke responded with a smile and shook his head helplessly when he looked at the pile of clothes that had not been packed yet. It seemed that he could not be as comfortable at home as before. Alas, it was not good for the son to be too outstanding. Nobai Tamako said as she took out clothes from the suitcase and sorted them out, that shouldn't be the case. Kingi said that if the comic is popular, it will only be more profitable than last time. And didn't Nobita also authorize the magazine to make peripheral models and the like? It seems that there will be a share of that too. That's good to know. Then go back to your room and finish your homework. You should also draw a little bit of the manuscript every day so that you don't end up like today again. Doraemon, how are you going to let us ride on that luxury train? Actually, I can ask the magazine to buy tickets for us, so there shouldn't be any problem. 403, Nobita asked Doraemon, who was sitting on the tatami and reading comics while doing her homework. I just want to see how much money my good son has earned. Oh, thank you so much for troubling you, Kingi. Daddy will give Kingi a portion of the specialties we brought back. Nobai Tamako took it with a smile and then said to Nobai Daisuke, who was standing at the entrance with a smile. Nobai Daisuke smiled and tore open the envelope. When he saw the amount on the check, he was stunned. Mom, this money, isn't it a bit too much? Nobita, you are so silly. It's okay for you to play, but you have to finish what you need to do before playing. Really? After Yamashita Kingi left, Nobai Tamako rolled her eyes at Nobita and taught her a lesson. In Nobai Tamako's opinion, Nobita's behavior was not very good. After all, this was an agreed thing. Okay. Upon hearing that, Nobai Daisuke hurried to the entrance and took out a portion of the specialties he had brought back and gave it to Yamashita Kingi. Okay, I'll go back to my room now. While Nobai Tamako and Nobai Daisuke were shocked, our protagonist Nobita had no idea how much money he had earned. He was concentrating on doing his homework. After all, he had to finish his homework before going out to play. As for the manuscripts, he would just bring them with him and draw a little when he had time. There should be no problem after all, he had already given the next issue to the magazine. That's true. I can be considered a father who was raised by my son in advance, right? Ha. There are not many fathers in Japan who can be like this, right? Nobai Daisuke laughed cheerfully. In fact, Nobita's father was very open-minded, but he had only heard about it from his wife before, so he was a little surprised when he saw it for the first time. Yamashita Kingi embarrassedly took the specialty that Nobai's assistant brought out, then left with the draft. After all, she still had to take the draft back to the magazine and time was not very abundant, so Nobita simply gave her the draft twice. If she was a little late, the president would not scold her and might even give her a reward. Haha. It's really funny, don't worry Nobita, you will know when the time comes, there will be no problem for sure. Doraemon said to Nobita without raising his head, looking at his confident look, it seems that he has the props for this. Teacher Nobita. Yamashita Kingi stood up quickly after hearing that. She felt like crying but had no tears. To be honest, she really didn't know what to do. When chatting with Nobai Tamako, she was simply being led around and couldn't even get a word in. When Nobai Daisuke heard what Nobai Tamako said, he was so shocked that he was speechless, and then his expression became lost. He thought that the salary he earned in the past 10 years of working from dawn to dusk was not as much as what Nobita earned from drawing comics. I got it, I won't do it again next time. Nobita quickly assured Nobai Tamako. Nobita also knew that if it weren't for the canning studio this time, he really wouldn't know what to do. Although the plot was always in his mind, it would take time to draw it. Ah, Nobita, you're down, come quickly, Kingi is looking for you. Because she was sitting in the main seat, Nobita Tamako immediately saw Nobita being pushed over by Doraemon. After an unknown amount of time, Nobita Tamako recovered from her shock. She looked at the time and it was almost time to prepare dinner. Because Nobita cooked hot pot last night, most of the vegetables in the refrigerator were eaten by Doraemon and Dorami. Nobita Tamako had to go out to buy vegetables now. Nobita Daisuke was helping his wife sort out things while looking at the envelope on the table curiously and asked, "Mom, is the amount of the royalties this time the same as last time? How much more?" Nobita Tamako smiled and stood up behind Nobita Daisuke. When she saw the string of zeros on the check, she collapsed to the ground. "Yen, what the hell, look like?" Shizuka's mother, who was packing her luggage with Shizuka, heard the doorbell and quickly responded, "I'm here." Because Shizuka's father is going to take a vacation, he still has some work to do today, so he still needs to go to the company. So the work of packing the luggage can only be left to Shizuka's mother. Shizuka was also curious about who would come to her house at this time, so she followed him out. Halfway through the walk, she heard her mother's surprised voice, "Nobita, Mom, you're back already? I thought you wouldn't be back until tomorrow." "No, we came back today. We were a little worried about Nobita and Doraemon. Fortunately, they didn't make too much mess in the house," Nobita Tamako explained to Shizuka's mother with a smile. "By the way, this is the souvenir I brought for you, please accept it," Nobita Tamako said as she handed the packaged souvenir to Shizuka's mother. When Shizuka knew it was Nobita's mother, she felt a little embarrassed and stayed in the room without coming out. Shizuka's mother did not refuse and accepted it. She smiled and said to Nobita Tamako, "Nobita's mother, I have something to trouble you with." Shizuka, who was hiding in the room and eavesdropping, immediately blushed. She felt embarrassed when she thought about staying alone with Nobita for a few days. She had never been so shy when she went to Nobita's house and stayed there for a night. Shizuka's mother, "If you have any problem, just tell me." "There will be no problem if I can help." Nobita Tamako agreed without hesitation before she even knew what Shizuka's mother was asking. Shizuka's mother smiled and said, "Speaking of this, we have to thank Nobita. He won the grand prize of a luxurious 7-day tour in the lottery at the shopping street and then." Shizuka's mother smiled and told Nobita Tamako what happened that afternoon and that she and her husband were going on vacation. "So I want to ask you to take care of Shizuka for me. After all, I am a little worried about her being at home with 10 girls. My Nobita has been really lucky in lotteries recently, and it's a bit of a disadvantage for a girl to be at home alone. I'll ask Nobita and Doraemon to come and accompany Shizuka. In case anything happens, Doraemon has a lot of strange props, so it will be no problem. You and your husband can just go out and have fun." Nobita Tamako didn't even wait for Shizuka's mother to finish her words before she agreed. After all, it was just a small matter. And Nobita Tamako also has her own little thoughts. She likes Shizuka very much. It would be even better if she could be her daughter-in-law in the future. So why doesn't she agree to let Nobita and Shizuka get closer? Feelings should be cultivated from childhood. That's really troublesome for you. "No, it's getting late. I still have to buy groceries and cook. I won't talk to you for now." Shizuka's mother, "Tell Shizuka anything you forgot to ask or you can call me." Nobita Tamako looked at the sky outside and said goodbye to Shizuka's mother. After all, there were 3 mouths to feed in her family and she couldn't continue chatting. "Okay, thank you so much. Be careful on the road." Shizuka's mother sent Nobita Tamako out the door and thanked her again. Nobita Tamako smiled and shook her head, then ran quickly towards the shopping street. Shizuka's mother did not stay either. After Nobita Tamako walked away, she hurried back to the room to continue packing and making dinner. After all, it was really late. During this time, she had to constantly remind Shizuka of some precautions, which made her feel a little overwhelmed. "What? You want me and Doraemon to stay at Shizuka's house for 2 days?" During dinner, Nobita couldn't help but exclaimed when she heard what Nobita Tamako said. Was he planning to live with Shizuka ahead of schedule? Nobita Tamako rolled her eyes at Nobita and said, "What's wrong? Are you still not happy?" Shizuka's mother is worried about Shizuka being alone at home, so they think you are a good girl, so they let you go to accompany Shizuka to look after the house. After all, they are not going to be gone for just 1 or 2 days. Number, why would we be unhappy, don't you think so, Doraemon?" Nobita saw that her mother was a little dissatisfied and quickly shook her head. "That's right." At night, Nobita was lying in bed, too excited to sleep. He was going to live with Shizuka and the thought made him nervous. He didn't know what interesting things would happen. Nobita began to have wild thoughts, and he didn't know how long it had been before he fell asleep in a daze. This was the first time Nobita had lived with a girl in 2 lifetimes. Even though it was only for a few days, he was still a little nervous. After all, it was Shizuka's house. If it was Shizuka coming to his house, he probably wouldn't be so nervous. Time flies, and with Nobita looking forward to living with Shizuka and taking the train trip, time soon comes to the day when Shizuka's mother and her friends are leaving. Shizuka, you and Nobita stay at home and be careful. If anything happens, call Nobita's mom and the others. Got it? Before leaving, Shizuka's mom still reminded him a little worriedly. It's normal for a mother to be worried. I know, moms, you guys have to have fun. Auntie, don't worry, there will be no problem with Doraemon and I here. Be careful on the road. Team, after seeing off Shizuka's mother and father, Doraemon immediately said to Nobita and Shizuka, okay, now let's start preparing things for the luxury train trip. Doraemon, do we need to prepare now? Shizuka asked Doraemon curiously. She didn't know what to prepare for the train ride and what props Doraemon would bring out. Nobita looked at Doraemon in surprise and asked, Doraemon, don't we have to look after the house? What if we de Wang Zhao run away and our mother comes? We will be scolded if that happens. Hee, it's okay, now let me tell you a little bit. The train we are going to take is actually Shizuka's house, so you don't have to worry, Doraemon said to Nobita and Shizuka with a mysterious smile. Why? Shizuka and Nobita couldn't help but exclaimed when they heard Doraemon's words. They never thought that the luxury train Doraemon was talking about was Shizuka's house. They thought Doraemon would take out the train props from the 22nd century. But if this is true, then this train is indeed more comfortable and more relaxing than the Emerald. After all, it is your home without so many constraints. Maybe you can even stop in a beautiful place and take a rest. Just thinking about that feeling made Shizuka and Nobita feel happy. They couldn't help but look forward to it. Sunio didn't know that Jaein was walking towards his house, and Sunio's father had already put all the luggage prepared by his mother into the trunk of the car. He looked at Sunio, who was carrying a backpack, and asked, Sunio, you have prepared everything, and didn't you say you were going to bring a few good friends with you? Where are they? No, I have to go and take a look. If I find out that Sunio guy has left alone, I won't let him off. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. Jaein picked up his backpack with a gloomy face and set off for Sunio's house. He looked very bad now. Along the way, any child who knew Jaein would immediately hide away as soon as they saw Jaein's appearance, for fear that they would be affected. Dad, let's go, Sunio hurriedly urged his father upon seeing this. Does that kid want to go alone? That's right. Anyone who messes with him will be in trouble. Should we go over and take a look? That's true, I'm going home now. I'd better finish my homework first. I think I'd better forget it. It would be terrible if Jaein Abd took out her anger on me. I think I should go home as soon as possible. If Jaein can't find the person who made her angry, we will be in trouble. As for Jaein, he had no idea about the incredible incident he had caused. He was now heading towards Sunio's house in a rage. From his angry look, you could tell how much he was looking forward to this trip. What? Sunio became nervous instantly when he heard his mother's words. He quickly stood up and looked outside through the rear window of the car. Sure enough, he saw Jaein running towards him angrily. But isn't Jaein here? Didn't you agree to bring them with you? And this ticket is non-refundable. Sunio's father looked at Jaein, who was about to reach the front of the car through the rearview mirror, turned around and explained to Sunio. Then let's buy what we like and the ingredients. I got a lot of activity funds from my mother. Nobita patted his trouser pocket and said with a smile, hee, we're about to leave. That gorilla Jaein must be waiting at home, right? I won't notify you, Sunio said proudly while packing his things. He didn't want to travel with that gorilla Jaein, but it would be almost the same if it was Shizuka. Sunio's face fell when he heard his father's words. After all this time, he still wanted to go on the Emerald with Jaein the gorilla. This was not the trip he wanted at all. At this time, Jaein had already arrived in front of the car. Sunio's father didn't say much, but just asked Jaein to get in the car. They were ready to set off. Well, let's go buy some food and stuff now. Since it's a luxury train, of course it should have everything, Doraemon said, pointing in the direction of the shopping street. After that, he took out a prohibition sign from his pocket and placed it at the door of Shizuka's house. While Sunio was busy packing, Jaein was sitting cross-legged in his room with a large backpack next to him. It looked like he was ready to leave. What's wrong with this guy Sunio? It's been 2 days, why hasn't he notified me of the departure time yet? At this moment, Sunio's mother opened the door and walked in, urging, Sunio, pack up quickly, we have to leave for the station, otherwise it will be bad if Jin misses the train. After that, the group headed towards the shopping street and began to prepare things for the train journey. This trip will definitely be very interesting. On the other side, Sunio's house. It's okay, Shizuka, I make a lot of money from my comics, so I can afford this little bit. Besides, we're going on a luxury trip. Nobita held Shizuka's hand to signal her not to worry. However, he was still very happy to think that he would have such a good wife in the future. When Sunio and his friends walked out of the room, Jaein also came to the alley leading to Sunio's house. When he saw the car parked in front of Sunio's house, he became even angrier. He ran over angrily. Damn Sunio, this guy clearly promised me, but he actually wanted to go out alone. It's really mean. I still regarded him as my best friend. So on the second day of spring break, an incredible scene occurred in the town where Nobita and her friends lived. Parents found that their children were actually doing their homework seriously at home and did not go out to play. This left everyone puzzled and became an incredible mystery in the town. Nobita, didn't we buy too much? We also bought Kobe beef, which is very expensive, Shizuka said worriedly on the way back. After all, they did buy a lot, and Nobita also took 3 boxes of expensive but delicious Kobe beef. Huh? Sunio, isn't that Jaein? Didn't you say they couldn't come because of something? At this moment, Sunio's mother, who was about to get on the bus, saw Jaein running over with a backpack on her back before getting on the bus, and asked Zaya Ocean, who was already sitting in the car, in confusion. I'll be there soon, Mom. Sunio immediately quickened his pace to pack his things. He didn't want to miss this 507 trip, otherwise how would he show off to Nobita and the others when he came back? Well, they all have things to do, so they can't go with us. Sunio explained with a panicked look on his face after hearing what his father said. The image of Jaein getting angry appeared in his mind. It was too scary. He should not think about it for now. He will think of a solution after he comes back from playing happily. Is that so? That's such a pity. Sunio's father didn't care. He just said this and called his son to get ready to set off. It was not until Jaein walked away that they started to discuss. Who on earth offended Jaein? His expression was so scary. I have never seen Jaein show such an expression before. At this time, Nobita and her friends were frantically shopping in the shopping street. After all, they had to prepare things for 7 days, and Nobita had already started to think about the menu. It turned out to be a luxury train trip, so of course it couldn't be solved so easily. Maybe it was because there were some huge sums of money in the family, so this time Nobita Tamako gave Nobita a lot of money. Sunio looked at Jaein, who had a strange expression on his face when he got on the bus and sat next to him, and his expression suddenly became panicked. Fortunately, his parents were there, so Jaein didn't dare to do anything rash. Sunio could only turn his head and look out the window, not daring to look at Jaein. Wow, is this the Emerald Luxury Train? It's amazing, isn't it, Sunio? Jaein stood in front of the platform and exclaimed at the Emerald Luxury Train parked on the track in front of him. He was surrounded by people dressed very fashionably, and it seemed that they were all going to take the Emerald Luxury Train. Yes, right. Sunio lowered his head with a grim expression, looking like he was about to die. When he thought about the luxurious 6-day and 7-night round-trip journey he would have to spend with Jaein, he couldn't muster up any energy at all and didn't want to go at all. Okay, the train is about to depart. Let's get on quickly, my carriage is. Sunio's father took out the ticket and took a look at it, then asked everyone to get ready to board the train. Good. Jaein answered with great energy, while Zaya Ocean answered with a lack of energy. Doraemon, when are we leaving? After Nobita and Shizuka returned to Shizuka's house and sorted out the things they bought, they looked at Doraemon, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, and asked curiously. Doraemon looked back at Nobita and Shizuka and waved. Our job now is to rest, and we will set off in the evening. Rest? That's right, because we have to treat the whole house as a train. We can't set off during the day. It's easy to scare others. We'd better set off later. Of course, we need to get enough rest, otherwise we will be tired at night. Lying on the made bed, Nobita stared at the ceiling. He couldn't sleep at all. Shizuka, are you asleep? Wow, so bold, it's worthy of being a luxury train. Jaein leaned against the window and cheered as he watched the train slowly move forward. Because Jaein's body was too large, Sunio had no way of squeezing to the window. He could only sigh and watch Jaein cheer. He also wanted to see the train leave. As Doraemon pulled the forward gear lever, the house began to shake slowly and began to move forward slowly, making the clanging sound that only a train could make. The destination of this train is Kagoshima in Kyushu. Please get on the train as soon as possible. We will depart soon. At this time, the lamb had finished eating the note and began to remind everyone that the train was about to depart. 0 request flowers. This is the DX train set. I borrowed it from Dorami yesterday. He's really good. Okay, Nobita nodded to Shizuka and went back to Shizuka's room to rest. Yes, Nobita was staying in Shizuka's room, but like in his house, he slept on the floor. There was also a sign with the word source written on it in the center of the front of Shizuka's house. and above the sign was the destination Kagoshima. There was also a signal light next to the house, which looked no different from a train on the road and was very professional. Shizuka tossed and turned in bed and couldn't fall asleep. As for Maruko, for some reason she had become very sleepy recently and was now sleeping soundly beside Shizuka's pillow, almost catching up with Nobita in the past. Doraemon hadn't finished speaking when the whole bed suddenly began to shake violently. Nobita and Shizuka, who were still half lying on the bed, quickly lowered their bodies and shouted to Doraemon, "Doraemon, what's going on? Welcome to the luxury train combination, please take care of it." Nobita, look at the window, it's gotten bigger. Shizuka, who was lying on the bed, was surprised to see that the wall in front of her desk had turned into a glass window, and the lamp on the desk suddenly spoke. "It's already 11 o'clock, Nobita, Shizuka, you guys hurry up and get up, we have to get ready to leave. Will we meet Sunio and the others? Maybe, because we are also following the route of the Emerald Luxury Train. They should have left by now, right? They should be very happy, right? I shouldn't have shown off to them. Nobita, I can't sleep." Nobita and Shizuka sat up from their beds in a daze. They fell asleep while chatting in the afternoon. Nobita rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked, "Doraemon, what time is it now?" "It's amazing, the house is rising up." Nobita and Shizuka leaned over the window and looked down. With the help of the light in the house, they could vaguely see that the house was floating in the air. It seemed that it had wheels growing underneath. Shizuka and Nobita immediately perked up after hearing that. Doraemon, who had changed into a uniform without knowing when, nodded and walked to the desk in Shizuka's room. In the curious eyes of Nobita and Shizuka, he took out something that looked like a control panel from his pocket and placed it on Shizuka's desk. "Doraemon, how can we sleep at this time?" This was the first time that Nobita stayed at Shizuka's house and in Shizuka's room. How could Nobita possibly sleep? Although it was not the first time that she came to Shizuka's room, it was the first time that they lived together. This made Nobita very excited and she couldn't sleep at all. "Nobita, Shizuka, get up quickly. It's already night and we need to get ready to leave." Time quickly came to night and Doraemon began to call Shizuka and Nobita to get up. "Okay, everyone get ready, we are about to leave. The Shizuka train is about to depart. Please sit down carefully." Doraemon adjusted his hat with his hand, turned to Nobita and the others, and then turned the start button on the console. Doraemon took out the schedule that Nobita and the others had written from his pocket and handed it to the lamb. The lamb took a look at it and then put it in its mouth and slowly ate it. Shizuka's heart was moved. Wow, so cute, it actually ate the note. "What is this, Doraemon?" Nobita asked curiously, looking at the Doraemon control panel on the desk with a lamb doll attached to it. "D75, are we leaving now? Wow, so cute." Shizuka, who had already gotten out of bed, couldn't help but praise the lamb that started talking in front of the desk. Girls are not immune to cute things. Maruko was also awakened by the noise. He jumped onto the desk and was looking at the lamb wearing a hat curiously, as if wondering what this thing was. Doraemon slept on the sofa in the living room. At the same time, on the Emerald Luxury Train, woo-woo, Shizuka train is officially departing. "Beep beep beep, Maru, that's true. By the way, Nobita, do you think we will meet Sunio and Jayan?" Shizuka asked curiously, staring at the ceiling. To be honest, she was looking forward to this train trip and to be with Nobita and the others. Nobita looked at Doraemon curiously after hearing this. To be honest, he was also curious about why this house could pass through directly. "That's because this house entered another four-dimensional space, so we can pass through it directly." "Wow, it's really beautiful, isn't it, Shizuka?" Nobita looked at the railway, which had become more visible as it entered the main line. The stars in the sky kept blinking. Standing in front of the window, he and Shizuka seemed to be flying among the sea of stars. As the house kept moving forward, the breeze blew across their cheeks, making people unable to help but relax. Shizuka smiled and nodded, looking at the beautiful scenery in front of her. She turned back to Doraemon with some curiosity and asked, "Doraemon, why did we go straight through the house?" "Nobita, can I have a bowl of pasta?" Shizuka asked Nobita with a blushing face. After all, it was her whose stomach rumbled just now. Although it was nothing, she still felt a little embarrassed and felt it was a bit rude. "It should be soon. After all, we have already reached the maximum speed." Doraemon looked at the speed displayed on the control panel and thought for a while before saying, "After all, their speed is faster than that of the Emerald train." Sunio could only smile and say, "Of course, Jayan, we are on the train. Why don't we go to bed first? It's getting late." "Of the, so that's how it is. That's amazing. Really, Sunio, this train trip isn't that fun." "There doesn't seem to be anything to do except looking at the scenery," said a passenger on the Emerald Luxury Train. Thinking of this, Sunio quickly smiled and said, "In that case, let's play poker. I want to play too." That's pretty good. The winner draws a turtle on the loser's face. The scenery is so great, it's like we are flying between the houses, Nobita said with emotion as she stood in front of the window and looked at the various roofs passing by in front of them. It really felt like watching a 3D image. But I want to. Sunio, who had lost interest because of Jaehyun's arrival, didn't want to play poker at all. He just wanted to go to bed early. If he didn't fall asleep before Jaehyun, he would definitely be kept awake by Jaehyun's snoring. No, I don't want to. We finally get out to play, but now we have to rest so early. That's boring. Sunio, how about we play poker? Jaehyun seemed to be very happy to be out of his mother's control and didn't plan to sleep at all. Doraemon smiled and turned back to Nobita and asked, Nobita, is everything done? At this moment, a strange sound suddenly sounded in the room, and Shizuka's face quickly turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Nobita and Doraemon looked at each other, and then Nobita laughed. Haha, I'm so sorry, I think I'm a little hungry in this case. I just thought the train was going to hit the house. Shizuka patted her chest and said with a frightened look on her face. She was really shocked when she saw the house actually rushing directly towards the neighbor's house opposite. 1 serving of dorayaki and 1 serving of juice, please. Welcome to the Shizuka luxury train. I'm the waiter Nobita. What would you two like to eat? Nobita asked Shizuka and Doraemon, holding a device that looked like an ordering device, like a waiter in a 5-star hotel. New. Jaehyun sat on his bed, looking at the passing scenery outside and said calmly that he no longer had the excitement he had just had. Wow, what a great view. The two nodded and lay on the windowsill very comfortably, because now they entered the main road surrounded by high-rise buildings with flashing lights, and lights of various colors shone on their faces. Just like a pair of lovers, Nobita, look, that is the Tokyo Tower, right? It's really beautiful. I'm back. Nobita caught up with the train using take copter as it continued to move forward and returned to the room. Woo-woo, the train is about to enter the main line, please be prepared. The lamp on the control console reminded everyone at this moment, and Nobita and the others could already see the endless railway tracks in the distance. Then we can have fun without worry. Doraemon happily sat in front of the chair and drove the Genno train. The lamb next to him immediately reminded him with a serious expression, don't be distracted when driving the train. Of course, this is the latest model of props in the 22nd century. Doraemon praised his props very proudly. He pulled the gear lever to speed up and said to Nobita and the others, Nobita, Shizuka, we are going to speed up, be careful. Shizuka blinked as she watched Nobita leave, as if she was a little overwhelmed by Nobita's professionalism. She looked silly and cute, but it was a pity that Nobita couldn't see it. Shizuka was also somewhat intoxicated, resting her head on the windowsill, looking at the bright starry sky and said, it's really beautiful, just like what is said in the brochure. The scenery outside the window has turned into low mountains and various farmlands. The wind pressure from the passing train has bent many crops just like waves. Looking at the city that is getting farther and farther away behind, Nobita asked curiously, Doraemon, we should be catching up with the emerald soon, right? Hi, okay, everyone please wait a moment. I will leave and inform Chef Nobita to let him cook for the 2 distinguished guests personally. Please wait a moment, distinguished guests. Nobita looked very professional, then bowed and left Shizuka's room like a professional waiter. I said we should play poker, Sunio, why don't you want to? Jaehyun's face darkened when he saw Sunio didn't agree, and Sunio was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat. His parents were in the next room, so Jaehyun didn't need to be shy when beating him. Well, Nobita just went back and used a stereo projector to create an image of Shizuka's house, and then put a prohibition sign at the door of Shizuka's house, so that he would not be discovered. Shizuka's family disappeared, and just in case, Nobita asked Doraemon to take out the spy team to keep an eye on the movements around Shizuka's family at all times, so that they could respond if anything happened on June 20. Fat, Jaehyun. I want to draw. In the emerald luxury train carriage, Sunio was trembling with a pen in his hand as he prepared to draw a turtle on Jaehyun's face. But when he saw Jaehyun's gloomy expression, Sunio didn't dare to start writing. From the beginning, Jaehyun had been losing in the card game and had never won. At first, Sunio was very proud and happily drew a turtle on Jaehyun's face. But when Jaehyun lost for the second and third time, the look on Jaehyun's face became worse and worse. Sunio knew that something was wrong, but Jaehyun's luck was so bad that he couldn't win even if Sunio let him. Sunio, you be *****D. Jaehyun felt the pen in Sunio's hand drawing on his face, and the blue veins on his temples couldn't help but burst. Sunio, who had been looking at him, couldn't help but tremble his hand and suddenly drew a big line on Jaehyun's face. Damn it. Jaehyun's face suddenly turned livid, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to beat Sunyo. Sunyo closed his eyes and prepared to be beaten, but he didn't feel any pain on his body. Sunyo carefully opened a corner of his eyes and found Jaehyun looking out the window strangely. Sunyo opened his eyes in confusion, breathed a sigh of relief and asked curiously, Jaehyun, what are you looking at? Sunyo, look at that, doesn't it look like Shizuka's home? Jaehyun pointed at a strange-looking train track running parallel to theirs outside the window in confusion. He was indeed preparing to beat Sunyo just now, but he inadvertently glanced at the window and saw the strange-looking train outside. Sunyo approached in confusion, looked at the train next to him and said carelessly, What, isn't it just a train that looks like Shizuka's? What's the big deal? A train that looks like Shizuka's? How is this possible? I must be dazzled. Sunyo looked out the window in disbelief and was suddenly speechless with surprise. Sunyo rubbed his eyes vigorously, and after realizing that this was true, he stuttered, What the hell is going on here? How could there be a train like the one at Shizuka's house? It's unbelievable, isn't it? At the same time, on Shizuka's room, Nobita returned to Shizuka's room with a plate on which were 3 prepared meals. She handed the meals to Shizuka and Doraemon very elegantly. Wow, it smells so good, Nobita's cooking skills are incredible. Doraemon praised the steaming dorayaki in front of him and then took a dorayaki and started eating it. Shizuka nodded in satisfaction and started to eat the pasta in small bites. She looked like she was enjoying it. It seemed that the pasta made by Nobita was indeed delicious. Nobita made curry rice for himself. He held the plate and leaned against the bed, looking at the scenery outside the window and eating the rice quickly. The scenery outside seemed particularly appetizing. Sunyo, isn't that Nobita? Just when Sunyo couldn't figure out what was going on, Jaehyun suddenly saw Nobita eating by the window and said in surprise. He knew he was not seeing things. Sunyo looked in the direction Jaehyun pointed and immediately saw Nobita eating and looking at the scenery. Sunyo was very upset by her comfortable look. Sunyo immediately reacted and said, I see, this must be Doraemon's item, damn Nobita, how can he hang out with Shizuka? But I have to hang out with a gorilla like Jaehyun, click. As soon as Sunyo finished speaking, he heard a fist-clenching sound beside him. The temperature around him seemed to drop a lot. He quickly turned to look at Jaehyun, who rubbed his fist with a gloomy face and said gloomily, I'm so sorry, stinky Sunyo, for letting you go out with a gorilla like me. You hateful guy, I will beat you to death today. Jaehyun, listen to me. Ah, help me, die damn Sunyo. Due to the limited space on the train, Sunyo had no way to escape and was immediately caught by Jaehyun and beaten up. At this time, Nobita also noticed the train next to them and asked curiously, Doraemon, is this the emerald train next to us? Hearing this, Doraemon turned his head curiously towards Nobita's window, took a closer look and said, It really seems to be the emerald train. I wonder where Sunyo and the others are and if we can see them. Really, we have caught up with the emerald, that's amazing. At this time, Shizuka, who had finished eating pasta, heard Nobita's words and ran to the windowsill curiously to check. She saw a luxuriously decorated train running parallel to them, and the entire train could be seen from the room. It looked spectacular. Oh, isn't that Sunyo? What happened to him? Just then, Shizuka saw a man with his face pressed against the window of one of the carriages, looking very painful, with one hand still grasping outside. Nobita looked over curiously, and just as Shizuka said, Sunyo looked very painful. At this moment, the dark and rough 937 hand suddenly grabbed Sunyo's hair and pulled it back, looking very much like Jaehyun. Shizuka widened her eyes and asked in confusion, What on earth is going on? Is Sunyo okay? Nobita immediately understood what was going on. He smiled and said, Don't worry, Shizuka. Sunyo must have said something he shouldn't have said and made Jaehyun angry, so he is teaching him a lesson. Ah, that Sunyo is really pitiful. Shizuka looked at the carriage where Sunyo was with a sympathetic look on his face. After all, this was the result of his own bragging. If he didn't show off and just went there secretly and showed off to everyone later, this wouldn't have happened. Shizuka, Nobita, you two sit still. I'm going to change the house into train mode so that we can have a good rest, Doraemon, who was driving the train, said to Nobita and the others just as the two were sighing. This house can also be transformed, of course. This is a high-tech product of the 22nd century and it's a deluxe version. We can get to Kagoshima by following this railway so we have time to rest. If we keep the house in its original form, we'll probably be in trouble when daybreak comes. What a pleasant morning. The room suddenly became quiet, and the only sound was the clanging of the moving train. Nobita fell asleep very contentedly in the room filled with Shizuka's pleasant scent. Tomorrow might be another happy day. The wind from the running train blew across their cheeks, and Nobita and Shizuka seemed to be in a sea of stars. The lights of the distant city were like a galaxy above the earth, which looked beautiful beyond words. There were different beautiful views from different angles which could not be seen in the train. That's true, Nobita and the others can only eat instant noodles, right? Ha ha ha. Does he have super high-end decorations? Is there a 5-star chef? Nobita didn't know that Sunio and the others were talking about him. After enjoying the scenery on the train comfortably with Shizuka, he went back to his room to sleep. After all, it was getting late and they didn't have much time in the afternoon. They might go to a place with better scenery during the day. If they didn't get enough rest, how could they have time to play? At this moment, Sunio's mother's voice rang out from outside their private room. Sunio, Jaein, hurry up and get up for breakfast. The waiter said that we will soon pass a mountain full of cherry blossoms. The dining car is the best place to view the cherry blossoms. If we don't hurry over there, there will be no room left. Nobita tiptoed out of the room, ready to go to the kitchen. No, that's not right, it should be the dining car now, ready to go to the dining car to make breakfast. When she came to the connection between the carriages, Nobita stretched her body, breathed in the fresh morning air and seemed to be in a lot better spirits. Of course, compared to Nobita's comfort, Sunio's life was not that good. He and Jaein also planned to take a rest, but before he fell asleep, Jaein's snoring started to disturb him, making it impossible for him to fall asleep. Looking at such a cute Shizuka, Nobita smiled happily. It would be great if she had a camera to take a picture of such a cute Shizuka. It seems that she will have to ask her mother to buy her a camera when she returns home. New. Damn, judging by their looks, the view up there must be amazing. Does the Emerald Sunio have such an observation deck? Jaein said with some envy as he looked at the Shizuka across the way. Why did he feel like their place wasn't as comfortable as Nobita's? Shizuka, good night. Nobita leaned on the newly made bed and said good night to Shizuka, who had her hair loose. It was the first time that Nobita saw Shizuka without a ponytail, but she was still very cute. Nobita, you got up so early. Doraemon rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked Nobita. After all, they were out for fun, so he thought Nobita would sleep in. Doraemon, good morning. Of course I'm going to make breakfast. Shizuka is still sleeping, so let's not disturb her for now. Nobita greeted Doraemon when she saw she woke up. Shizuka looked so cute when she slept and Nobita didn't want to wake her up. Just as Nobita was making breakfast, Sunio woke up in a daze on the emerald stone next door. Even though he had taken several precautions last night, he still couldn't resist Jaein's snoring. He finally couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep in a daze. Well, it's definitely not to take pictures of Shizuka, I just like photography, ha 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 ha. Hurry up and sit down. The house may be a little bumpy as it changes shape. Doraemon warned Nobita and the others while pulling a lever on the console to the T position. Sunio looked at the other side with an embarrassed look on his face. He was very upset when he saw Nobita and Shizuka standing together to enjoy the scenery, but he had no choice. However, he couldn't beat Jaein, so he could only explain in a low voice, how could there be such things on the Emerald train? Nobita's train just has more strange things like this. Oh, there are still 5 days left like this, what should I do? Sunio sighed helplessly as he looked at Jaein, who was snoring loudly on the bed opposite him. After that, he glanced at the outline of the Shizuka outside the window, then put the pillow on his head, covered himself with the quilt and prepared to go to sleep. Nobita, good night. Shizuka smiled at Nobita cutely, said that and went to sleep. She was indeed a little sleepy. As for Doraemon, he had gone to sleep in the carriage in the living room. The lamp on the control panel was controlling the train, so nothing would go wrong. As Doraemon pulled the lever, the whole house began to shake violently again, and Nobita and the others clearly felt the house rising and then starting to lower. The door of Shizuka's room also turned into the kind of door on a train, and the room went directly from the second floor to the first floor and became the front of the train. The living room turned into a special carriage, and the kitchen turned into a dining car. Shizuka's house has turned into a train. After finishing packing up Sunio, Jaein went to the window and saw the Shizuka train, which had transformed into a new form. Of course, he also saw Nobita and Shizuka standing on the rooftop observation deck. However, when passing by the living room, no matter how careful Nobita was, Doraemon still woke up. After all, it is a robot, so it is better to say that it is hibernating than sleeping. In fact, it is very sensitive to the outside world. After getting Doraemon's answer, Nobita nodded in satisfaction and continued to walk towards the dining car. There was no way around it because the dining car was in the last car, and in front of the dining car were the bathroom and toilet. Okay, Mom, I'll be there right away, Sunio responded quickly after hearing that, and then immediately turned over and got up, and by the way woke up Jaein, who was sleeping like a dead pig. Because Jaein was sleeping very deeply, Sunyo retaliated by slapping Jaein a few times before waking him up, as revenge for the beating he got last night. Sunyo, with dark circles under his eyes, felt relieved. The stairs that originally led to the second floor actually led to the top of the carriage, and the balcony outside Shizuka's room became an observation deck. Nobita and Shizuka held the railing and looked at the scenery outside in admiration. When the first ray of sunlight in the early morning shone into the room, Nobita woke up drowsily. Looking at Shizuka, who was still sleeping, a hint of doting flashed in Nobita's eyes. He got up quietly, walked to Shizuka's bed, and glanced at Shizuka, who was still sleeping. I don't know if Shizuka had a sweet dream, but there was still a hint of smile on the corner of Shizuka's mouth, and her cute little nose twitched unconsciously. Maybe because of sleeping, Shizuka's hair became a little messy, and a few naughty hairs stood up as if Shizuka suddenly grew alopecia. Wow, that's really great. Nobita, have you already started making breakfast? Shizuka didn't know when she got up she didn't tie her hair up as usual. She was wearing a plain skirt, which made her look more elegant and cute. Nobita looked at Shizuka, who was walking over with her hair down and her hands behind her back, and said with a smile, "Yes, Shizuka, wait a minute, I'll make breakfast right away, then we can go to the front of the car to eat right." "Well, okay, Doraemon has gone to the front of the car," Shizuka said to Nobita with a sweet smile. As soon as Shizuka finished speaking, Nobita had just put the prepared breakfast on a plate. The two of them chatted and laughed as they picked up their breakfast and left the dining car and walked towards the front of the car, feeling like a newlywed couple. Doraemon has breakfast. Doraemon, who was sitting in the driver's seat, quickly turned around and looked at Nobita and the others and said, "Nobita, Shizuka, look ahead, isn't it beautiful?" "Yes, it's so beautiful, it makes me hungry. I think I can eat 2 more bowls of rice," Jaein sobbed as he wolfed down the Western breakfast made by the chef. Seeing this, Sunyo couldn't help but reveal a trace of contempt, thinking to himself, only a rude gorilla like Jaein would say such words in a place like this. "Really beautiful, right, Nobita?" Shizuka smiled and turned back to look at Nobita and asked. The picture seemed to be frozen at this moment. Under the pink sea of flowers, the pretty and lovely Shizuka was strolling in front. Pink petals were falling from time to time, and some naughty petals fell on her head. Behind her was Nobita with a gentle smile on her face. It was like a beautiful painting that people could not forget for a long time. It's so romantic to think about having breakfast under the cherry blossom trees. This scene seemed like a dream. The lovely and beautiful Shizuka made Nobita stare at her in a trance. Looking at Shizuka playing in the sea of flowers, Nobita couldn't help but think of a sentence she had seen before. You stand in the sea of flowers and look at the scenery, but you don't know that you are the most beautiful scenery in the sea of flowers. When the Shizuka changed its track and headed towards an unknown cherry tree, Sunyo, Jaein, and Sunyo's parents were sitting in the dining car, enjoying the food while looking at the cherry blossom mountain getting closer and closer. Wow, it's really beautiful. I never thought I could see cherry blossoms blooming so early. Yeah, Nobita looked at the cherry blossom mountain getting closer and closer and asked Doraemon curiously, "Doraemon, can we go to that cherry blossom mountain? It should be very comfortable to have breakfast there, right?" Shizuka and Nobita looked forward curiously after hearing Doraemon's words. They saw that the hillside not far ahead was all pink cherry blossoms, which looked very beautiful. Shizuka put her breakfast on the table and clasped her hands together and said, "These should be early cherry blossoms, right? They are so beautiful." Doraemon patted Nobita, smiled, and told him to go play with Shizuka while he packed up the plates and other things and returned to the train. Nobita followed behind Shizuka with a gentle look on his face, strolling with her in the sea of flowers. Okay, the three of them didn't walk a few steps before they chose a place. This place was near a clear stream, with rows of cherry blossoms on both sides. The cherry petals were falling into the stream and then floating downstream. The ground was also covered with all kinds of low grass and various unknown flowers, just like a paradise. In a villa somewhere in Tokyo, a beautiful young girl is looking at a photo frame with a happy face, as if she is thinking of something happy. The photo on it vaguely looks like what Nobita and Shizuka look like now, except that the people in it are all adults. Only some outlines of Nobita and Shizuka when they were children can be seen in it. Of course, it's no problem. Sunyo looked at the Shizuka, which had already left the main line, with an unhappy look on his face and said to his mother coquettishly, "Mom, can we get off the train and see the cherry blossoms? It will be great to have a vacation there. I never thought there is such a beautiful place here, and it's not close to the city, so it hasn't been destroyed," Nobita said with emotion while eating breakfast. Discovering such a beautiful place made this trip worthwhile. After Shizuka had eaten her fill, she smiled and walked towards the cherry blossom tree not far ahead. The breeze blew and the petals fluttered in the air. Looking at those pink petals falling on Shizuka's body and hair and some passing by Shizuka, it was as if Shizuka was a fairy in the cherry blossom rain. Then why don't we have breakfast under the cherry tree? What do you think? Looking at the Shizuka that had changed its track, Nobita suggested to Shizuka and Doraemon with a smile. Sunio, what nonsense are you talking about? How can the train stop when it reaches the station? Sunio could only look at the slowly blurring Sakura Hill with disappointment. Because the emerald had already passed by, the Sakura Hill had become increasingly blurry, causing Xiao's originally happy mood to suddenly turn sour. I'm stuffed. It's incredible. This is the first time I see a train like this, Sunio's father exclaimed after taking a sip of coffee. As a big boss, his composure is unmatched by ordinary people. Doraemon smiled and nodded, of course, no problem. Then we can go to see the cherry blossoms during our trip. Really? Doraemon, that would be great, Shizuka said with longing upon hearing that. At this time, Doraemon had already begun to control the train towards Sakura Mountain and had begun to deviate from the previously planned track. Jayan ate while looking at Shizuka and sobbed. It's the party Taemin wants to get a hard Huashin, right? Okay, I want to go there too. Could it be that they want to go to that cherry blossom mountain? We'll just stay here. P.S. Is this chapter too beautifully written? Wow, it's so beautiful. Just when Sunio's mood became bad, Nobita and the others had already arrived at the foot of the cherry blossom mountain. The surrounding pink absk cherry blossom trees looked beautiful. Doraemon found a spacious area to park the train, and the group got off the train, preparing to find a beautiful place to enjoy the cherry blossoms and have breakfast. Wow, so beautiful. What? Sunio looked in the direction his mother pointed, and then saw the Shizuka suddenly start to deviate from the track and continue to move forward. He said in horror, "What are Nobita and the others doing? How can the train deviate from the track?" Hey Shizuka, how about we come here again later? The morning sun is shining, the breeze is blowing gently, the flowers are covered with mist, and the beauty is like a poem. At this moment, it seems that only these 8 words can describe the scene. Suddenly, Nobita seems to see the grown-up Shizuka. Why is this happening? Look ahead, then, what's going on? At this moment, Sunio's mother suddenly looked out the window with a strange expression and spoke in surprise. Okay, it's almost time, let's continue heading towards Kagoshima. In Shizuka's room, Doraemon said to Shizuka and Nobita, who were a little tired from playing and were sitting on the ground to rest. There were still a few cherry blossom petals on their heads. Then the Shizuka slowly moved forward under the control of Doraemon and soon entered the main line again, chasing the emerald, which was already far away from them. The journey continued. Hey Sunio, do you have any interesting games? I feel so bored. On the emerald, after breakfast, Jayan and Sunio returned to their rooms and started to daze. Jayan lay on the bed and looked at the scenery passing by outside. Sunio, who was also lying on the bed, could only shake his head and said, Jayan, we are on the train, how can I have any interesting games? I should have brought the game console with me earlier. That's true. It would be nice if we could turn our home into a train like Nobita and the others did. That way we wouldn't be bored and could read comics, watch TV, and play video games. Nobita must be very happy now, right? She can enjoy the cherry blossoms under the trees, Jayan said with some envy while looking up at the ceiling. Emeralds are indeed nice, but as long as the train doesn't stop, there's nothing to do. If Nobita didn't have Doraemon's gadgets, he wouldn't be so comfortable. Sunio said with a sour heart after hearing Jayan's words. He actually envied Nobita very much, but was just too embarrassed to say it out loud. It's 6 o'clock, time for me to go. Compared to the boredom of Jayan and Sunio, Nobita's life was much more fun. Because there were no beautiful attractions along the way, the 3 of them started playing board games, which we often call Monopoly. Wow, we found a pirate treasure worth 100 million yuan. Shizuka and Doraemon looked at each other and shook their heads and smiled bitterly. As expected, we can't play this type of game with Nobita now. His luck is just too good. I've never seen Nobita fall into a trap, it's like she's cheating. Maybe it's because I'm too lucky, hahaha. Nobita laughed proudly when he heard that. It was also the first time he realized that his luck in playing games was so good. He had already defeated Doraemon and Shizuka twice in a row. Time flies when playing. It was afternoon soon. Today, Nobita and his friends played all the games they could think of. Nobita stood up and stretched as he looked at the setting sun. Time flies so fast, it's almost evening. Doraemon, we should be arriving in Kagoshima soon, right? Doraemon took out the map and looked at it, then replied, it will take about tomorrow morning to get to Kagoshima. Although it is a 7-day journey, more than half of the time is actually spent on the train. But I think this is also very interesting. Not only can I play games happily with Nobita and you guys, but I can also see the scenery of different places in the middle, Shizuka said happily while looking at the sunset outside. She felt that this outing was really interesting and fun. In that case, let's have a starlight dinner tonight, Nobita said on a whim, remembering that he had bought some expensive beef. Starlight dinner? That's right, we're having dinner under the stars. Just close your eyes and think about it. We're sitting on an open-air balcony with stars twinkling in the sky. It's going to be great. It sounds great, it has a very romantic feeling. Shizuka clasped her hands together and said with longing on her face. Doraemon also nodded. Nobita's suggestion was indeed great. That's right, in that case let's have steak tonight. Nobita saw that the two agreed and prepared to go to the kitchen to prepare food, but when he was about to open the door and go to the dining car, he suddenly stopped. He looked back at Doraemon and Shizuka with an embarrassed expression. Doraemon was a little surprised and asked, Nobita, do you have anything else to say? I suddenly remembered. I don't think I can cook steak. Nobita scratched his head embarrassedly. He only knew how to cook Huxia food and had never cooked steak before. If he cooked it blindly, wouldn't it be a waste of such good beef? What should I do? I don't know how to cook steak, Shizuka said in distress. Doraemon waved his hand nonchalantly and said with a smile, I thought it was something else. Don't worry about it. Nobita, I have something good that can help you. 0 request flowers 0. After saying that, Doraemon began to search in his pocket, and then took out an apron from his pocket under the curious eyes of Nobita and Shizuka. As soon as Doraemon took it out, he began to introduce it as usual. Housework apron, Nobita, just put this on. Whether it's cooking or cleaning, there will be no problem with housework. Nobita nodded and took the apron from Doraemon. He had some impression of this apron. The reason why Doraemon took out this item seemed to be because of Shizuka. Nobita forgot the specific reason, but it seemed to be related to Izuku. Shizuka was very curious about the housework apron, and she also wanted to learn how to fry steak, so she said, Nobita, I'll help too. After saying that, he followed Nobita to the dining car, leaving Doraemon alone in the room to drive the Shizuka. Really? Why does it feel so big? I want to punch someone, Jayan, who had been lying on the train board for a whole day, said with a grim expression as he looked at the sun that was about to set. He could hardly bear it any longer. Hey Sunio, how about you let me beat you up? Sunio became nervous when he heard Jayan's words. He quickly sat up from the bed and looked at Jayan and said soothingly, Jayan, calm down first. Train travel is like this, think about it. We will arrive in Kagoshima tomorrow, then we can go swimming and fishing and have a good time for the whole day. I heard that there are dolphins there. What? It's going to arrive tomorrow. Sunio said a lot of things in a row, thinking that he could calm Jayan down, but Jayan only heard one sentence, which was that it would take another tomorrow to reach the destination. That. Sunio panicked when he saw that his words had the opposite effect, and cold sweat began to pour out on his forehead. He knew that if he couldn't appease Jayan, he would definitely be beaten. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shout in his heart, this is not the trip I want at all. 7. Fatty, Jayan, don't get excited, just think about it. You can have dinner prepared by a 5-star French chef, it's all you can eat. And you can enjoy the beautiful night view while eating. Isn't that great? Well, it sounds good, I'll let you go for now. Jayan's face finally looked better after hearing Sunio's words. After all, for Jayan, food is still very tempting. Sunio breathed a sigh of relief when he finally calmed Jayan down and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand. Time quickly came to night. The sun had already set and the dark sky became lively. Stars of different sizes kept twinkling, as if lighting up the endless darkness. It looked beautiful. Nobita, Shizuka, and Doraemon came to the observation deck on the roof. Doraemon took out a chair from his pocket and put the prepared steak on it. Looking up at the beautiful starry sky above, it whetted their appetite. This is my first time having dinner under the starry sky. It feels so romantic, Shizuka said excitedly while looking at the starry sky above her head. Nobita also smiled and nodded. Yes, I feel like my appetite has improved a lot, but it would be nice to have some red wine like on TV. As soon as Nobita finished speaking, Doraemon couldn't help but lecture her. Nobita, you really are not a kid. Children can't drink alcohol, forget it. I was just talking, I don't really want to drink and we can't get any red wine, right? Nobita saw Doraemon's serious look and explained helplessly that he was just talking and had no intention of drinking at all. Hee, but I have a good thing called 877 that can satisfy your wish, Nobita. After saying that, Doraemon began to rummage in his pocket again, and soon he took out something that looked like a bottle cap from his pocket. Shizuka looked at the bottle cap in Doraemon's hand and asked curiously, Doraemon, what are you doing with a bottle cap? Hey Shizuka, let me tell you, this is not an ordinary bottle cap but a drunken bottle cap. Just put this bottle cap on the mouth of any beverage, and the beverage poured out will have the same effect as wine. That sounds like fun, then let's give it a try. Since we want a drink, let's get a family-size bottle of Coke and drink as much as we want. Shizuka said generously, then got up and went to the dining car to get a Coke. Nobita looked at Shizuka, who stood up and left, and said in a daze, I didn't expect Shizuka to have such a generous side. Is it possible that Shizuka actually has the heart of a female man under her appearance? Ah, Nobita, what are you talking about? What tomboy, what is that? Doraemon was a little confused when he heard Nobita's words. Shizuka moved quickly and brought up a large bottle of Coke in a short while. Doraemon replaced the bottle cap of drunk and poured out 3 cups. Cheers, the 3 of them clinked their cups and drank the Coke in their cups in one gulp. It's delicious. It doesn't feel like Coke. When Nobita finished the Coke in the cup and was about to say something, he suddenly felt dizzy and his face started to get hot. Nobita couldn't help but shook his head and looked at Shizuka, who was sitting opposite him. He saw that Shizuka was not much better, with a flushed face and a dazed look in her eyes, just like she was drunk. Hey, how about this prop? Isn't it pretty good? Doraemon's face was also red, and he began to speak with a lisp, and he looked drunk. He picked up the Coke and filled the quilt again and put it in front of Nobita and Shizuka and said, Come on, keep drinking everyone, don't be polite. The 3 of them drank a whole bottle of Coke while being drunk and then ate up all the steaks. But they probably couldn't feel the deliciousness of the steak at all, right? After all, they were all drunk. Shizuka, you are so cute. Will you be my wife in the future? Nobita said with her tongue sticking out as she looked at Shizuka, who was blushing and looking so cute. HMPH, I don't want, Nobita, you are so annoying. I don't want to be your wife, you will bully me. Shizuka turned her head away and refused proudly when she heard Nobita's words. Hee Nobita, don't worry, Shizuka will definitely be your wife. Wife in the future. Doraemon was obviously drunk too. When he saw Shizuka rejected Nobita, he quickly stood up and staggered to Nobita, patted Nobita's shoulder and comforted her. The 3 of them were already drunk due to the influence of the bottle caps, just like drunk people, and now they had no idea what they were saying, but they looked very funny. It seems a bit cold. Let's go down. Let's go down, $7. After saying that, the 3 of them staggered away from the observation deck and staggered back to the room. Fortunately, the observation deck was just above Shizuka's room. If it was in other carriages, they were really afraid that Nobita and the others would accidentally fall out of the carriage. Big, Nobita, what are you doing lying by the window? Look at the scenery. Look, aren't those 2 people over there, Jayan and Sunio? Shizuka said, leaning against Nobita and pointing at a window of the emerald train that they had caught up with at some point. Where? Doraemon tried to open his confused eyes and look at the opposite train. Really? Hey, Jayan, Xiaoman, Doraemon, you are really drunk. How can they hear us calling them? We are on the train. Nobita drunkenly pulled Shizuka, who was leaning on him, and turned to look at Doraemon, who was standing on the other side of him, and laughed. That's true, then let's go over and say hello to them. Dakodemo door. Doraemon nodded with a silly smile, then took out the Dakodemo door from his pocket and opened it directly. Jayan and Sunio had just returned to the room after dinner, and saw a pink door appear in the room. Then they saw Doraemon staggeringly open the door and look at them. Doraemon, why are you here? Jayan asked curiously, looking at Doraemon, who suddenly appeared with some confusion. Sunio also looked at Doraemon with a surprised look on his face and asked curiously, Doraemon, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so weird? Fatty, Jayan, don't get excited, think about it. You can have dinner prepared by a 5-star French chef and it's all you can eat. And you can enjoy the beautiful night view while eating. Isn't it great? Well, it sounds good. I'll let you go for now. Jayan's face finally looked better after hearing Sunio's words. After all, for Jayan, food is still very tempting. Sunio breathed a sigh of relief when he finally calmed Jayan down and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand. Time quickly came to night. The sun had already set and the dark sky became lively. Stars of different sizes kept twinkling, as if lighting up the endless darkness. It looked beautiful. Nobita, Shizuka, and Doraemon came to the observation deck on the roof. Doraemon took out a chair from his pocket and put the prepared steak on it. Looking up at the beautiful starry sky above, it whetted their appetite. This is my first time having dinner under the starry sky. It feels so romantic. Shizuka said excitedly while looking at the starry sky above her head. I was just talking, I don't really want to drink and we can't even get any red wine right. Nobita saw Doraemon's serious look and explained helplessly that he was just talking and had no intention of drinking at all. Nobita couldn't help but shook his head and looked at Shizuka, who was sitting opposite him. He saw that Shizuka was not much better, with a flushed face and a dazed look in her eyes, just like she was drunk. Where is it? Doraemon tried to open his blurry eyes and look at the opposite train. Really, it's, J and nothing. Nobita also smiled and nodded. Yes, I feel like my appetite has improved a lot, but it would be nice to have some red wine like on TV. Okay, 2-0, okay, Shizuka, you are so cute. Will you be my wife in the future? Nobita said with her tongue sticking out as she looked at Shizuka, who was blushing and looking so cute. Since we want a drink, let's get a family-sized bottle of Coke and drink as much as we want. Shizuka said generously, and then she got up and went to the dining car to get a Coke. Ah, Nobita, what are you talking about? What tomboy, what is that? Doraemon was a little confused when he heard Nobita's words. Look at the scenery. Hee, Nobita, don't worry, Shizuka will definitely be your wife in the future. Doraemon was obviously drunk as well. When he saw Shizuka rejected Nobita, he quickly stood up and staggered to Nobita, patted Nobita's shoulder and consoled her. HMPH, I don't want to, Nobita, you are so annoying, I don't want to be your wife, you will bully me. Shizuka turned her head away and refused proudly when she heard Nobita's words. Big, Nobita, what are you doing lying by the window? Nobita looked at Shizuka, who stood up and left, and said in a daze, I didn't expect Shizuka to have such a generous side. Could it be that Shizuka actually has a heart of a woman under her cute appearance? Hey Shizuka, let me tell you, this is not an ordinary bottle cap but a drunken bottle cap. Just put this bottle cap on the mouth of any beverage and the beverage poured out will have the same effect as wine. That sounds like fun, it seems. It seems a bit cold. Let's go down. If that's true, then let's go over and say hello to them. Dakodemo door. Doraemon nodded with a silly smile, then took out the Dakodemo door from his pocket and opened it directly. Hey, how about this prop? Isn't it pretty good? Doraemon's face was also red, and he began to speak with a lisp, and he looked drunk. He picked up the Coke and filled the quilt again and put it in front of Nobita and Shizuka and said, Come on, keep drinking everyone, don't be polite. The three of them were already drunk due to the influence of the bottle caps, just like drunk people, and now they had no idea what they were saying, but they looked very funny. Shizuka moved quickly and brought up a large bottle of Coke in a short while. Doraemon replaced the bottle cap of drunk and poured out 3 cups. Doraemon, you are really drunk. How can they hear us calling them? We are on the train. Nobita drunkenly pulled Shizuka, who was leaning on him, and turned to look at Doraemon, who was standing on the other side of him, and laughed. Sunio also looked at Doraemon with a surprised look on his face and asked curiously, Doraemon, what's wrong with you? Why do you look weird? Look, aren't those 2 people over there Jayan and Sunio? Shizuka said, leaning against Nobita and pointing at a window of the emerald train that they had caught up with at some point. Doraemon, why are you here? Jayan looked at Doraemon, who suddenly appeared with some confusion, and asked curiously, Cheers. It feels like nothing like Coke. When Nobita finished the Coke in the cup and was about to say something, he suddenly felt dizzy and his face started to get hot. Then let's give it a try. As soon as Nobita finished speaking, Doraemon couldn't help but lecture her. Nobita, you really are not a kid. Children can't drink alcohol, forget it. Shizuka looked at the bottle cap in Doraemon's hand and asked curiously, Doraemon, what are you doing with a bottle cap? Jayan and Sunio had just returned to the room after dinner and saw a pink door appear in the room. Then they saw Doraemon staggeringly open the door and look at them. After saying that, the 3 of them staggered away from the observation deck and staggered back to the room. Fortunately, the observation deck was just above Shizuka's room. If it was in other carriages, they were really afraid that Nobita and the others would accidentally fall out of the carriage. The 3 of them drank a whole bottle of Coke while being drunk and then ate up all the steaks. But they probably couldn't feel the deliciousness of the steak at all, right? After all, they were all drunk. The 3 of them clinked their cups and drank the Coke in their cups in one gulp. It's delicious. Hee, but I have a good thing. Although it can't be used to drink alcohol, it can make us feel like we've been drunk. After saying that, Doraemon began to rummage in his pocket again, and soon he took out something that looked like a bottle cap from his pocket. Hee, Jayan. Sunio, I came over to say hello to you. Hiccup. Doraemon smiled foolishly and waved at the 2 of them while holding the door frame of Dakodemo door. Doraemon, what's wrong with you? Why do you smell like cola? Jayan and Sunio fanned the tips of their noses with their hands. Because of Doraemon's hiccups, a strong smell of cola hit their noses, which was a bit unbearable for them. What's going on? Can Doraemon get drunk by drinking Coke? Sunio looked at Doraemon, who was obviously drunk, with a puzzled look and asked curiously, Hee, that's because I used this. The drunk bottle cap. As long as you use this to drink juice, you will feel very comfortable after drinking it. You can try it too. After hearing what Sunio said, Doraemon took out the drunk bottle cap from his pocket and handed it to Sunio and the others. Drunk bottle cap, what is that? Before Sunio and Jayan figured out what was going on, Doraemon 01 waved at them and said, "Okay, I just came over to say hello to you. Now that I'm done, I have to go back. See you tomorrow." After saying that, Doraemon returned to Shizuka's room and closed the Dakodemo door, leaving Jayan and Sunio confused. What happened to Doraemon? I don't know. Jayan looked at the drunken bottle cap in Sunio's hand and said, "But this thing should be very interesting. Why don't we try it too? But will it become as strange as Doraemon?" Sunio hesitated after hearing Jayan's words, but when he saw Jayan's expression turned ugly, he quickly changed his words and said, then let's have a drink. Jayan, wait a minute, I'll go to the dining car and get a few bottles of Coke. I want the biggest bottle. I have to say that the service of the Emerald train is quite good. As long as you have a ticket, it is almost free. Of course, some special meals require you to pay separately. Not to mention that Jayan and Sunio were also going to try the drunken bottle cap. When Doraemon returned to Shizuka's room, he saw Nobita and Shizuka already fast asleep on the bed. He couldn't help but say proudly, "Humph, you two are still no match for me, not as good as me." After saying that, Doraemon also fell on the tatami and fell into a deep sleep. "Wow, it's really delicious. It tastes really good, right, Sunio? That's right, let's continue. We won't go home until we are drunk tonight. $389. What time is it now?" Nobita woke up in a daze. He felt his arm was numb. He looked to the side in confusion. He didn't know when Shizuka actually slept next to him, and his arm was numb because Shizuka was pressing on it. Nobita carefully pulled her arm out, but Shizuka woke up right after she finished. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked in confusion, "Nobita, have we reached Kagoshima yet?" As soon as Shizuka finished speaking, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of the train. A gentle orange-red color slowly rose from the horizon, like a shy smile of a girl slowly rising. Soon the bright morning sun jumped out, and the sea was illuminated by thousands of rays of light, which instantly dispelled the only trace of darkness in the night. The vast sea suddenly appeared in the eyes of Nobita and Shizuka. The light of the morning sun penetrated the rippling waves and turned this sea into a dreamy ocean. Chirp, chirp. A few clear bird calls were heard, and 4 or 5 snow-white seagulls glided across the sea breeze. "Wow, it's so beautiful. This is the first time I see such a beautiful sunrise." Shizuka couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the slowly rising sun, as if she hadn't noticed that she and Nobita were sleeping together. Nobita took advantage of Shizuka's distraction and slowly moved to the bedside, preparing to get out of bed before Shizuka noticed. At this time, Doraemon also woke up. "What's going on? Why is it so dazzling?" "Oh, that's bad. What's wrong, Doraemon?" Shizuka, who was originally immersed in the beautiful scenery of the sunrise, was awakened by Doraemon's voice. She looked at Doraemon, who jumped up in confusion and asked with concern, "Didn't we use the drunken bottle cap last night? I seem to have given the cap to Jayan and Sunio in a daze," Doraemon said with a grim expression. He was worried that Jayan and Sunio would do something with the drunken bottle cap. "No, I have to go see what's going on with them. I hope nothing happens to them." Doraemon quickly took out the Dakodemo door from his pocket and prepared to go to Jayan and Sunio's room to check on the situation. Nobita patted his chest. Because of Doraemon's words, Shizuka had not noticed that the two of them slept together last night. Otherwise, Shizuka would have ignored him for a while. He was now very curious about what Jayan and Sunio looked like when they were drunk, and quickly shouted to Doraemon, "Doraemon, wait for me, let's go and take a look together. These two people can drink too much, right?" When the three used the Dakodemo door to arrive at the carriage of Jayan and Sunio, they were shocked to see the Coke bottles all over the floor. The floor was very messy, with Coke bottles everywhere, and the floor was a bit sticky, probably caused by the Coke spilled on the floor. Jayan was sleeping soundly beside Sunio's 800 bed, while Sunio was sleeping on the bed and muttering, "Jayan, you know you are wrong, right? If you dare to mess around again, I will teach you a lesson, humph." Originally, there was nothing wrong with what Sunio said, but Jayan, who was leaning on the bed, suddenly responded, "I know I was wrong, Uncle Sunio, please forgive me. What's going on? What did they do when they were drunk?" Nobita was very curious about the two people's sleep talk. It seemed that the roles of the two people were reversed. Doraemon took off the drunken bottle cap from an empty Coke bottle and called Shizuka and Nobita to go back. He felt a little embarrassed when he thought about how Jayan and Sunio saw his ugly appearance last night. "Hey Doraemon, take out the time-lapse TV." Nobita asked Doraemon to take out the time-lapse TV as soon as they returned to Shizuka's room. He was very curious about what Jayan and Zaya Ocean looked like when they were drunk. Doraemon looked at Nobita in confusion and asked, "Nobita, what do you want this for? We finally got to Kagoshima, shouldn't we go out and play first?" "Doraemon, don't you want to know what happened last night when Sunio and Jayan got drunk? It must be interesting." "I'm very curious, but is this a bad thing?" Doraemon touched his head and said hesitantly. After all, he was the culprit. If he hadn't gotten drunk and given the drunk bottle cap to Jayan and Sunio, none of this would have happened. Nobita patted Doraemon's shoulder and smirked. "It's okay, we're just taking a look and we won't tell anyone else, right, Shizuka?" "Ah. I don't know." Shizuka waved her hands when she heard Nobita asking her. She was still a little curious, but it didn't matter whether she looked or not. Shizuka curiously took away her hands covering her eyes and looked at Sunio, who dared to hit Jayan. She couldn't help but say, "Sunio, this is going to be bad, right? He actually hit Jayan." I know. How much did they drink?" Shizuka was speechless as she watched Sunio take so many cokes. The three of them got drunk like that after drinking just one bottle. Sunio and Jayan drank so much, so something outrageous must have happened. Normally, Sunio would either run away or beg for mercy after hearing Jayan say this, but today Sunio was different. He picked up the Coke bottle and drank most of the drink. Then he glared at Jayan and shouted, "Sunio, did you, a gorilla, call me? You have to call me Uncle Sunio, okay?" Gulp, gulp. Sunio picked up a large bottle of Coke and took a big sip. Then he punched Jayan several times and said angrily, "This is really useless. I won't ride it anymore." "Hee, this is really funny. Sunio should dance along too, right?" Doraemon looked at Jayan, who was dancing with great curiosity. It was rare to see Jayan dancing. "Sunio, what are you talking about?" Jayan was confused by Sunio's roar. He looked at Sunio and his tone became much weaker, which was completely different from the usual Jayan. Then Sunio got off Jayan, lay on his bed and drank Coke leisurely. Jayan was asked to stand there with his legs bent and a cup of Coke was placed on his head. Before Jayan finished speaking, Sunio directly picked up a cup of Coke and poured it on Jayan, saying angrily, "I told you to call me Uncle Sunio. Do you know that you can ride this emerald luxury train thanks to me? You don't even know how to be grateful. It's really outrageous." The two of them drank about 2 bottles of Coke and the situation began to change. Jayan found a piece of cloth from somewhere, tied it around his neck and started dancing. He twisted his buttocks to the left and right, then lifted up his clothes to expose his belly button and kept clapping it with his hands as if he was playing a drum. "We'll find out when we look down." "Gorilla, let me tell you, I'm not going to take it down before I fall asleep, okay? I'm not going to go back to bed to sleep, okay?" After Sunio drank the last sip of Coke, he smashed the empty bottle on Jayan's face with the sound of water and ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, Sunio punched Jayan on the head. Jayan looked back at Sunio in pain and said, "Sunio, Uncle Sunio. I'm not a horse, please get off quickly." Nobita and the others were stunned when they saw this. Doraemon looked at Jayan, who was being bullied by Sunio in the picture, and couldn't help but say, "I never thought that Sunio would dare to teach Jayan a lesson when he was drunk. What are you still standing there for? Fill my glass quickly." "Right here, look, Sunio has brought back so much Coke. It looks like the two of them are getting ready for a big drink," Nobita said with a smile as she looked at Sunio, who was struggling to hold 5 or 6 family-sized bottles of Coke. "Well, let's take a look at Time TV." Doraemon hesitated for a moment, then took out the Time TV from his pocket and quickly adjusted the time to last night. As soon as Nobita finished speaking, Shizuka and Doraemon nodded, and then looked at Sunio, who was sleeping soundly in the picture, with sympathy. After all, Jayan was not so easy to mess with. Nobita and the others could only pray for Sunio and Jayan to forget everything, otherwise Sunio would be finished. Sunio glanced at the drink in the cup and said with some concern, "Is it really okay, Jayan? You." Jayan looked so pitiful. Shizuka couldn't help but sympathize as she watched Jayan being bullied so badly by Sunio. Sunio is too bold, isn't he? As soon as the two finished speaking, Sunio in the picture suddenly exerted force, and he walked up and slapped Jayan on the face, and cursed Jayan was stunned by Sunio's sudden attack. He shook his dizzy head and looked at Sunio angrily. "Sunio, what do you want to do? Do you want to get beaten? Today we are going to drink happily and we won't go home until we are drunk." Jayan looks quite funny when he's drunk, but how come Sunio hasn't changed at all? Nobita laughed, pointing at Jayan, who was still doing the gorilla belly dance on the screen. "Let's go back to last night." After Sunio brought the Coke back to the car, Jayan couldn't wait to put the cap of the Zui Dunksun bottle on it, and then poured a big cup for himself and Sunio. "Come on, Sunio, don't be polite, drink as much as you want." Nobita and Shizuka nodded in agreement. At this time the scene changed. No one knew what Sunio said to Jaein, but Sunio actually rode on Jaein like a horse and shouted, "Go, you fat horse, run fast, okay? You eat so much, but you run so slowly. I will beat you to death." After drinking a glass of Coke, the two of them immediately became drunk, their faces turned red, and Jaein was already getting excited. "Come on, Sunio, Jaein is so shameless." Shizuka quickly covered her eyes when she saw this scene. "Just drink when I tell you to, why are you talking so much nonsense?" Jaein said angrily when he saw Sunio didn't give him face. Sunio had no choice but to drink as well. "I don't think it's a big deal, but when Jaein wakes up and recalls what happened last night, Sunio will be in trouble," Nobita said sympathetically as she looked at the screen showing Sunio sleeping soundly on the bed and Jaein sleeping beside the bed. One can imagine how badly Sunio will be beaten when Jaein wakes up. "What are you dancing, you fat pig gorilla? It's so ugly. It's getting late, how about we go to the beach to play? Otherwise, the people on the Emerald train will wake up and we won't be able to play," Nobita suggested, stretching and looking at the white sand beach outside, the endless blue ocean and the occasional sound of seagulls. "That's right, let's go quickly." Doraemon and Shizuka nodded, and the three of them prepared to go to the beach to play. For convenience, Doraemon took out the changing camera and helped Nobita and Shizuka change into their swimsuits. KM. After changing into their swimsuits, the three of them cheered as they walked out of the Shizuka and stepped onto the white sand beach. They stood side by side on the beach, looking at the sea in the distance. Maruko had followed them out at some point, and it seemed that because he had never seen the sea before, Maruko curiously walked to the beach and carefully touched the sea water. Wow. Just at this moment, a wave came and directly swallowed up the meatball, which was not very high to begin with. "Oh number." Shizuka, who had been watching Maruko, saw this and ran over in surprise. As soon as she reached Maruko, the sea water receded and she saw Maruko, who was soaking wet, sitting on the ground in a daze as if he didn't understand what was going on. "Pache." Maru looked at his wet hair, then looked at the endless sea as if he had discovered something incredible and happily jumped into the sea in front of him. "Ah, Maru, don't run around, the sea is dangerous for you." Shizuka was about to stop him when she saw him, but it was too late. Maru had already jumped into the sea and then sank like a football and immediately floated up again. It seemed that he was too light. But it was obvious that Maru didn't care about these at all. Instead, he happily floated in the sea and made cheerful noises. "Shizuka, Maru doesn't seem to be afraid of water, just wait for it to play by itself," Nobita said to Shizuka, who was watching her playing in the water with concern, seeing that Maru didn't seem to be afraid of water at all. "See. It's okay, Shizuka, you don't have to worry. Maru is a Pokemon, let's go play in the water." Nobita took Shizuka's hand and rushed to the sea. "Nobita, slow down. Hee Shizuka, come chase me." "I don't want to." "I can't stand them too." Doraemon shook his head helplessly as he looked at Shizuka and Nobita, who were having a great time. Then he ran towards Nobita and the others. "Nobita, I want to join you too, a bath." For a while, the seashore in the early morning was constantly echoing with the cheerful laughter of the three people and the chirping sounds made by Maru. Everything seemed so harmonious and happy, but soon this quiet time was broken. As time passed, the guests on the Emerald began to get up and rush to the beach, and the number of people gradually increased. "Jaein, Sunio, what are you doing? Get up quickly, we have arrived in Kagoshima." Outside the carriage, Sunio's mother kept knocking on the door, but there seemed to be no response from inside. My neck hurts so much." Jaein slowly woke up with the sound of knocking on the door. However, as soon as he moved his neck, he found that it hurt so much. He quickly looked around and found that he was sleeping next to the bed. "By the way, last night," Jaein rubbed his neck and slowly sat up from the ground. He looked at Sunio sleeping on the bed and suddenly remembered what happened last night. His face suddenly darkened. He grabbed Sunio, who was still sleeping, and yelled, "Sunio, you dared to do that to me last night, I will never forgive Kr. Jaein, what are you doing? What did I do last night?" Sunio, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up by Jaein shaking him. He looked at Jaein in surprise and didn't understand what was going on. "Don't you know what you did last night?" Jaein picked up Sunio from the bed, threw him on the ground and pointed at the Coke bottles all over the floor and said angrily. Sunio looked at the Coke bottle on the ground in confusion, rubbed his aching head, and quickly said to the angry Jaein, "Fatty." "Jaein, calm down first. I really don't remember what happened last night." Jaein was even more furious when he heard Sunio's words. The veins on his forehead popped out. He looked at Sunio angrily and said, "You guy, you dare to pretend to be stupid." Just when Jaein was about to beat Sunio, Sunio's mother's voice rang out from the door again. "Jaein, Sunio, are you guys up? Come out quickly, we're going to have breakfast and then go to the beach to play, otherwise there won't be any good seats if too many people gather." Upon hearing this, Sunio struggled to break free from Jaehyun's restraints, opened the door and walked out. Under his mother's surprised eyes, he walked towards the food truck muttering, "Are we already in Kagoshima? This means we can go to the beach, I can't wait, hee hee." Seeing Sunio cheating and running away, Jaehyun clenched his fists and said nothing, just followed Sunio's mother. Now was not the time to take action. Later, when they went to the beach and were out of Sunio's mother's sight, Jaehyun would let Sunio know why the flowers were so red. Ah, why are there so many people? Unconsciously, more and more people gathered at the beach. Nobita, Shizuka, and Doraemon could no longer play like before. Maruko also jumped onto Shizuka's shoulder and looked at the people who appeared nearby curiously, not knowing what he was thinking. Doraemon saw this and could only say helplessly, "In that case, let's go back first, we've had enough fun anyway." "That's true, let's go back and have some rest." Shizuka nodded. They had played a little crazy just now and she was indeed a little tired. Then the three of them walked back to the Shizuka. Because they were worried that stopping on the track would hinder other trains, Doraemon drove the train to the beach. As a result, when they returned, there were already quite a few people standing there. When they saw Nobita and the others preparing to get on the train, they immediately complained, "Hey, is this your train? Move it away quickly, it will cause trouble for us if it is left here." "Oh, sorry, we'll move it away right away." Doraemon apologized quickly, then pulled Shizuka and Nobita back to the Shizuka. Looking at the crowd outside the Shizuka, Shizuka said worriedly, "Doraemon, what should we do now? What else can we do? We can only move the train away. After all, we parked the train in a place where it shouldn't be parked." Doraemon said worriedly, he really didn't know where to put the Shizuka now. It would be great if the Shizuka could fly, we could then drive it to the surface of the sea. That would be fun, and we could go to a place far away from the crowd so no one would disturb us. "Doraemon, don't you have such an idea?" Xing said on a whim as he looked out the window at the sea level in the distance. "A prop that makes the house fly? If not, then forget it, I was just saying it casually. Doraemon, you don't have to take it seriously." Seeing Doraemon lowering his head in thought and looking distressed, Nobita hurriedly explained. After all, he was just joking and it didn't have to be like this. Doraemon looked at Nobita and shook his head and said, "Nobita, thanks to your reminder, I remembered a good thing. It can really make the Shizuka fly." "Really, Doraemon?" Nobita said in surprise. He was just joking, but who knew Doraemon really had such a prop? He felt like he was becoming more and more like a child, always having some whimsical ideas. "Of course, how could I lie to you? But we have to restore Shizuka's house to its original state first," Doraemon said with a smile and waved his hands. Because the family was no longer in deficit, Doraemon had a lot more pocket money, so he had the money to buy a lot of fun props, including the prop that Nobita mentioned that could make the house fly. Shizuka couldn't help but become curious after hearing what Doraemon said. She looked at Doraemon curiously, wanting to see what kind of props he would take out. "Wait a moment, that's great, dolphins are really cute, right, Nobita?" Shizuka and Nobita sat on the eaves outside the living room, their cute little feet occasionally stirring the sea water within reach, happily watching the dolphins still playing not far away. Doraemon scratched his head a little embarrassedly after hearing what Shizuka said, "I'm not that great." "Shizuka, Nobita, you two should sit down, I'm going to leave." But he really didn't remember what he did last night. Why did Jaehyun remember it? The wind speed is normal, there are no obstacles, the visibility is good, and we can take off. Doraemon checked various devices like a professional pilot, then turned on a switch on the console, and the family take copter he installed on the roof began to rotate, just like the propeller of a helicopter. "Doraemon, can you come a little closer?" Nobita asked Doraemon excitedly, while looking at the dolphins playing with their companions in the sea not far ahead. Not long after, Doraemon flew in through the window, and at this time something similar to an airplane control panel suddenly appeared on Shizuka's desk, which made Nobita and Shizuka curious. Huh. Unfortunately, Jaehyun was still angry and didn't answer Sunio at all. He just looked at Sunio with cold eyes and kept rubbing his fists, which made Sunio shiver. He made up his mind that he would never leave his parents' sight today, otherwise he would die miserably. Doraemon smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course there is no problem, then we can get closer and play with the dolphins, but you have to be careful not to fall into the sea." "Wow, the view is so great," Shizuka couldn't help but sigh as she lay on the balcony looking at the scenery in front of her. The view in front was wide and there was no one in sight. She could only see seagulls flying by from time to time and the blue sea water shining with silver light. Standing on the balcony, the gentle sea breeze made people calm down unconsciously. Nobita is so lucky that she can use Doraemon's props to take Shizuka out to play, but I can only face the angry Jaehyun. What should I do now? Sunio felt sad when he saw Shizuka's house flying towards the depths of the sea, and began to think of ways to see if he could calm Jane's anger. Nobita nodded to Shizuka, and then Shizuka realized that she was still hiding in Nobita's arms. Her pretty face suddenly turned red, and then she quickly broke free from Nobita's arms. Where? What on earth is that? Doraemon then drove Shizuka's car towards the group of dolphins and stopped not far away. The dolphins did not seem to be afraid of the sudden appearance of the giant and were still happily playing with their companions. At this moment, Shizuka's house also flew up under Doraemon's control. Sunio's mother looked at the flying house and exclaimed, "What's going on? How can a house fly up?" At the same time in Shizuka's room, Doraemon put away the DX luxury train set and said to Nobita and Shizuka, "Wait for me, I'm going to put something on the roof so that the house can fly tilde." The atmosphere in the room suddenly became awkward, and Nobita could only find a random topic to talk about. "Well, the weather is nice today, right, Shizuka?" At this moment, a group of dolphins jumped out of the sea playfully and landed on the sea surface not far away, splashing countless waves looking very cute. Zero request flowers. "Yeah, the weather is really nice." Shizuka nodded with a red face, her eyes looking at the beach in the distance outside the window. She felt a little embarrassed. What is going on?" The people outside exclaimed in disbelief when they saw this scene. "Wait, that house looks so familiar to me. Why does it look so much like Shizuka's house?" You could put it this way, this thing is called the family take copter. It can make people fly just like the take copter, but the family take copter makes houses fly. As long as you use it, you can take your entire home out for a trip, Doraemon explained to Nobita and the others with a smile. 0. Wow, it's Doraemon, it's really amazing. Shizuka looked at Doraemon expectantly and praised him. She had never experienced the prop that could make the house fly. Look, Nobita has a dolphin. The sea breeze is really comfortable, right, Shizuka? Nobita said comfortably while lying on the balcony railing. Yes, Nobita and Shizuka quickly leaned back and sat down, waiting for Doraemon to fly the house. Doraemon, is this the same airplane combination as the train combination we had before? Nobita asked, looking at the control panel on the desk with various instruments. In addition to the control panel, there was also a pull rod to control the takeoff and landing of the aircraft. New. Under the curious eyes of Nobita and Shizuka, Doraemon first walked to the desk and pressed a red button on the console. Then the whole car shook violently. Nobita quickly held Shizuka in her arms, while the others outside looked at the car that suddenly flew up in amazement. Then they saw that the car automatically assembled together like building blocks and returned to the original appearance of Shizuka's house. The people outside looked at the propeller that suddenly started to move and exclaimed, "Look, the thing that the blue civet cat just put down is actually moving." Hey Jayan, did you hear anyone talking about the blue civet cat just now? Sunio, who was walking to the beach with his parents, looked forward and asked Jayan in surprise. It will be fun. When the two of them were sitting on the eaves and splashing in the sea water, a dolphin, perhaps finding it fun or wanting to get close to humans, quietly swam towards Shizuka and the others. Shizuka, look, there seems to be a dolphin swimming over there, Nobita said to Shizuka, pointing at the dolphin that was only vaguely visible in the sea. Where? Shizuka looked curiously in the direction Nobita pointed. Before Shizuka could see where the dolphin was, it suddenly jumped out of the water and landed very close to Nobita and the others. The splashing water soaked Nobita and Shizuka. Shizuka wanted to dodge, but it was too late. She could only wipe the sea water off her face with a smile. Fortunately, she was wearing a swimsuit, so she was not afraid of getting wet. Nobita looked at the dolphin that was about 7 or 8 meters away from them. It poked its head out and opened its mouth as if it was laughing at the two of them. It seemed that this dolphin was a very naughty one. It's just that the dolphin seems to be a little naughty. Nobita, you see, he behaves exactly like Sunio after their prank succeeded. Shizuka wiped the sea water off her face and rolled her eyes cutely and complained. Yeah, he should be still young, right? Nobita said with a smile. He thought this dolphin was quite special. At this moment, Maruko suddenly jumped out of Shizuka's arms and jumped directly into the sea. Then, in the surprised eyes of Shizuka and Nobita, he floated towards the mischievous dolphin. Maruko, don't go over there. Shizuka saw Maruko jump into the sea and was about to jump in and pull him up, but Nobita held Shizuka back. This is a deep sea area, so it's better not to jump in easily. And looking at Maru's appearance, it doesn't look like anything will happen. Shizuka, Maru should want to avenge you. Let's wait and see, Nobita said with a smile as he looked at Maru, who was about to approach the dolphin. He was very curious about how Maru would help Shizuka get revenge. But will Maru be okay? Shizuka looked at Maru as he approached the dolphin with some concern. Nobita smiled and shook her head. It should be fine. After all, dolphins are very friendly animals. Besides, if anything happens, we can just go and rescue it right away. As he was talking, Maru had already approached the dolphin who was staring at him. The dolphin was also very curious about the little guy in front of him, as if wondering what this little guy was. Squeak, squeak, chirp. Maru stared at the dolphin and continued to scream, as if he was teaching the dolphin a lesson again. Maru looks so cute. Is he lecturing the dolphin? I wonder if the dolphin can understand what he is saying. Jing couldn't help but laugh as she watched Maru staring at Zhen and the dolphin. Nobita also smiled and said, "It's indeed very cute, but it also shows that Maruko is very loyal. It is helping you teach that mischievous dolphin a lesson, even though the dolphin may not understand." While Nobita and Shizuka were chatting and laughing, the situation with Maruko and the others changed again. The dolphin suddenly sank into the water, and in the puzzled eyes of Nobita and the others, it suddenly jumped out of the water and pushed Maruko up. Then, just like the dolphins in the aquarium playing with a ball, it pushed Maruko up. The dolphin seemed to treat Maruko as a toy. What should we do now? Shizuka became anxious upon seeing this. After all, the meatballs are so small it would be troublesome if they were hurt by the dolphins. DXXX. Just when Shizuka was about to jump down to save Maru from the dolphin, Maru didn't seem to be afraid at all but looked very happy. Shizuka stopped when she heard Maru's cry. Maru, this guy actually feels very happy. Nobita looked at Shizuka in confusion and asked in surprise, "Shizuka, can you tell that Maruko is very happy now?" After all, he didn't hear anything. Could it be because Shizuka is a girl and her sixth sense is stronger than boys? Shizuka smiled and shook her head. Maruko only makes that noise when he's happy. I think he completely forgot that he was going to help me settle the score with the dolphin. I see, but dumplings like this are cuter, right? Nobita and Shizuka just smiled and watched Maruko having fun with the dolphin. Rather than saying that Maruko was playing with the dolphin, it would be better to say that Maruko was being played with by the dolphin as a toy, but Maruko was also having fun. Meanwhile, at the seaside, Sunio was sitting on the beach with a worried look on his face, while his parents were lying on the beach chairs beside him basking in the sun. Looking at Jayan, who was walking towards him with a fierce look in his eyes, Sunio couldn't help but swallow his saliva. "Sunio, what are you doing sitting here? How about we go swimming together?" Jayan came over to Sunio with a smile on his face and said, looking very amiable. Sunio's face changed drastically when he saw Jayan like this. In his opinion, Jayan's expression was scarier than the devil's face. He quickly waved his hand and refused. "No, Jayan, I just want to sit here and bask in the sun. Go and have fun by yourself, don't worry about me." "That won't do. We are friends, so of course we have to play together. Let's go." Jayan sneered after hearing Sunio's words, then dragged the reluctant Sunio away with a dark face. Sunio wanted to run but couldn't break free, leaving only a long mark of struggle on the beach. 1746, clicky-click. Jayan dragged Sunio to a deserted beach and slid him into the sea. He rubbed his fists and sneered at Sunio. "Sunio, let's have some fun together." "Number, Jayan, I really don't remember what happened last night." 3-5. Sunio explained in panic as he looked at Jayan, who was getting closer and closer, but Jayan ignored him and kept pressing on, apparently intending to beat him up. Sunio glanced at the sea in panic, and suddenly he vaguely saw the shadow of a house in the distance. Then a thought suddenly emerged in his mind, and then he looked at Jayan, who was about to pounce on him and beat him, and turned over and swam towards the sea. "Damn you, Sunio, you're still running. Why don't you just get beaten up?" Jayan got furious when he saw Sunio swimming away, and then he chased after him. Sunio didn't dare to look behind him. He just muttered after hearing Jayan's words, "Only a fool would stand there and wait for you to beat him up. Now I can only run to Nobita and the others to ask Doraemon for help. We are planning to go back because of the 267 situation that will be sent at 10 o'clock. Damn Sunio, you'll be dead once I catch you." Jayan could only roar in frustration as he watched Sunio climb up Shizuka's house. He was still 12 blocks away from the house and had no time to climb up. After saying that, Jayan walked towards where Sunio's mother and the others were. After all, he still had to go back to the town with them, and she didn't have Doraemon's magical props to use. He will be here soon," he immediately said with a pleading look on his face. I finally escaped." "What happened?" Nobita asked Doraemon in confusion. Shizuka also patted the dolphin she was riding, making it stop and float on the sea. "Sunio, don't run, I won't beat you. Isn't that enough?" Jayan said, panting as he looked at Sunio, who was not far away from him. He was also tired. After all, they had swam so far. Looking at the beach behind them, the crowd had become blurred. "What?" Nobita and Shizuka's faces changed when they heard this. They quickly asked the dolphin to stop, then put on the take copter handed to them by Doraemon, picked up Maru and flew towards the house. It's great, it's my first time riding a dolphin. Kid, even Doraemon joined in. The three of them were having a lot of fun and looked very happy. Even Maruko sat on the back of the naughty dolphin. It seemed that Maruko had made new friends. Sunio, don't cry, didn't you run away? Shizuka comforted Sunio while hugging her crying. Of course she knew what happened last night, but she definitely couldn't say it out loud. Just when Sunio saw Hope, Doraemon was frightened. After seeing the images on the spy group's monitor, his expression suddenly changed. He used take copter to quickly fly out of the room and shouted to Nobita and the others. Nobita, Shizuka, it's bad, Mom is going to check on us later, we have to go back quickly. Then I'll go back with you, please, let me go back with you. Otherwise I'll die miserably if I stay in the same car with Jayan. Sunio heard Nobita say that he wanted to go back woo-woo. Just when the three of them were having fun, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded in the house suspended above the sea. Doraemon's face suddenly changed when he heard it. Nobita, Shizuka, it seems to be the spy group's alarm. Something seems to have happened. Just when Jayan and Sunio were quarreling, other dolphins also swam towards Nobita and the others. It was not known whether they knew that Nobita and the others were not in danger or whether dolphins were naturally friendly to humans. But after playing in the water with the dolphins, one of them let them sit on it and prepared to take them out to play. Sunio swam even harder towards the house and finally climbed up before the house reached a height that he could not reach. He opened the door and sat in the entrance, breathing heavily. Thank you so much, Jayan thanked the dolphins as they left in a playful manner. Then he looked up at the sky, waved his fist in anger with a gloomy face and said, Humph, stinky Sunio, you made me chase you so far. Don't think you can get away with it. When I get back, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Nobita, Shizuka, you don't know how scary Jayan is. I can't remember anything that happened last night, but he said I went too far and wanted to teach me a lesson. Woo. Sunio saw Nobita and Shizuka as if he had seen his relatives and he rushed over to them. Seeing this, Nobita immediately stood in front of Shizuka, forcing Sunio to hug his thighs and cry. Almost there. I'm almost out of strength. Sunio breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the house which was not far away from him. He turned around and found that Jayan was still chasing him. He felt helpless. On the other side, Nobita and the others didn't know that Sunio had regarded them as their life-saving straw and was swimming towards them with all his might. They were now having a lot of fun riding on dolphins. We have to go back for something. Let's play together next time. Standing outside the eaves of the living room, Nobita and Shizuka said goodbye to the dolphins, and then the house, which was originally very close to the sea, suddenly rose slowly. Jayan, you go back first. I'll go play with Nobita and the others. Sunio turned back and shouted to Jayan, then he swam faster towards Nobita and the others. Sunio, how did you get here? Nobita and Shizuka, who were about to go upstairs, heard some noise at the entrance and walked over to take a look. They found Sunio sitting on the ground, catching his breath and resting. Sunio, stop right there. I'm going to catch you and not let you go. Look, Jayan shouted while swimming to catch up with Sunio. He even drank a mouthful of seawater out of concern for him. Unfortunately, Sunio ignored him and even swam faster. Damn it, when I catch you, I'm going to beat him up, Jayan thought angrily as he watched Sunio swimming away. He didn't dare to say anything. After all, drinking seawater was not a pleasant feeling. Sunio quickly shook his head and said, how could that be? For me, that is not a luxury tour at all, but a devilish 7-day tour. I don't have a good life with Jayan around. Nobita looked at Shizuka and nodded, sure, but don't say we ruined your luxury train trip. Sunio, who was almost there, got anxious when he saw this. What is going on? Are they leaving? Nobita, Shizuka, wait for me. Only a fool would stop. I don't know. I'll find out after I go and take a look. You guys go play first. Doraemon shook his head and flew back to the house with the take copter to see what happened. Sunio sobbed and wiped the tears from his eyes, nodded, and looked curiously in the direction of the living room and asked, Nobita, where are you going now? I almost couldn't get up just now. At the same time, Jayan was riding a dolphin towards the coast. He was exhausted from chasing Sunio and almost fell into the deep sea and drowned. Fortunately, a group of dolphins passed by and saved him and carried him to the coast.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.